good to go, Ardella? Heidi, are you good to go?
Yep.
Those?
Yep.
Good, Mr. Glenn. Carol?
Yeah.
So let's just do a quick mic check and make sure that folks out in Zoom land can hear us. I don't really see anybody. Kim, are you near your microphone? Nope, apparently not. Okay, well,
Yeah, I'm near my microphone.
okay. Can you hear Don all right?
Kim, can you test?
Yes.
Cheryl?
Hello.
Can't hear Cheryl very well.
Hello.
If you do that, I do.
Because there was a microphone not working at the planning commission. So.
Alex had his turned off.
Oh, okay. Got it. All right. Well, good. So, welcome everybody to our May 10th, 2022 Whitewater Township Board meeting. Order at 9:02. And if you'll stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I would like to make a notation that we have a new board member with us, Mr. Don Glenn. He was the winner of our most recent May 3rd election. So welcome, Mr. Glenn. Thank you. And for any of you folks who might want to stay around a few minutes afterwards and welcome him to the group, I'm sure he'd appreciate it. All right, so roll call when ready, please.
Hop.
Here.
Goss. Here. Bennett.
Here.
Glenn.
Here.
Valmuth.
Here.
So are you taking minutes now?
Mhm.
Okay. Any changes or adjustments to the meeting agenda?
I have one. I'm requesting to add final approval of the hazardous tree removal bid packet.
Board, what do you say?
Yeah, we need to get it done.
Should that go under probably unfinished business, right?
I would.
Unfinished business number 6. Is that good with everybody?
Yep. Yeah, by me.
Anything else? Any conflict of interest this morning? And public comment. So what I would like to do is start out in Zoom land. Good morning, Andrew. Do you have any public comment for us this morning?
I do not, Ron. Thank you. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. And Kim, you're the next one on the screen. Any public comment this morning?
No public comment at this time.
Okay. Good morning, Vicky Beam. Any public comment this morning?
Good morning. Yes, I do have some public comment. First of all, COVID is live and well in Whitewater Township. I am home with it today, so be careful, mask, and wash your hands. Welcome, Don. Glad to see you there. Sorry about this. Just maybe come back to me just 1 second, please.
Sure. Yep. Good morning, Connie Highmore. Any public comment this morning?
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to take the opportunity to welcome Don Glenn to the board. Thank you for your commitment that you've made to the people of Whitewater Township. Frank and I wish you the best. I'm against the Baggs Road condos, site condos. There is still so much controversy about the zoning ordinances and the master plan. I continue to see and hear the PC chair and zoning administrator give teaching moments to the public, but the comments being made are not supported by the master plan or the zoning ordinances. I continue to hear and read statements from taxpayers that say it doesn't follow the master plan and zoning ordinances. So that's where the confusion lies. One thought-provoking comment stated from a resident, I also do not support changing our master plan or zoning ordinances to allow the proposed Baggs Road condos. So sad that a resident of Whitewater Township even has to think that could be happening. The applicant of the proposed development has to ride under the ordinances and master plan as written now. We cannot rush to change through our master plan and zoning ordinances to accommodate a developer. At last month's board meeting, PC chair made a statement that a moratorium would not have affected the Baggs Road project. She went on to say the developer decides how they want to present their development. These are all more reasons why a moratorium suggested by our zoning administrator and legal counsel back in December was important. Please do what's right for the people of this township. Listen to their concerns. We don't want to get this wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. And KG, good morning. Any public comment this morning? Okay, Tom, good morning. Any public comment this morning? And it looks like Mr. Gutnick is the next one on my screen. Good morning. Any public comment this morning?
No, nothing, Ron, but welcome, Don.
Thank you.
Good morning, Amber. Any public comment this morning?
No, I don't have anything this morning right now.
And good morning, Paco. Any public comment this morning? Hearing none, we will, I see that Vicky does have her hand up now. Vicky, good morning.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you all very much. Welcome, Don. Thank you all for your time. I wanted to start out by saying that I am not opposed to development. I am opposed to development occurring in a way that does not match the master plan. And in one of the last board meetings, it was stated that developers are evil. I'm really not sure where that comment came from. I've never heard that from anybody except for at that board meeting. What I would like to see happen is that the planning commission and board members start working together and not use this as pushing your personal agendas to make decisions on what the taxpayers are wanting in this township. Cheryl had made a comment that it was only Whitewater, or I'm sorry, Bags Road residents. Maybe we were more vocal than some of the others. When I was watching the last board meeting, not only in person, but online, were people from all over Whitewater Township stating that they wanted us to pause and take a look at what we're doing. In addition, what is happening with the marijuana, again, taking a pause. I wish the moratorium would have gone through. I think it's still something that should be considered. I would like to see us work together to help maintain Whitewater Township's rural character. Thank you for your time.
Moving here to the Township Hall. Good morning, fine people. Any public comment? Please make your way to the podium.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome, Trustee Glenn. My name is Bob Campbell. I live at 8886 Skigmog Point Road. I'm a year-round resident living on Lake Skigmog. I also am president of the Elk Skigmog Lakes Association. ESLA is a voice of nearly 600 dues-paying riparians who care deeply about, as our founding principle elaborated so well more than 7 decades ago, the protection and preservation of our precious resources. When the first draft of drawings for improvements to the Whitewater Township Park boat ramp was presented to you several years ago, I was in attendance and was surprised at no mention of a boat wash station. I explained my concerns during public comment. The need has never been greater for boat wash stations and prominent signage at launch sites, explaining the need to stop the spread of invasive species into our waters and follow Michigan law to, quote, clean, drain, and dry. The greatest threat to Elk Lake and its connecting waters is from trailer boaters. At the Whitewater launch, the top concern is boaters who may have fished or cruised on nearby East Bay one morning and launch at the park the same afternoon or next day, often moving because it's windy on the bay. Of great concern is the potential to introduce quagga mussels, the deep water dwelling larger relatives of zebra mussels already present in our lakes. At their various life stages, quaggas can be transported in bilge water live boxes on hulls on the soft carpeting of trailers. Quaggas and their voracious appetite for phytoplankton has devastated the aquatic food chain on Lakes Michigan and Huron. And with it, a sport fishing industry worth hundreds of millions of dollars. It could wreak havoc on Elk Lake as well. The same concern goes with a new disruptor many of you probably haven't heard about. I didn't know about it until last year. Largemouth bass virus. It was seen in catches of smallmouth bass on the Grand Traverse Bays last year. While I was gratified that a boat wash became a part of your park plan years ago after the comments that I made, I don't know if that was the key reason or not. Imagine my surprise at learning that the boat wash planned to that is presently planned would accommodate boaters on their way out of Elk Lake, not their way in. Our primary concern is bringing invasive species into Elk. I urge you to change the plan to accommodate boaters coming or going, but especially pre-launch. I also urge you to reconsider signage ESLA has recommended. We can work on the price, but the right words and the right size of the words matter. I'd further urge you to require your rangers to remind incoming boaters of the state law, and when they're in place, the availability of the boat wash stations. Thank you for your consideration.
Good morning.
Linda Slopsma. I'd like to follow up on Bob's comments regarding the boat launch expansion. On your agenda today, Cheryl Goss is asking for board approval to proceed to quote the boat launch expansion project. I have reviewed the documents. As a reminder to everybody that might not be aware, this is a $400,000 project that is intended to improve the entryway flow, double the boat launch ramp to 4 lanes, double the boat trailer parking to roughly 85 spaces, and to add 1 boat wash station. A grant commitment was obtained from the state of Michigan back in 2019 for $200,000, basically half of the price of the project. When I reviewed the project manual, I saw that within the first 10 to 12 pages, there were several yellow highlighted sections with questions on them, indicating that decisions needed to be made about the content within the project manual. After I read that project manual and looked at the original drawings from the previous month's packet, I contacted Fleece and Vandenbrink and asked a few questions. They confirmed to me that the automated system to collect launch fees, which was mentioned in previous meetings on this topic, is not planned to be part of the quote package, even though it's shown on the drawings. Apparently, it is a future enhancement. The current proposal, as Bob stated earlier, has just 1 boat wash station located at the top of the hill by the dump station. There are some concerns that I have with that design as it's currently presented. The boat wash station essentially is not integrated into the standard traffic flow, both inbound and outbound. What I mean by that is it is not natural to go past it at all if you're an inbound boat. And on the outbound, it appears as though there's a bypass that you can take. Capacity is also likely insufficient, such that people will bypass the boat wash due to wait time. I was not able to find any data that's been provided to the public regarding boat launch activity peaks and daily averages. It would be helpful if we all had that information to understand how big is our issue here as far as protecting the lakes with a boat wash. Most of us who live in the area are well aware of invasive species and the need not to move these plants and animals around to other lakes. We've all experienced the ill effects of zebra mussels and some of the invasive plants that have impacted Elk Lake, as well as the new things that are coming up, as Bob mentioned. Certainly, people who frequently trailer boats to various lakes pose a heightened risk for us. The greatest risk to our clean waters in Elk Lake is dirty inbound boats that are wet and possibly have undrained bilges or tanks or any vegetation hanging off them on their trailer. I request that the board revisit the location and the number of boat washes prior to proceeding on this project. I think we can do better than the current plan. I also think a project team would be much preferable to just the park administrator running the project by themselves. The quote package should have a summary page itemizing all of the major features of the project, and the questions should all be resolved prior to proceeding with board approval in order to prevent likely cost overruns of having to requote the job due to the lack of clear documents that you have all agreed to. I would also like to understand the successive approval process as the project progresses. Right now, we're specifically talking about putting the project out for bids, but specifically what checks and balances, and what I mean by checks and balances are board reviews and approvals to proceed exist to keep the project on budget and meeting the requirements for the grant money. I think it will be potentially very tempting to delete the boat wash if the project comes in over budget, and thus will further expose Elk Lake to invasives. So we really need to double down and get this right. Make sure you don't forget you're doubling the capacity of boaters coming out there. Thank you.
Anyone else here this morning?
Good morning, Denise Peltonen. Welcome, Don Glenn. Thank you for being here and supporting the township. The issue of allowing marijuana into Whitewater Township has split our community and generated unprecedented costs and legal fees. A 2017 medical marijuana survey reflected that 63 to 65% of the respondents, depending upon the category, did not favor bringing any part of the marijuana industry into the township. View the survey results on the Whitewater Township website. The 2018 Michigan Proposal 1 to legalize marijuana at the state level passed in the state, but was not passed by the voters in Whitewater Township. The township vote was 52.6% against the legalization of marijuana. There was no mandate. The state of Michigan left it up to the local governing municipalities to either opt in for medical marijuana or opt out for adult recreational use. That basically means you weren't, the townships were not in for medical marijuana, but you were in for adult recreational use unless you opted out. The state's interest was in the 10% excise tax of marijuana in addition to the 6% sales tax. The township board decided not to opt out of the automatic adult recreational use and opt in for medical use without the mandate from the voters of the township. After one resident came in with his bankruptcy attorney's presentation, 2 months and 9 days later, the board approved the ordinances 59 and 60 in the township in December 2020. Did all township residents and voters know about this rapid timeline of approval by the board? No. Since then, efforts to put the marijuana issue formally on the ballot to again determine the will of the people has been blocked by the marijuana interests through legal machinations. 2 board members have continued to push their personal agendas without regard for the will of the voters who elected them into office. Of the original 3-2 yes vote, 1 board trustee with the appearance of conflict of interest voting yes resigned, leaving the township board locked 2-2 on the marijuana ordinances. One comment has been that only 50% of the voters determined whether marijuana ordinances should be approved. Are the board members tone deaf? Think again how the citizens of the township and the voting residents think of only 3 people in the township of 2,216 active voters approving the marijuana ordinances. The number of active voters is referenced from the 2020 biennial precinct report by the state of Michigan. Look it up, state of Michigan. The issue before us is whether office holders are allowed to push their personal agenda once elected, or whether they are beholden to those taxpayers that they represent. To date, despite requests, we have not received a full accounting for the total legal cost, but it is estimated at about $88,800+. This may change if we ever get a direct quote accounting from the township clerk. This cost was created because 2 members of the board have pushed their own agenda rather than listening to the will of the people. These attorney fees have exceeded the salaries of the board members who are trying to bring marijuana into our community in opposition to the will of the people. I would like to repeat that. These 2 board members' salaries are exceeded by the attorney fees that the community is paying for. The issue of whether to allow the marijuana industry into Whitewater Township can and should only be resolved by a vote of the citizens and taxpayers of this community. Elections are the bedrock of a democracy, whether it is a nation or a community. Elections are the manifestation of the will of the people. To ignore the will of the voters is to deny the democratic process. Board members who refuse to consider the will of the voters have violated their public trust. We need board members who listen and represent the township residents and voters. Thank you.
Anyone else here for public comment this morning? Okay. No public hearing, and so that brings us to County Commissioner report. Good morning, Daryl.
Good morning. Hello,
And
everyone.
did you bring help this morning?
I brought help. Yes,
Okay.
he's keeping an eye on me. Muscle, yeah. Yeah, don't pick on me. I'm proud to introduce Vice Chairman of the Grand Traverse County Board. This is Brad Jewett. He's here as a guest, so I'm going to be brief and briefer than normal maybe, and try to give him some time if it's okay with the board and have some comments. So you have on your docket today the brine vote. As you will painfully remember, last year it was like July 15th or something before the first application was down. I know the vendor this year was knocking on the door May 1, wanting to know if they could get going. A lot of people still hadn't voted it in yet, so townships are going through the new brine, which is the more expensive brine, but the specific proper and different recipe than was used before. From all reports, has been very successful. It stays within the road, and with each rain, it kind of helps harden the surface. And after repeated applications, which there'll be 2 this year if you voted in, over the years, retains in that road and continues to serve as a binder that didn't work with the past stuff. So it is more expensive though, as you guys are painfully aware. The road commission report, some of you were at the MTA meeting last week when the road commission presented their detail, that the new program that they're offering. And I fully intended to have the report for Whitewater made up so that I could bring it to you guys at this meeting or have it to you in your packet. Shortly after that meeting, my world kind of turned upside down when a car went through the front door of my business. So I apologize. I'll get that to you guys way ahead of the next meeting so that you can have it to look at and we can discuss it. ARPA timeline, we talked about that last month. As of right now, June and probably July, there are going to be some public sessions where they'll have actual in-person or Zoom public input sessions with the idea that applications, ideas can be presented to that citizens committee in August, with it coming back to the Board of Commissioners in October. So I don't think your application has to be finalized and all the T's and I's dotted and cost, because that can be expensive to get there. But any ideas, and I think you guys are kind of have plans for your money, but if there's any assistance needed with that, you can certainly go through that process and possibly get some help. But looking at the priorities, they wanted to stay in the priorities that they've listed. And then lastly, Northern Lakes Community Mental Health. We've had nothing but poor reports, lack of services, and some real issues in Grand Traverse County. The easy solution would have been to try to just keep sweeping that under the rug. I'm proud to say that this board has not been afraid of heavy lifts, and we have voted to leave Northern Lakes Community Mental Health and form a different new community mental health in conjunction with another county or not. People are dying, communities are suffering. This is some serious stuff, and we're just not getting our money's worth for spending almost $700,000 at the county level for mental health. So it's not an easy project. It's going to be tough, and it might be kind of ugly going through it. But after we make official notice to the state and it's accepted, we're going to have 366 days. So there are people working behind the scenes on this with administration. There's a consultant, there's attorneys coming in. We'll make that presentation to the state with the official notification and hopefully have things in order and way to have that transition. The Northern Lakes Community Mental Health has to provide services right up until the end, and then we'll have a transition to the new. So we're hoping that it's a smooth transition and that we can get that all in place, but it is going to require a lot of work. But we've got Munson has gotten on board, Sheriff's Department got on board, even many professionals in the area have all been very frustrated with the situation we've had. So they've all stepped up to the plate and are looking to help. So I think it is going to be a good process. So we need to do it right, and we're not. So I'm going to step back. I do have to leave. I've got contractors I'm meeting after the reports today, so I won't be staying for the meeting. But Brad Jewett, if you have any comments, I welcome you to the Whitewater Board.
Board, anything for Daryl?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Questions?
The only thing I have is that we have requested the information for Whitewater already from IT, and supposedly that request has been in for at least 2 weeks now.
The road commission report. Yeah. I called today.
So anything that you can do to help move that along would be greatly appreciated.
I will make a call today and it should be forthcoming, or I will let you know why.
Sounds good.
I'll put it on my list right now.
All right. Welcome, Brad.
Brad Jewett, Grand Traverse County Board of Commissioners. I am currently the vice chair. Thanks Commissioner Nelson for inviting me this morning. I have been trying to reach every township, even the ones I don't serve, just so people know who their vice chair is. But a couple things I did want to add to the report was last week there, we did approve what was it, 265,000 for the EOC?
Yeah.
$265,000 EOC upgrade. And some people ask why we need that upgrade. Well, you know, in times of emergency, we want our first responders of all various sorts to be able to come together and collaborate together in one room. And sometimes they need to connect with people from the state or people from the feds and everything. And so this will be a real nice upgrade. Is it something that we may never use? It possibly is, you know, but in the event of an emergency or natural disaster, we will have a state-of-the-art emergency operations center here. And it will also be a training center, so we can do some regional training with the different law enforcement and first responders and everything like that. So that'll be a great upgrade that we should be able to see that upgrade completed probably right around early fall, September or so. So that'll be really nice. And then one other thing that we keep reading about and hearing a lot about is the senior center. 2 meetings ago, we did appoint Commissioner Henschel and Commissioner Klaus, and then our administrator Nate Elger will be working with the city to collaborate and see what way is the best way to move forward for possibly a new senior center. And many people think of that as a Grand Traverse County Senior Center, but I do want to remind people that the city does own that property and the city does own that building and everything. Grand Traverse County funds the programming for all the senior centers and stuff. So we hear people out there saying that we need to build a new senior center, and we hear people saying that the city needs to build a new senior center, and we'll still fund it. But irregardless, the city and some appointed officials from the county are going to collaborate on that and see what the best way is to move forward. Again, I thank you for letting me speak for a minute too. And just like Daryl's probably mentioned before, my contact information is also on the county website. If anybody has any questions or comments, feel free to email me or call me or whatever. And if I don't answer right away, I will call you back, because just like Commissioner Nelson, I'm busy too with things. So, but anyway, thank you for allowing me to come speak for a minute, and thank you for everything you guys do too.
Board, any questions for Commissioner Jewett?
Yes. How do you spell your last name?
Jewett.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And welcome, Don.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Where is the EOC?
It is in the basement of the health department building right now. It does have its own little corner, I guess, down there and everything like that. So.
And what kind of improvements are you making with the two?
It's going to be, well, some of it will be the furnishings and the painting and everything, but the biggest thing is the technology upgrades, where we'll have different touchscreen monitors, and there'll be a little breakout room in the corner. So if, you know, 2 or 3 or 5 different higher up officials, so to say, need to get away from the group and collaborate and everything to bring something back, or, you know, if any small group needs to break away from the big group to have their privacy and everything like that. So, we did have some drawings in front of us, and I mean, they were in our packet last week if you guys were to see that and everything, but it'll be nice upgrade, but most of it is technology and everything. So, and we know with what's happened here over the last couple of years with COVID and everything, all of us, and even the EOC did have some technology issues with connections and everything like that. So I think from what was presented from me serving on all the public safety boards and what I've heard over time, it's going to be a great upgrade. So.
Okay.
Like I said, the bigger use of it will be probably a regional type, local, but regional also training center, to where we can train our officials and everything like that. So.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your time.
Did you say that was, I got one question. Did you say it was 265,000?
Yeah. Yep. 265. So. Yep, you're welcome. Thank you.
Everybody's favorite person, Fire Chief Flynn. I do.
Good morning, Brandon Flynn, Whitewater Township Fire Chief. So last month, we kind of had a busy month with wildfires. As you know, last couple winters, we've had low snowpack and a lot of storm damage. So there's a lot of fuel on the ground, and it's very dry. So we've been battling that, working together with the DNR on action plans in case something happens in Whitewater Township. As most everybody knows, Whitewater Township is 54 square miles, which is slightly bigger than the average township. And 82% of that is farmland and open space, undevelopable state recreation land. So we have a high hazard of wildfires in our district. So we work very close with the DNR. And at 1 o'clock, pretty much every day, they have spotter planes up flying around, and they like to hover around at Kalkaska, Whitewater, Clearwater areas because of the high probability of fires. Other than that, I'm hoping to get a few items checked off my list this week, maybe this month. The fire chief's vehicle should be, the old Expedition should be wrapped up here on the 12th in a couple days. The air packs, I'm hoping to get that completed here in the next week or two. And a couple other projects that I'm working on. So hopefully we can start some new projects and get some things finished up at the fire department. I'm also working on the fence issue still with the storm damage from last December, but that's a supply chain issue, and I'm hoping to get that fence sometime in July. I think it's due to arrive. And I am also working on a DNR grant project. I think we're going to talk about it a little bit later on in the packet. And that's kind of exciting, but I haven't been able to order a brush truck cabin chassis yet. So I'm still working on that. Other than that, any questions, comments, concerns?
Do we have anything happening this week?
We do. We have the fire department and the Whitewater Emergency Services Auxiliary is our fire department auxiliary, are hosting a fundraiser for a spaghetti dinner fundraiser to raise some funds for some upcoming projects with the fire department. And that's at the Williamsburg United Methodist Church at 4 o'clock on Saturday, the 14th. It's going to be a fun time. Hopefully the weather holds out and we'll have all kinds of fire apparatus and
New snowmobiles, maybe?
new snowmobiles. Hopefully we'll get those up there.
We're not gonna need them, are we?
We will not need them. I hope.
Okay, all right. Just-
Don't bring them if you think it's gonna bring the snow
I
on.
know. Exactly. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you.
Planning Commission report. Kim, are you interested in providing a Planning Commission report?
Sure, I can do that. After several absences and the inability to hold meetings due to COVID, we were finally able to meet this month. The special use permit amendment to Article 25 was on hold because the attorney's information was provided that morning, and the PC did not feel comfortable moving forward until everyone had a chance to thoroughly review their input. We have approved Article 12 amendment of the entire article and sent it to public hearing. That has been provided to the board to be sent to the attorney, please, by someone, anyone, everyone. We have also approved an amendment to Article 1. A Word copy has been provided to the board for anyone, everyone to send to the attorney, please. We approved the new classic equine veterinary special use permit on M72 at the far western end of the township. And we approved a horse barn riding stable potentially on Wassey Road on the eastern end of the township. We have also adjusted our meeting for June only to 6 p.m. To be able to accommodate getting a little bit more done per meeting. Any questions?
Did you say Article 12 and Article 1, Kim?
Yes.
I know I received 12. So I will double check and make sure I didn't overlook article. Wait a minute, I received article 1.
You received Article 12 late last week and you received Article 1. You should have received it yesterday.
Okay, all right.
I will double check and make sure that went out. We did
And
not
I will
schedule,
double check as well.
yeah, we did not schedule Article 1 for public hearing, though. So it's very short. It's a very quick review by the attorney. I'm sure there's something he's going to want to change. There always is. But that one is not as critical because it was not scheduled for public hearing.
Got it. Any other questions for Kim? Kim?
Yes.
Cheryl, Park and Recs?
The committee met last night. 4 or 5 members were present in person. The 5th member was listening on Zoom. I updated the committee on the dugouts, the playground, and the tree removal projects. The committee discussed an email from Steve Largent at the Grand Traverse Conservation District concerning the wet area and bridge on Lassie Trail. Some options were provided. There was lots of discussion. The committee will continue to pursue laying the groundwork for this project, for which funding was taken away for this year. Largent also recently visited the beach at Whitewater Township Park and made some recommendations concerning addressing the erosion and access. The committee was disappointed that a new PrAC member has not been appointed yet, despite a recent application from Amber Voice. The committee discussed the details of the upcoming High Prairie Park cleanup project this Saturday from 9 a.m. to noon. There was a request to replace tennis nets. Slopes and Mobile provide a link to a vendor, and the electronic locks for High Prairie Park were discussed.
Any questions, board? That was kind of quick.
So if you had a member on Zoom, did they vote?
No.
Moves us to consent calendar.
I'll make a motion to approve consent calendar items as presented.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. I do have a couple of items I would like to discuss. Is there anyone else that has questions within the consent calendar? All right. So electronic packet page number 7, which I think is the clerk's report. First question I have is Whitewater Township Park. The campground expansion is underway. What expansion is that?
I'm sorry, the playground. I should have said the campground playground expansion.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not expanding the campground.
And then same page. Apparently, there's a donor, a local Gleaner Arbor. Is that a name?
Yeah, Gleaner is a life insurance company,
Yeah.
and they have, they do these donations. They're called arbors. And they are donating this sand for the playground equipment area at High Prairie Park. That was something that that Melissa arranged.
For those that are interested, the Google definition, because I had to look that up too, was, because I thought it might have been a typo, is these service clubs are made up of members, people who own a Gleaner life or annuity product, and social members who believe in giving back and helping others. Arbors are funded by Gleaner Life Insurance Society.
That's what I come up with, but I wasn't sure if that was a
I
person.
that was because I was like, okay.
I mean, because Gleaner was an early form of governmental gatherings as well. Gleaner Hall, Gleaner Halls all over. So my second thought on that was, isn't that playground it never passed its safety inspection for clear zones, correct?
Well, that's a recommendation that, that we have a couple things over there that are too close to each other. But some sand needs to be added to it. There's no plans at this time to modify that playground.
So we're going to add sand to a playground that didn't pass its inspection.
Yes.
It's not that it didn't pass the inspection. They recommended moving things, a couple items. It passed the inspection. They just felt that a few of the items should be moved, a couple of them actually, not even a few.
So it did pass inspection.
Yes. I mean, we've talked about this several times.
Currently, there's not any funding in the recreation fund to do anything over there. Pretty much the rec fund funding for projects was all removed except for a couple things.
So I'm confused. It wasn't, it was recommendations and it didn't pass, but then Ardella said it did pass. So
We have I can provide it to you. We have a playground inspection report for that playground. And there's a couple things over there that are too close to each other because they're supposed to be use zones around each item. And so until we can get the funds to expand that playground over there, we can't do anything. We don't have the funds to do that.
So under a scenario that we're aware of a deficiency and the child is hurt, does that increase our liability risk? No, not knowing what we know when we know it.
Our township insurance agent, Paul Olson, has stated, I've talked to him about this, and anything that happens on a playground, anything that happens on township property is covered under our insurance.
I understand that.
Right.
I'm just saying, does that bolster somebody's case or claim that here we have an inspection form that has recommendations to improve it? And I get it. We're choosing not to do that at this point in time for those reasons that you articulated. But I just question whether or not, knowing what we know, does that increase our exposure?
I'm not sure about that, Don. It's a good question, but it's much the same way for swim at your own risk. Playground equipment is pretty much the same as a bathing, swimming area with no lifeguard.
And also, I would just mention that the addition of sand does help with landing zone, so in case someone falls, they want sand, something soft, something that gives to be there. And so the committee has been requesting for a couple of years that we add more sand to that area over there.
The inspection that we might have passed, might not have passed, is the same inspection that we failed at Whitewater Township Park. Is that correct?
It's not the same inspection. It's the same company that did they did.
It was a
3
different criteria.
Well, no.
Is that what you're stating?
No, it wasn't all in one report. It's a separate report.
I understand that, but it was the same criteria.
Well, I would think so.
You mean safe zone.
Yeah, sure.
The spacing between the
Whatever inspection it was. And we did decide to change that, right?
We did.
Okay. So when you provide Don with that information, can you just send it to all board members?
Sure.
Thank you, Cheryl.
If I have one question, are we opening ourselves up for more risk because we kind of know about it? That's my only question.
Seems reasonable.
I guess if it's not too much trouble, could I see the inspection report so I know what pieces of equipment? I assume the whole playground is not. What pieces of equipment specifically? I know we talked about, or I listened to you talk about that at at Township Park, and I know there were adjustments, and so I guess I do have some curiosity in terms of what pieces of equipment don't have the right zones, and maybe how far off are they? If something's a
Right.
foot off. Now, granted, the delineation of foot may be as
Yeah.
bad as 12, but
Yeah,
just how severe maybe some of that is.
Yeah.
So,
it's in the report.
okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
And so you are going to supply the report.
I just made a note.
Oh, okay,
Yep.
all right.
My pen gave out. I just have to grab a new pen.
So,
As long as you have that report out, I think it's worth reporting or talking about the Shoreline Power Service donating the cost of the lights to be repaired. $3,767.
is that for the playground? I'm sorry.
That's at the High Parade Park.
Oh,
Ball field lights.
Yeah, it's just above what you were talking about.
okay.
Very generous of them.
Very
Yeah.
generous of them.
Very generous.
Are we contemplating night baseball games?
Well, we've been turning the lights on for them the last couple seasons, about halfway through the games. So certain games, not all the games, but certain ones they ask for, the kids really enjoy that. And quite frankly, the $550 we've been getting out of the banners more than offsets any electrical cost over there.
How much did those lights cost per hour to run?
Well, I don't know how much they cost per hour, but the bill doesn't go up that much when we have lights on over there. I mean, it's maybe one night a week, 1 to 2 nights a week. It's not for every game. It's more towards the end of their season.
Are we good on that piece there? My next comment is actually on packet page 24. And this is in the PC bylaws. Item number 2. Give everybody a couple of minutes to get to the section. Heidi, this is actually for you using a printed packet. This would be the Whitewater Township Planning Commission meeting,
I'm good. I got it.
March 2nd.
Yep.
A couple of notations here. It looks like we're commenting back and forth. Board members, PC members are commenting back and forth with public comment, which we've all done in the past, but we also know how slippery of a slope that is, right? And, you know, I think I'd like to try and help Kim with refraining from that. If I had any words of wisdom, which I don't, but might be helpful. And then under unfinished business number 2, the bylaws. So it's talking about conflict of interest. And then it's talking about rule of necessity. So if somebody says we have a conflict of interest, but that leaves us in a hung spot, they're going to just forget about
Where did this come from, this rule of necessity thing? Because
having dealt with a lot of public comment surrounding conflict of interest. I gotta say, I don't recommend this at all.
I don't think this is the best approach.
So any other board member comments?
I can offer an observation. Present at that meeting, but on the other side of the table. The context of that conversation came up around decisions that were to be made by the PC due to a shortage of staffing or shortage of members, that could they possibly be out of a quorum situation because of conflict of interest? I'm not going to editorialize whether I agree or disagree with that. I can just try to add some context to that comment that's written there. I agree with you, Ron. I think that's a very slippery slope. And I think if that commission is fully staffed, then I don't think that will necessity becomes germane to the conversation. But that was the context that they were feeling that they could have to delay things again and again because.
But this was in addition to their bylaws, correct? Change. It's not that it's always been there. This is something new. Is that correct?
I can't be sure of that. So I guess for what it's worth, that was my observation from the meeting. Thank you.
Well, and conflict of interest is frequently misinterpreted. It has to do with whether someone is gaining financially from a situation that they would normally be expected to vote on. So, but there's also the rule that you're supposed to avoid the appearance of a conflict of interest. So I don't know what this rule of necessity is. Never heard of it. I don't think they should be putting anything in their bylaws that overrides what the true intent is of conflict of interest. If somebody either has a conflict of interest or they don't. If they do, they should declare it and they should sit out the discussion on that agenda topic only. They remove themselves from the board. And I mean, if it inhibits the functionality of the commission, what? You mean they don't have a quorum? They still have a quorum. If they still have a quorum, it doesn't matter whether there's somebody that has a conflict. The conflict doesn't go to quorum. So, and I don't understand this phrase, if it inhibits the functionality of the commission, the conflict is overwritten. I don't know, I don't really understand what that's trying to say, to tell you the truth. But it doesn't affect a quorum. There's still a quorum of people present at the meeting. So that's my view on it. I just don't think they should be, somebody either has a conflict or they don't. And if they decide they do, then they have to state it. So.
To kind of follow up on Don's perspective here. So let's say that we did only have 4 planning commission members present. Then somebody says, hey, I have a conflict of interest. So that reduces them to a non-quorum level. What happens to the meeting? I'm just trying to theorize here, right?
Well, I would think
Does
that
the
that
meeting get
particular item
canceled
would be
then?
removed from the agenda and
Yeah.
brought back when they
Right.
have a full quorum.
Yeah.
I don't think you cancel
That
the
would certainly be
meeting.
a common sense approach.
Yeah.
Right.
Brought back when they have more than a quorum, so that that person's absence from the table, they still have 4 people that can vote, or more than 4 people, hopefully.
The absence of that
So-
one person because of the conflict, not for the
Right.
committee, just for that one.
Right.
particular
Right,
person.
yeah, exactly. So that's always something they can do too.
So then it sounds like we kind of have consensus here. And then the next question is, which I don't know, is does the township board have authority over the bylaws?
I believe we gave that to them.
I think the state gave it to them.
No, because their
no.
bylaw changes used to come to the township board for approval after they've made their changes. And I believe sometime back, we said,
And I recommended that
Yeah.
because I don't think we have the authority over the planning commission. And so I guess I would like to start with MTA. to see if we do actually have authority over it, or maybe, maybe the planning commission is willing to,
Well, you know, Ron, they also took out, for training, they took it out. It says shall have training to may have training. And we all know we've got all these new members, and having continuing education on planning and zoning is important for planning commission members. It's important for that body.
so I've been reading a lot of our various ordinances and whatnot, and bylaws. And honestly, I felt that one of our bylaws or one of our ordinances required training, and they actually called out, like citizen planner had to be completed within the first appointment period. Otherwise, that planning commission member wasn't up for reappointment. And so I've looked and looked and relooked, and I cannot come up with that particular verbiage. So I don't know if I was looking at some other townships planning
I
commission.
don't recall that. I mean, we have in the past paid for and encouraged plan commission members to attend. I mean, I know Kim was one of the remaining members that went
Right.
to the citizen planner. I mean, I went, but I did it through a map convention, so.
And so this idea of training is coming to us on a more frequent basis. And we see evidence of people not understanding their true function at the planning commission level. And that comes from Bob, an observation from Mr. Hall.
And, you know, with the Zoom meetings and trainings that are happening now, they're more convenient than ever to get training. So,
That citizen planner course is available on MSU extension for, so 50, you can do it online. It's 15 hours, it's $250, which is basically take at your pace. I mean, they do offer it in person. It's, I believe, 15 weeks, 1 hour.
Yeah.
In the evening. There is an online version that basically just tests you out on the modules and certification, and they said based on passing the final exam, so to speak. So.
and we do have money in the budget for education.
Lots
so-
of money in their budget for education.
Right, so any of the new members that wanted to take that citizen planner, that's an awesome option for them to be
Yeah.
able to do it online. I mean, I don't think you get the benefit of being able to have the networking that comes with it when you take it in person, but something's better than nothing.
And I would also say, before you contact the attorney, I mean, consult the planning commission ordinance. There's an ordinance that was passed in this township a long time ago that says how the planning commission functions. And for instance, recently, there was an attempt to change the fact that there shall be a township board rep on the planning commission to may be a township board rep on the planning commission. And the ordinance specifically speaks to the fact that there shall be a township board member as a representative on the planning commission. So the ordinance has to be followed, and it might even speak to these other issues too.
It does call out bylaws and various sections that should be represented on the planning commission. And but nowhere does it, matter of fact, I think it's kind of speaks in opposition to this conflict of interest thing. And the training says, the training section of the ordinance indicates that specific training will be outlined in the bylaws. That's the concept that the ordinance tries to, and Kim has provided a Zoom comment that says the conflict of interest was on legal counsel advice.
That doesn't sound like a valid conflict of interest.
It really, yeah. So
I guess I would have to see that because I don't recall that coming through. I've not seen anything from our legal counsel that said.
I don't know, she could have made the only way she has access to the attorney which has been an ongoing problem, is through Bob. So Bob would have had to pass that question along to Patterson. I'm sorry?
Are you talking about when Carl had to recuse himself? At the PC level?
I didn't know Carl did recuse himself.
Well,
So-
he asked the question, he asked if he should recuse himself, then they got an answer, and then he didn't have to recuse himself.
I do remember Carl asking
That went to the attorney.
about
I think.
about a legal question.
I think they did go to the attorney.
So to wind this comment up, I would like to either ask them, the planning commission, just to remove that comment, because a conflict, in my opinion, is a conflict of interest. End of story. And I think we've come up with a couple of different ways here, board consensus, that the planning commission could remove a particular item from an agenda and place it on an upcoming agenda where the membership could act on.
Just to be clear, you're asking to rescind the statement in here, rule of necessity, period. If it inhibits the functionality of the commission, the conflict is overridden here. Those two statements.
Well, I don't believe you can do that. I don't believe the board can change the planning commission minutes. These are approved minutes. Minutes, once they're approved, they can't be changed.
No, that's not what he's talking about.
Right.
Right?
What are you talking about? Oh, just telling the planning commission
No,
that
I'm
they,
asking if it was board consensus to ask them to remove this section from their bylaws. I'm not talking about changing their minutes. Their minutes are their minutes. But
yeah, okay.
we all kind of understand here that this doesn't feel right to us to have in the bylaws, unless I'm
No,
overstating.
I would
the
agree with,
position.
I would agree with it.
And so,
Okay, yeah, and this is another reason that their bylaws do need to come to the board for approval. I think we need to have that happen again, just to make sure that something like this doesn't happen.
so should we check and see if we have authority over their bylaws?
Well, we could just nicely ask them first.
Yeah, but Cheryl brings up another point, which
I guess
I cer-
I'd like to see what the planning commission ordinance says about their bylaws.
Okay. So how about if we?
I mean, we approve everybody else's bylaws, so I'm not sure why we wouldn't approve the planning commission's bylaws. PrAC has bylaws and the ZBA has bylaws, and if they make changes to those come to the board. So they don't operate so far independent that they don't have to follow the rules and stuff like that. So I just think the planning commission bylaws need to come to the board for approval. So that if we find things in there that are not the general practice, we can make sure that they aren't in there.
I agree with you. I hear what you're saying. I also did hear you say that possibly the MTA was gave
MCL 42.7.
them that authority.
No, I was offering the MTA to see if we could get a comment from them
Okay, fine.
on whether or not we had, the board had authority over the planning commission bylaws.
Okay.
Which was my original interpretation, is that we did not. And this board did say, okay, the planning commission bylaws on my recommendation don't come to the board anymore. But now, within just a few months, we see stuff like this come through, which doesn't pass the smell test.
Yeah, I agree with Cheryl's statement. The way she described it, I believe we should consider bringing this back.
Okay, so if that's the consensus, then we just have the PC submit them to us
For approval.
for approval. Is that board consensus?
I would be in agreement with that.
That's what
Yes.
I said.
So I will make this an agenda item for next month, is to approve the bylaws for the planning commission.
The only problem with that is they haven't asked us to look at their bylaws. And we don't know if our planning commission zoning ordinance, because we need to look at it, like Cheryl said. So maybe we, everybody do their homework on that before we bring it back next month. So
Kim
that we-
did send some revised bylaws to me, and I didn't send it to the board because they might have gone to the whole board probably. It wasn't, of course, brought to the board because this decision was made that they didn't have to be approved by the board.
So maybe they need to be sent to the whole board. We also need to look at the zoning ordinance for the planning commission. And it doesn't hurt to send out a request to MTA, their opinion on planning commission bylaws, the oversight being with the township board.
And so you said zoning ordinance, but it is a general ordinance, right?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Yep. No
The
worries.
PC ordinance.
Yep. So that's what I'll put on as far as something to review next month at the board level is the PC ordinance. And then maybe by that time, Catherine can provide us with some MCL number that does support either way.
Okay,
I
sounds
got
good.
one I got one that supports the recuse and abstain for conflict of interest.
And so are you referring to a specific page or a specific document?
In the trustee guide under ethics and conduct, MCL 42.7. Talks about a board or commission member that has a conflict of interest and how they must recuse themselves or how they can still vote. It contradicts itself because they can still vote.
So kind of like what the planning commission is actually saying. Okay,
It's a township board cannot force a member to abstain. I don't know if this means a commission too, because the top sentence says if the board or commission member has a conflict of interest. And then it goes on, there's about 4 pages on the ethics and conduct.
all right, so again, I'll include if you and I can connect by telephone, we
Yeah.
can maybe highlight that page and we can review it for next month's packet. It's ethics and what you say?
Ethics and conduct, page
Conduct.
76. Of the trustee guide.
All right.
This talks about loss of quorum, abstain, recuse and abstain.
All right, again, I apologize, but on packet page 32. This is the minutes of the marijuana subcommittee for March 21. This is new business number 2 on that particular, or in those particular minutes. Third sentence down, Hall will be reviewing applications. Then ask questions in a public meeting because of privacy. Looks like he wants the board to end up making a decision on these applications. And matter of fact, he's told me in person that he is not going to be responsible for deciding who gets a marijuana permit. I think he shared something similar with all the principals here in the building. So if we can't share some of the if we can't talk about an application, how is the board going to do it in a public meeting?
Well, the ordinances call for the board to make the approval. It was never going to be the zoning administrator.
Okay,
And there are certain things on the applications that In fact, I believe quite a bit of it. I think it's just a recommendation to approve and the board votes on it. A recommendation to approve or deny. There could be a recommendation for a denial too. So I don't know. I think that's something we need to ask, and we do have some questions into our township attorney right now about that process.
Okay. You know, maybe a marijuana subcommittee, like the one that's already established, continues.
Maybe, well, we have to follow the ordinance, but
But the ordinance could be amended. If there is some information that we can't talk about.
but
and
they
we're
can't talk about it either.
No, somebody's got to be able to talk about it.
Yeah, somebody's got to be able to talk about.
You can't just gather the information and nobody talks about it. Yeah,
Big secret.
for example, I mean, I know you've had another meeting since these meeting minutes on March 21st. So I don't know what's changed since then. We'll know when we get the meeting minutes, but if I remember Cash right, over in Kalkaska County, or Kalkaska Village, I should say, they have a group that goes over this. They have a checklist and they have a group that goes over it and does an interview. That's when they discuss it. So it does have discussion. It just where at in the process. And I think that's what you're still working on hammering out, correct?
Yes.
The process.
Yeah.
So,
I'm only saying that the items that are exempt from disclosure by FOIA, I don't believe they're exempt from disclosure by FOIA. I don't believe those materials will ever see a board packet or a marijuana subcommittee packet because they are by law. They're not business plans and stuff like that don't get shared with the public. So how does it wind up that an entity gets approval or denial? I don't know exactly what that is. And that's why we have some questions into the township attorney on that. The interview that that they were talking about in Kalkaska was a pre-application interview, not an interview to make a
or deny.
decision.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
did they just have a checklist then? If you met all the checklists, you qualified?
I don't remember what they said about that for sure. That sounds.
That's what
about
I
like
remember.
What I heard.
You were there.
but
Do you remember that?
My recollection of that meeting is that what Cash said went.
I don't remember that.
Cash reviewed, and it was something, his list of questions was held so tightly to the vest. He had to get permission from the village council, if I remember correctly, to divulge even that document. And so I kind of understood Cash to be king, if you will. And that was a position that was bestowed to him by the village council. He's going to make these decisions. And so I assumed that it was very much like the Park and Recs Committee or the Planning Commission. We recommend Joe's Emporium for this permit, right? And so we get that information, okay, Joe's
So-
been recommended.
What it may look like here, and I'm just guessing, what it may look like here is that we develop the checklist, must have all of these in order to qualify. And you have to,
Move your mic closer, Heidi, they can't hear you out in Zoom land.
And so
um,
I'm sorry.
so the committee is developing the checklist. Should be talking about the interview process. I'm not gonna try to micromanage what you guys are doing because you're putting a lot of work into this. But your idea about having that subcommittee continue on, but we call it something different. It's now not a subcommittee, it's something else, is not a bad idea because Bob's gonna collect all the information, but he's not gonna do the verifications. And he's not gonna go through and do any investigations. That could be done through another committee. It's just something to think about when you're.
I thought that was the third step. I thought that the committee basically came up with the process, the checklist and everything else. And then there was another committee formed that decided who gets what, how it happens, blah, 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 blah. We've given you the process, now follow it. So I was under the impression when I was reading all the ordinances that that was the next step, but hey, maybe I'm wrong. I think that step already exists, or no.
Well, I found it odd that certain things are exempt. We can't talk about them in public meeting, but yet we'll ultimately end up making a decision. So I agree with you. We'll just wait to see what they come up with. They've probably got their own questions along those lines. So,
Right, like Cheryl said, they do have questions into the attorney on it already, so.
Yep.
I mean, it says right here in this, oops, sorry, that a denial would be present with a letter. Okay, well, but it doesn't say who would make that denial.
And here again, the ordinance has a process in it, and so whether, we determine that that needs to be changed, or we're gonna follow the ordinance, I think we don't know at this.
Sure, yeah, understood. Yeah. Packet page 39. So this will be under correspondence, Heidi.
Got it?
This is written by Kim Mangus, and I think from the sounds of it, she might have been upset that we indicated maybe there was some rogue behavior. But in actuality, we didn't follow the process we had set up. And so I think that what we should do is outline this process in our P&P manual. And that's why I bring this up, not to be argumentative, not to rehash something that's already done. I say we write this process out and we include it in our policy and procedure manual. And folks just follow the policy and procedure manual.
And what process are you talking about?
So it came to my attention late before the April meeting, just before the April meeting, that Article 25 had never gone to legal. It was something that was submitted by and then amended by, submitted by Mr.
Grobel, wasn't
Grobel.
it? And then
Mr.
amended by
Grobel.
the PC.
And then amended by, according to the top of the document, Kim Mangus. I don't know that the PC.
Even looked at it?
Well, she said it did happen. And honestly, I've not had the time to review those minutes. And I don't want to. I don't want to dig that up. But what I do want to do, what I do want to provide our teams with that operate outside of this board is a clear set of directions, what they're supposed to follow. When we find flaws with our policy, then it's up to us to address them. And so I just think that, for example, approved minutes come to the board in our packets, right? But not draft. We've made that not necessarily a policy, it's an unwritten law, but it's worked out pretty well. So would the board consider an update to the policy and procedure manual? And as I understand it right now, an ordinance, a zoning ordinance amendment comes from the PC, goes to legal, public hearing than the board. I've actually even received some negative comment on that process from not anyone here in this room. They said, well, just because a proposed amendment went through legal doesn't mean it fits what the board wants. For example, this conflict of interest thing, right? I mean, the board has a consensus that it probably doesn't meet a smell test. So I suppose the same could happen for an ordinance. You want to take a break to address something?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So with the
Well,
board,
this has been gone back and forth several times. There was a time when the planning commission didn't want anything going to the attorney. Then it was decided things needed to go to the attorney. There does need, what is the process? You know, what is the process? So there's a step-by-step procedure, so it all gets handled the same every time.
agreed. And that's the reason I bring this up. Not finger pointing, nothing, so I don't want to upset anybody, but I do want to set some clear guidelines.
I mean, in absence of clear guidelines today, starting with some makes sense. And if we find that it doesn't flow right or doesn't work, you can change that if necessary, correct?
Always make
And,
changes.
and I think that's what we have right now is really an understanding. So I don't know, we talked about this a couple of years ago and we said, you know, this is the process we think we should take with zoning ordinances. And for example, I think we discussed whether or not we were going to have another public hearing on zoning ordinances at the board level. And we decided, no, we're not going to, we're going to let the PC do that. And, you know,
There's a written set of guidelines for this that the MTA has put out. I believe it's even in that new book we just got given out, very simplified.
The planning commission guide.
Yeah, well, not the planning and zoning guide, not the big thick one, the smaller one that we just got for everybody. So I think
what
maybe
is the
what,
name of that?
It just got for everybody, so selected few got it or what?
It hasn't been handed out to anybody yet. We just got them.
Yeah.
So if that, it would be the MTA's guide to planning and zoning.
Well,
That is-
I'll give you the title of the two documents. There's the one that everybody's been getting for 5 years.
The big thick one.
That the two newest board members don't have, but that everybody's been getting for 5 years, ZBA, Planning Commission. And then there's a new one, a thinner one that Della and Bob knew about. And they requested that be ordered for everybody, and they just haven't been dispersed yet.
it's like
Okay.
what you need to know, bare bones, here's is what you need to know if you're on a planning commission. And I mean, the other one's really good, but it's full of a lot of fluff too. You know, this one is straight to the point.
It's a smaller book, probably easier readable.
And I want to thank Ron, I can not tell you the page it's on, I'm sorry.
No,
But I want to think that this guideline is written out in there. You
Okay.
know, so if it's as easy as let's open that book and look at what it is.
so does the board entertain an amendment to the policy and procedure manual to address this specific item?
Sure, but can we get a copy of the book?
Oh, I think, yeah, I think that,
How
It's
long
been
you ordered,
old.
Cheryl? Just out of
Everybody,
curiosity.
if you want a copy, send me an email and I'll do a mass order.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so you just said you had them, now you have to order.
Well, no, we
We have
have
them
them
for
for
the
the
PC.
planning commission. We don't have, they haven't been ordered for everybody.
oh,
And
I
already
mean,
well, I
had
think that's
one.
what you
Everybody-
said. Though. So I
That's
assume
what
No,
you
no,
were
no.
getting it.
Oh, no, I didn't infer that we ordered
I
them for
said
everybody.
that and I
Oh,
Yeah,
should have said
no, they were
everybody
ordered-
on the planning commission, they got ordered for.
well, I know I did request guide to planning and zoning.
Yeah, you have. yeah.
But I didn't know about a new booklet that maybe you found out at conference or something. So I'd be interested in that. So again, just to wrap this up, because we're still in correspondence, I apologize. But is it consensus that we should have this in a policy and procedure section?
I mean, if the book details it, I think that you just follow the book. I don't know that we need to have, I mean, let's give them the book. Let's
Okay.
let them try to refine their process. I don't know that we need to put it in a set policy. I don't know. That's my feeling about it.
Well, let's get the book and then
Right.
we'll reevaluate.
Okay.
Get the book, reevaluate. Same packet page. No, I stand corrected. No, it is the same packet page. Further on in the third paragraph of that document, the author kind of leads us to believe that information provided to them by the professional did not fit any type of software or file format that the township currently uses. And so I assume that was Word. And the exact statement was Mr. Grobel was not using a format compatible with our software. So when we do look at professional services again, which we need to do right away, do we need to say, okay, anything you write is going to be provided in MS Word? I don't know. Or Google Docs?
I mean, what format would he give it in if it wasn't in Word? It should be, it have been provided in Word and PDF.
Well, interesting you should say that, because the master plan, the 2015 master plan,
Oh, I get it.
is not in Word or anything else. It's
No.
in some funky.
And
It's not,
Somebody, they got, remember, do you remember
Yeah.
Mickey Dean had a friend that helped them
I do.
compile this and put this all together?
And we never thought to ask the question. And that's what I'm driving at here. Should we be asking the question of those people who want to help us,
Sure.
right? Either free or paid. Either free or paid, that we have this in an editable format. Is that even a word? I don't know.
Well, what else are you gonna use?
Well, I mean, wouldn't it be simpler just to say, to have a one, I mean, it's just a quick couple lines. You know, thank you for doing this work, or we're hiring you for these professional services. Our file formats are
Word.
such, our expectation is it will be in this, and it's just,
Right.
you know, here you go, here's, and, you know,
Yeah.
can you do that? Can you do that? And if they can't, then thank you for coming in.
Yeah.
Have a nice day.
But rather than have to go through asking them what, just tell them, hey, these are our file formats that we work in. Can your product or service be put in this?
I was surprised that we even have to ask that question, to be honest with you.
There's a lot out there. I mean, we'll just look at the 2015 master plan. Didn't ask it, and so somebody did what was convenient for them, or that.
Yeah.
they-
Whatever was easier for them when they were
Right,
compiling
so-
it.
I think for the most part, I think, again, common sense, you know, the overwhelming majority of people tend to use those products that we're most familiar with. But there are some people out there that might want to offer help, but let's make sure that it's at least something we can work within.
Right.
I don't know who would possess that. Somebody, we don't have an IT department, so to speak.
I know, so it's
So,
not like you can say, hey, call IT, they'll you.
You know,
Okay. So that does button up my questions for the And again, I apologize, but they were good questions that developed along the way, and I appreciate the board latitude.
And I'll just note that Lois gave us a note of just a handful of grammatical type or form type changes that she's gonna make to the minutes. A couple extra blank lines, a spacing, an extra space in a word, and changing the format of the date of the minutes on the bottom to the 8-digit format that has been used.
And the only word change is keeping consistency. Change motion passed to motion carried. Just on the one.
No offense, but this doesn't tell me what document we're even talking about.
I tried to figure that out.
And so,
Minutes.
Says minutes. There's only one set of minutes in the packet for the board. For the board. She's talking about board minutes. So yeah, that should have been more specific, but it is to do with the board minutes.
yeah, so
And when you see page 3924, I mean,
I have no
Right.
page 3924. So is that referring to your minute book pages?
yeah.
Okay,
I mean, if you do a search for 3924, it'll take you to the minutes page.
well, minutes are minutes. We've said that several times. I say just leave them as they are.
Well, this is where they're up for approval.
But they're not verbatim. Close.
If they were verbatim, they would be 60 pages long. Verbatim isn't ever done with minutes.
So there's a motion made and seconded. There's been lots of further discussion. Where are we at?
Call for a vote. I'll revise, I'd like to revise my motion. My motion was to approve consent calendar items as presented. And I'm just going to add to that with the exception of the 412 minutes.
412 board minutes.
Revisions with revisions as listed. Yeah,
But there is no minutes. There are no revisions listed.
Yeah, that's
So
we
what
just
these
listed
are.
them.
You're gonna
We
provide
just listed them.
this in the minutes.
The minutes are going to be changed to reflect those.
And in today's minutes, we are going to include this statement.
It's not required to be in there, but Lois
What
could
is
list
your
them.
motion?
My motion is to approve consent calendar items as presented with the exception of the 412 minutes with revisions as listed. And so with the exception of the 412 minutes, I want to approve those, maybe inartfully worded. Maybe I should say that, including, so I will
Changes
change
to,
it, including revisions as stated to the 412 minutes.
where are those changes stated?
Well,
Besides
if
in this
Lois,
document.
if Lois chooses to put them in the minutes of this meeting, they'll be in there. It's not required to list every single change in the minutes, but if you would like Lois to do that on this occasion, you can ask her to do that.
I think the most important thing here is this is just grammatical errors and not content change.
I understand,
Okay.
but the minutes have always been the minutes and we don't change the minutes.
No, we have made changes to the minutes. We have made changes to the minutes.
I'm gonna weigh in. I think you're both right, but in a different way. I agree. Minutes as presented should stand as they are. However, to I don't know, maybe it was Ardella that, or Cheryl pointed out, if we if we make an adjustment to those minutes and there is approval, they're reflected in today's meeting. And so, and Ardella's, the context or the severity of the changes are grammatical or spacing. So I don't think you should go back and alter a previous meeting's minutes. However, an update or a revision or a correction or however the word is stated
Before they're approved.
Before they're approved, I think is easy. I think it's a good compromise to solve that problem.
And it's if you read how to take minutes, the only time minutes can be revised is when they're up for approval. They
Sure.
cannot be revised
Mhm.
after that. Once they're approved, they cannot be revised. So we have to do it at this meeting or.
Oh, no, I agree. I'm just
Right.
saying, I would
I
like
get
to
what you're
reflect
saying.
that and leave the original document as it was presented so that somebody could reference that difference.
And it will always be in the board packet. It's on the website.
Roll call when ready.
I don't know if Della
I'll-
reseconded the
I'll-
motion.
I will second the revised motion.
Okay. Roll call when ready.
Tell me exactly how you want that modified motion to approve consent calendar items.
Including revisions as stated to the 4/12/2022 minutes.
Almost.
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Unfinished business number 1. Ella, any thoughts? ARPA reporting?
Such as,
Well,
we did it.
You did it. You did it. Yep.
It's done.
And was before the April 30th deadline.
Yep. And I've not received anything back saying anything was wrong or it was rejected.
Now, just out of curiosity, have you even opened up that website since then?
Yes,
Oh, because I haven't.
twice. Well, I was a little anxious to know if it was rejected. You know, they don't always send you an email,
Right.
you know, you have to go look.
So are there any questions that the board has regarding our ARPA report this first time around? I mean, it was pretty bland.
I just appreciate Della doing it.
Well,
Excellent.
Ron helped.
I'm just glad you guys got something. You didn't get a naughty back. Well, if you read some of the comments that people are making on the MTA site, not everybody has been as successful as you.
Agreed.
I think we need to put together maybe only a 2-person survey team to put together a short survey to send out to the people. July with the tax bills would be a good time. And maybe even a postcard of some sort survey. Have a couple people get together to put something together for the board to look at, to make a decision on. I know we're under that 10 million rule, and you can pretty much spend the money on anything you want, but I think it's a huge mistake not to go forward with what we originally talked about, involving the citizens in where this money's going to be spent. And I would volunteer for that survey team, one of the people. I don't want to get 3 board members together because then you've got to have open meetings. I just want it to be a work group, put it together, then in the public show what we got.
You want to do that rather than a town hall?
No, I didn't say I don't want to do a town hall. But we talked about doing a survey and somebody's got to put one together.
Yep.
And then we can also do the town hall to go over what the survey says and get everybody that shows up, get their opinions and
Go from there with the survey.
yes.
I think that's really important. Then we start with the town hall and then go with the survey.
I
A
don't,
lot of people, listen, a lot of people were upset every time a survey's been done, there hasn't been happy campers yet.
well, all we're doing is going to ask them their opinions.
And we asked their
On
opinion
something.
and then go with the survey because then we know what they kind of want. Instead of us making the survey, why not put it on the people? How they want to address it. We already decided on some of the money kind of without their input. So maybe let them have the input, more input on this. And you think you're gonna get that with a survey versus a town hall?
I think we're gonna get a lot of ideas from the survey. We
With
put a few out there for them to talk about and then ask them, what is your opinion? What do you think
Oh, I
is
get
also
that.
needed? And then when you have the town hall meeting, you can actually break out into groups if you wanted to do conversations. I mean, like they did with the Grand Traverse master plan thing. We could even do something like that where people can actually kick around ideas and then they send their thoughts forward. Ultimately, it's going to be,
I've done that with a master plan. So
ultimately, it's going to be the 5 board members, but I'd like as much information possible before we make that decision.
So to address Heidi's comments,
Yeah.
what would happen if we took like the Park and Rec survey that we completed here recently? And we take like the top 3 recommendations. And that kind of falls in line with where I was going to go about population of this committee, right?
Mhm.
So what happens if we have one board member? Let's say we have a person who represents fire there. And let's say we have a person who represents park there.
Mhm.
And then maybe one member from the public. And that's the subcommittee. So maybe we throw out an email like you did for the volunteer work.
Mhm.
Somebody who wants to volunteer for this ARPA subcommittee, put their name in a hat. We've done this before. And I realize that leaves 4 people. Fire Chief Flynn might not want to be involved in it, but somebody from the safety side of things or law enforcement, maybe we have somebody in the community who's involved in law enforcement that would want to be involved with a committee.
So the purpose of that committee would be to develop the survey, compile the results, and in essence, prepare them for a distribution as to what those responses were.
Yep. Yep. So that takes care of Ardella's survey, which I think is a good idea. And I think sending it out with the July is a good idea. I also think what Heidi had to say was applicable, meaning we should draw from our experiences that we already know about. And the survey we already know about. I don't think we've ever done a fire department or emergency services survey, but you know, Chief Lynn could probably come up with a couple of ways to spend money at the fire department.
Okay, so your suggestion about pull somebody from emergency services, pull somebody from Park and Rec, and citizen at large, random like we did before, right, for the marijuana subcommittee. That's how we did it. Is very much like what the county is doing. The 11-member board that they have, I mean, they obviously have a lot more money than we do to have to decide what to do with it, but they are covering different sections
So, and thank you for bringing that up. Maybe we drop the fire department, no offense, Chief Flynn. And maybe we include somebody from Axe, somebody from charitable. Thank you. That's the term I was looking for. So maybe it's one board member, one person of the public, and somebody from charitable. Maybe we limit to 3. How many people are on the marijuana subcommittee? 3?
5.
5, but voting members,
5.
5. For some reason, I didn't think the zoning administrator was a voting member.
He's the chairperson.
He's the chair.
That doesn't mean he's a voting member.
Oh, yeah, he's a voting member. Yeah.
Okay. So is that too many people? 5?
Well, what about,
No.
what about business owners?
Yeah, you should probably put a business owner on there. The charitable person, even though they're a business owner. I mean, you could take it one step further and see if we have, what kind of charitable organizations do we have in our community? Do we have a Boy Scout troop? Do we have a Girl Scout troop? I mean, what do we have besides Axe?
Well, one of the things about doing a survey, because I'm sitting here and I'm writing down all the members of our citizenry. I mean, we've got fire, park and rec, charitable, board member, business owners, citizen, but the citizens are broke down even more. You got lakefront owners, you've got farmers, you've got
About the school.
village
you didn't even put the
people,
school in there.
educational stuff. By doing a survey, you're going to hit a wide variety of citizenry. Different categories, much like we try to do with the planning commission. When you're appointing people, you want them to represent different areas of your community. By doing the survey, I think we're going to pull in, because if I keep adding, we're going to have a committee of 10,
Yeah, I think we limit 3 to 5 tops.
Yeah.
Is my thought. And when I said park and recs, I didn't necessarily mean it had to be somebody from the committee, right?
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Somebody that would represent parks and recreation.
is the intent to do the survey and the town hall meeting?
Yes.
Yeah, but then I agree with Adele. The survey is, let's just say it's a preemptive. It's to get kind of a
It's an invitation.
20,000, thank you. Indication's a great word.
And
Of
to
what's
get
out
people
there.
excited to come to the town hall meeting.
I think I think the town hall gives all of that diverse group in the community to a voice to, if they're so inclined
Right.
to come out. But maybe not over engineer the front end of it. The survey, it's a great efficiency to put it in the mailing. And I would like to come back to that moment, but I think that's a really good use, and just get a pulse, just get a sense of what, because I think you'll see some overriding themes, is it pet projects, or is it larger, infrastructure projects, and I think you'll have everything in between, but I think
Somebody might come up with something we didn't even think of.
Yes.
And so that's kind of my thought about keeping this group really small and condensed, 3 to 5 tops, just to write the survey questions.
Yes, I would agree with that. And I don't think we, at this point, if we don't cover a particular group or segment, it's not because we're less caring about them. It's just for efficiency. Let's get this done, get it out, and the town hall will be the greatest opportunity for everyone to speak.
So the questions are going to be asking what they think the money should be spent on, telling them approximately how much money it is, and asking them what it should be spent on the survey,
Well, I think it's up to the survey team to put that together, and then the board to approve it.
Yeah.
So I don't really want to speculate what it would be, but I would think, yes, you tell them what the board has. Tell them to me, I would do some research and find out what other townships are doing, because maybe they have some ideas we didn't think about. We've already talked about some things, just put those things on there. And then absolutely gotta leave. Like, okay, if you had 3 other choices, tell me 3 other choices.
Yeah, the challenge
Not
is
a
that-
big comment section, but tell me, I want, a second,
Like what 3 things boat wash?
a second boat wash.
The
No,
challenge, the
I
challenge
would-
is not to steer them.
Right, don't
Like,
steer them,
you know,
just let them
open-ended
steer
open-ended
you, right?
questions,
Right.
don't want to, law school essay coming in, but, you don't want to lead this.
But all you do is you put
Don't
down
leave,
ideas
'cause
and
we already
they
got yelled at
rank
for that.
what's most important to them.
Or you put other.
And
so
then,
that they
yeah,
have
but
a
like,
blank.
I like the idea, I've seen one township did that where they put, okay, give us 3 other ideas. They don't give them a ton of room to write an essay for each one of them.
No, it should just
Because
be a
they will if
sentence.
you do.
Yeah, it should just be a couple sentences,
Right,
because you won't be able to tally any of that.
right. Well, you can, but it's a
Oh,
pain.
yeah, okay.
So, but that's my thoughts on this particular topic. I know you didn't have a motion, so.
I have just to cover a couple other outside comments that I think are germane to this, but I just want to get to this. Earlier, we made a decision, board made a decision last fall, to allocate to Cherry Capital Connection.
Yep.
The $98,000, a third of the funds. Then a question had come up in terms of the ARPA rules were not out yet at that point. So the question was, would internet broadband be an applicable use of those funds? And from my readings, I'm not sure that's even still clear yet, because what my readings are is that it goes back to the original comment that ARPA funds could be used, provided that the federal funds, there's other programs available or supporting.
I can
those
speak
funds.
to that.
Please do, because that would clarify a couple.
I went to
questions
the
in my mind.
MTA conference in Lansing and I attended several what to do with your ARPA money classes. And one of them was, why is it so slow? And that had to do with broadband. And they were not talking about the physical, what happens when you have broadband. They're talking about how you're going to get the money and how this system is going to work. So we've heard from Grand Traverse County that they are not going to be giving out any money for broadband because the state's going to do it.
Mhm.
Wow. The state's got $250 million that they're going to spend on broadband. And they said right out the gate, there's 2 presenters in that particular session. And the person that was presenting, he was like the executive organizer for that $250 million. And he is following the law that has been given to them. They are following the law that was given to them. That $250 million is earmarked for all the big companies like Charter, Spectrum, all the big guys that won't go that last mile to your home, to the
They
underserved.
keep jacking
That's
up
where
the
all that
price.
money is going. And they had people rioting there. They were so upset. How could you do this? You're saying we don't have broadband, we have underserved or no served in all these rural communities. And this is supposed to help these people. We found out during the pandemic that people couldn't, they had to take their kids into public places to do schooling. Medical, you had to go sit in your car somewhere in order to get service, to do medical appointments. I mean, we found out very quickly how many rural citizens in Michigan have no service. They also talked about the FCC, their maps. Their map will show all this green area in your rural community has service and these red dots don't. But in reality, when they go out and they actually do the survey, it's quite the opposite. Those green areas become red and those red dots become green.
Of what
And
actually is.
what it actually is. So part of the $250 million, they're hoping to have this done by December 31st this year. They're actually coming out into everybody's community and they're doing a survey of all the cable lines and the broadband lines, all the stuff, because those big guys getting the $250 million will not share their maps with the state of Michigan. Will not share their maps of where they end. So they're part of what they're doing is they're coming out into our communities and they're doing their own surveys.
So
So the next portion of that, I mean, that had everybody quite upset. I mean, he continued going through his presentation. There's nothing I can do, but here's how it's gonna work. Townships are not eligible to get any of that through grants. None of it.
So back to my, thank you for sharing that. I appreciate that. And obviously, I can tell you have quite a bit of passion for that.
Well,
So,
I was one of them in the room
sure.
saying, what the hell?
So, thank you again for that. So I still go back and I say, is the Cherry Capital connection commitment that we made a valid use here? And I bring it up for this reason, because one of the, I think the topics in the community is communications. In terms, not broadband, I'm just talking about information. And I would think, I'm not sure I would be, the citizenry, I'm not sure how they're going to react if all of a sudden they think we have $294,000 out there, which, you know, has been published and talked about. I'm not sure how many of our citizens know we made a commitment for 98,000, and we're sending out a survey saying, really, we only have $196,000 to work with because this decision was made. Now, if that decision is not cast in stone, then I think we ought to clarify that sooner than later, if we can. If not, if that's off the table, then we are getting ideas and input for 294,000, not 196. So that's $100,000. That, you know, that's,
yeah.
There's a, that, you know, we're not talking $5 here. It's a big. I just would want clarity. Sending that survey out or having a.
How about putting it in the first paragraph of where we're at?
The second presenter was a supervisor from a township where they did their own. So with the state of Michigan's presentation, they brought in the other half. Here's what you have to do, because they're not giving you any money. So Grand Traverse County is wrong. The state of Michigan is not going to give Whitewater Township any money for broadband.
So are you saying that presentation, it said that it was a valid use of funds? So our $98,000 commitment to Cherry Capital Connection
is a drop in the bucket.
Okay, but it is a valid use of our township's funds.
Yep.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes. It is.
That's okay.
But that, like I said, the second half of that presentation had to do with what a township has to do to own their own infrastructure, where to find the money, and the fact that you're going to have to do a special assessment.
And are we on the right track right now to do that with what we already signed up for certain areas?
Well, what we signed up to do is a little different than that. This
For
is
infrastructure,
talking
right?
about- Right. This is talking about working with a third party, an actual installer.
So you're gonna contract.
Well, you'd have to do.
Well, you gotta do it anyways. I understand what you're saying, but it's just, here's my problem with all this. So the cable companies keep jacking your bill up higher and higher. Every 3 months, there's new taxes, new this, new that. Great. And now you're telling me that none of the infrastructure needs are being taken care of with any of that money. Par for the course, because somebody just grasped at straws and threw the money out there. Didn't take time to go, hey, do we look at the whole project here?
All right, well then, if we're comfortable that this Cherry Capital Connection is committed and it's valid, then I think we should start talking about $196,000 in our remaining ARPA funds. And communicate that clear to in our discussions with the community.
Maybe just in the top part of the survey, say, hey, this is what we've done so far because we had to start the infrastructure because of, wasn't it because of frost or something? Didn't he have to get the lines in before the frost or?
No, it was
Or
Metro.
money or matching
Metro.
funds?
Yeah, let me be clear.
There was
I'm
an
not
agreement.
questioning the judgment of the decision on that. I'm just simply saying.
No, I'm not
from
either. I'm
there
just
for
saying, where
practicality,
we at,
so.
you know, he should be almost, shouldn't he be pretty much going already, the Cherry Capital guy?
Well, we haven't given him any money.
Yeah,
And we
there's
haven't
no
even signed the
contract
contract yet.
There's no contract.
Yeah, thank you.
Interesting.
But he's not depending on us.
No, we're a little
We're a
pebble
drop.
in his,
And I don't think we ever expected the state or the feds to give Whitewater Township any money to do
No, we
internet
expected the feds to
infrastructure.
give it to state of Michigan, give it to
But what-
communities.
See, that's where you
no.
gotta be careful.
What they
Say-
are going to do is give it to the people who install the stuff,
Yeah,
not to the communities.
The big people.
Now, you say the
big
big
people.
people, that could be.
well,
I
they
don't
listed them,
know.
they listed them Comcast, Spectrum. I mean, they had a whole list of them that are getting the money.
All
and-
in areas that aren't rural.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's the other problem I
To
saw.
shore up their systems, upgrade their product, and not necessarily offer any additional services to where they are not already.
Oh, that's bogus.
Yeah, that's why so many people
That's
were
really
angry in the
bogus,
room.
because you know what, they're jacking the rate up, and when I called them the other day and said, why do you keep raising this bill? And they're like, well, the government needs we got taxes, we need more infrastructure, and I'm thinking, okay, well, you're getting all this money all the time, but you're not doing anything to help me, so you're not putting anything back into the product for me. Because they didn't offer me any more services for my $30, they upped my bill. Nothing, I didn't even get a free anything. So.
That's
So-
because you're a loyal customer. You don't
Yeah.
Give that to the new people.
Bringing this,
Oh, no, they have no contracts no more, there is no new person anymore, just so you know.
bringing this. This got way off of
Yeah,
the
sure did.
agenda
Sorry.
topic, but, so are we thinking that there'll be an ARPA team or what?
Survey team.
What do
That's
you
all it
say, survey team? What do you say we just put 2 citizen people along with you on this thing? And we send out an email, put their names in a hat and we draw them. End of story. That way we don't have
Is
to
that a motion, Ron?
involve, at this point, I'm asking. That way we don't have to involve chief, we don't have to involve park and recs, but really what we're doing is wanting somebody who is.
Can we go a little further instead of just 2 citizens? Can we just do 1 citizen and 1 business owner?
So that's
I'm just looking at infrastructure needs, that's all.
that's an idea. But really anymore, we don't have any businesses here. We've got one that's locally owned anymore. Everything else is a
Well,
conglomerate.
is money going to go to a business? I don't think the money's going to any business, is it?
Well, the original intent of this ARPA money was to help those people who were affected by ARPA or by COVID, and that is the businesses.
Mhm.
And so that's why the county, I think, really should be applauded for getting those 11 members together.
Very diverse group.
It is very diverse and none of them are townships.
Yeah.
Now, did you say this survey is gonna go out with the July?
I think that would
Tax
be good
bills?
use of our resources. Send it out with the taxes. Do you
Because
think
that's
something
coming
different?
up quite quickly.
Well, yes, I know.
So I mean, you can't really wait for another meeting to draw 2
Right.
names out of a hat and all that kind of stuff. This needs to get underway so that it's
So
ready.
what I could do is I could send out the email blast telling people what we're looking for.
What if you did it all electronically and had everybody answer her, just put out 4 or 5 questions electronically? Because that would get it back a lot quicker than
Either put the microphone on.
Oh, I'm
or-
sorry. What if we,
Um,
did something like that, Ardella? What if you just email blasted like 4 or 5 questions?
Well, we
I
could
don't know
do
how
that,
you're
but
gonna
then
do it
we're only
quick.
Getting a small portion of the people.
Yeah, because you only have, 1,000 email blasts?
Let's make it
1,045,
easy.
Something like that.
Anybody on Zoom or anybody here in the township hall want to volunteer to be on a survey?
There you
writing
go.
Committee? We have one volunteer in.
Anybody on Zoom?
In
Come
the
on.
township hall. Anyone on Zoom wishing to be a member of the survey writing committee, raise your hand.
I would do
Uh,
that.
We have Vicky Beam and we have Karen.
And
Karen, who?
Karen, what is your involvement with the township?
Karen Boyd, I live on Bags Road.
Karen, what was the last name?
Boyd.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Karen Boyd and who? Oh, Vicky Bean.
And Denise.
And Denise. And you can just be the non-voting board member.
There you
That
go.
brings it to us. How's that sound?
I kind of like to be able to be a voting board member. Why would I not be a voting board member?
All right, so
I mean,
I'm okay with you being.
who's gonna be the tiebreaker?
Yeah, because you need a tiebreaker. That's the only
why it
reason why.
probably should only be 3 people,
right.
really.
Well, why not you be the liaison? You guide the train. You drive the train.
Let's get this done somehow.
Well, you're gonna be able to vote on it. when-
Yeah, you
the board,
vote
know,
anyways at
so-
the end of the day, so.
Or you gotta bring it back and then I think there's, you weigh in pretty heavy at that point.
Yeah, probably as a work group thing, you know, what you do is you just don't vote on anything. You bring back all the options and it's voted on at the board.
And you'll
I
have,
don't think the committee needs to, the survey team needs to vote on.
No, I don't
anything.
think
They
so
just-
either.
Just all the options are brought to the board and that's voted on here.
advantages, you'll have more contacts than the rest of us.
Yep.
I see you biting your lip. Are you against that, Ardella?
No, I'm just writing down what's being said, Ron.
All right, so Karen Boyd, Vicky Bean, and Denise Peltman. They'll be your survey writers, assistants.
It's called a team for a reason. So I need everybody's email addresses and phone numbers so we can coordinate. Because it does need to be done in a very short period of time because it's going out with the taxes.
Which would be July 1, right?
That's correct.
So Vicky and Karen, if you could just send Ardella an email, same with you, Denise. Just send her an email. That way everybody's got the right contact information and away we go. Sound good?
Yep.
All right.
We didn't need to vote on any of that. We're just doing it, huh?
Right.
Okay.
Well, is it board consensus? Do you
Sure.
want to vote on it?
I don't see why you would have to vote
We
on
can
it.
just do a consensus.
Are you gonna pick a town hall date too? Didn't you have that in your agenda item? Didn't you have it to pick a date
We talked about it there.
Yeah, I know.
for a town hall meeting?
It'll have to be after July.
Not sure we're there yet. I think we went down a different pathway, a pre-town hall meeting, so as to speak, with the survey.
I'm good with that.
Okay, unfinished business number 2, County Road, Brine Agreement.
I'll make a motion to continue to include the township-owned portion of Park Road on the county road improvement agreement and the cost of same to be paid out of the road fund.
I will second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Is it user and environmentally friendly? The brine.
Oh,
The brine, is it user and environmentally friendly? I got that asked in an email to me about the brine.
We have a choice on the brine?
I don't think legally they can put something down that's not environmentally sensitive.
I got to answer the question.
There's a reason they no longer take oil field grant.
Right.
That probably might be a better question, better directed to somebody at the road commission who knows more about the specs of the brine.
Okay, I could do that.
So I am going to make corrections to Samuel's Road, like I did last year. Vinton Road, like I did last year. Boat launch, this is under the seasonal road section, like I did last year. Now, last year,
Bags Road boat launch you're talking about?
this is called boat launch, but yeah, that'd be Bags to Lakeside Trail. That thing's been paved for, what, 4 years now?
Couple years.
And Odell Road is fine because they stop where the sign is at. So the real question here that Cheryl and I disagreed with was the private road that goes into the park at the end of the county road.
But I don't see it as a private road. It is a township road, township-owned road.
I
That does not
understand.
that makes it a governmental road.
I understand, but
And it's
the-
not owned by the park. It's owned by the township as a whole. It's not just a park road.
But you couldn't get to the park without that piece of road, right?
No, but plenty of people go down that road that don't even use the park. Every summer, we have people show up there who say, I've lived here my whole life and I've never been down this road. They're just
Well,
down there
there's people using
exploring.
our
and-
park down there. We have a pavilion, we have a swimming area, we have volleyball. I mean, our township people use that.
I would
Not just
assume
the
they do
camping.
too.
And I would
I've-
further this conversation by saying that one of the elements of the special use permit for the other campground located on Moore Road is that the purveyor of that campground will actually pay for additional road bindings throughout the year because of the increased traffic.
But that is a private campground
That's right.
versus a township-owned one on a township-owned road. That is not apples to apples there, Ron. I understand what you're
was-
saying.
Well, I don't think so. Because what I was trying to say is that additional grindings should be planned because of the additional
Traffic and everything
that's
to the
on that
park.
road. So the two that we're getting potentially may not be enough.
And they're not gonna be paid for by the private campground.
Yes, they are.
You said
By
the
a, you said a
additional,
private
you said the
campground.
additional ones.
They're paid for by the private campground that comes out of that guy's pocket, Mr. Evina's pocket. He made at least one grinding last year.
Okay, but the regular bindings that are on all all township roads, he's not paying for that.
No,
on
he's
Moore Road.
not.
Right, right.
And the road commission is really on a slippery slope here. Because they get MTF money to take care of Park Road. They do not have any jurisdiction on that private section. Because they do not get any MTF dollars for it. So it's very similar to Sparling Road, East Sparling Road in Fife Lake. I just had a conversation this morning. There's no road commission maintenance on that private portion of the road. So I just think the park should pay for it. And I think that the park should be a good neighbor and even consider additional grinding services. So
I think it's a slippery slope, and we can sit here all day and say it's a Whitewater Township road because it is. However, it is classified as a private road. And I think there are 20, I mean, how many miles of private road do we have?
Well, who owns that private road? There you go, Don. The township
Township.
does.
So then park is generating revenue, and that needs that part of the road to generate revenue. I think it does
And it
fall
needs to
under
be a
the-
good
I think it
neighbor.
Falls under the purveyance of the park. I think it takes the argument away from anyone about private road, and we can have a debate with them about it's a township road, and probably everybody walks away feeling that they were right in their assessment, because it'd be a matter of semantics as well. But it is an integral part to the township park and the operation of that park, which is a for-profit enterprise. And so I think I view it as a section of road that should be paid for out of the fund.
Well, I have a much different view, of course, and I expressed part of it in my memo. For years and years and decades, the township paid for the brining of the Bags Road boat launch. That just got paved a couple summers ago. And so we paid for that. We never sought any reimbursement from the state. That's a state-owned launch. Township does not own it. And Whitewater Township Park will never be able to generate enough money to pay for road maintenance out there on that 0.4 of a mile of road. Because the park, yes, the park does generate money, but it doesn't generate the kind of money that can pay for major road repairs or reconstruction or something like that. Those are big, big dollars. Those need to come out of, if there ever was any kind of reconstruction of that road, those need to come out of the road repair replacement fund. And just like any other road in the township. So the park, it was never envisioned that Whitewater Township Park would pay for road repairs and road maintenance out there. Because those are very high dollar items. And so because we haven't sought, reimbursement from the state for all the years that we paid for brining for the state launch, to me, it's not something, the road itself to get to the park is a township road. And the maintenance of that road itself is the responsibility of the township, not just the park.
Okay, there's your word, not just the park, but the park should be a good neighbor and it generates revenue. So it probably should pay for an extra 1 or 2 brinings. So I don't care what happened backwards. Let's move forward and be a better neighbor. Now, Cheryl, one of the reasons we're not able to do some of these extra things is because you won't raise the park rates. You don't want to raise the park rates.
We just had the biggest increase in park rates
You
ever
did
this
not
year.
increase the camping. You only increased a little bit, not enough to do anything
10%.
with.
So let me,
10%
could I
increase this year.
just want to clarify, I'm not suggesting that the park fund pay for Park Road from Elk Lake Road all the way down.
Oh, right,
I'm
right,
only
right.
ta-
Yeah, that's
I'm
county
only
owned.
talking about the
Yes,
0.4.
right. That's all I'm
and I'm
talking
not-
about too.
That's
I'm
all
not
I'm
sugge-
talking about.
I'm not suggesting reconstruction. I'm not suggesting
Right.
any major, we're talking about the seasonal brining and the decision of what, and that is estimated to be what, 500 and some dollars, almost $600 if I'm right.
Yeah.
So I'm not talking about a major capital expenditure. So
Right.
so everybody's clear, I'm only talking about the 0.4.
Right.
I do hear you loud and clear on past practices. I also am a believer that maybe mistakes were made in the past. We shouldn't have done Bax Road, or we did it and we should have gone back for the money. But we can't do that. I think looking forward, I think it does acknowledge that there is a section of private road, whether we want to agree or disagree on that. We know it's owned by the township. It could be defined as, it is defined as a private road.
Mhm.
And I'm only talking about the brining, that I think that is the responsibility of the park.
And how much do you think that would be about, Ron?
It's under little $600, I think, if I looked at the,
Each brine.
or yes.
For
Yeah.
that
So-
0.4 would be
Now,
under
if you're
6?
talking about 4 brines, how much you talking about there?
I'm saying,
we
well,
aren't gonna be able to
I think
pay
they
for
can
4
make
brines.
that decision on the 0.4 miles. The Park Road is going to get 2 brines, correct? Yes, so
That's tentatively. what
tentatively, and we
agreed
may
to.
need a third if that, but depending on the material that they're using, we'll see how that.
It's
summer
supposed
goes.
to be better,
But-
maybe we won't.
But I think that decision then can be made on whether or not, there's additional brining beyond the 2. I would stay consistent with what we're doing. And if we do a third, then we should probably request that the third be done.
Well, we would have to amend the budget if we were gonna do a third, because that's more money than we've appropriated.
I'm not talking about the
Right.
township. I'm talking about the 0.4 miles.
Oh, well, I don't think the park will be getting a third brining out there if we have to pay for it.
Exactly.
You
I think that's a business
Right.
decision, right?
Yeah,
So-
exactly.
So,
Yeah,
right,
exactly.
and to your point, if there was a third brining at Park Road, that would have to be brought forth and.
Well, it would only, I
And
mean, if
amended.
they do, so the brine truck doesn't just come out here and do one road.
I understand.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so the brine truck only comes out if the county if the township requests it, and when they come out, they do all the roads on the list. So that would be something that, in fact, a couple of years ago, we were the only township that requested a third brine in the entire county, and we did pay for that, and it was, much cheaper at that time. But so I like I say,
Would an optimal solution then be to leave it in the brine contract to keep the continuity, but have the park reimburse back out of their fund to the
Well,
general fund?
Maybe in
Well,
all
we would just
fairness, to
charge
be a
that
good
part to the
neighbor,
park.
maybe in all fairness, to be a good neighbor, the township should split the cost. We're talking about being good neighbors, maybe the township needs to be a good neighbor,
But you could make
since
it-
they do own the road and it is their road.
You make an argument to split the entire park road. So
well,
So
no, not the entire park road. the
Just that
county-owned
section.
So I'm
portion.
saying, if you're
Right.
extrapolating that, then you could say the entire park road because it's necessary. I think the simpler solution in going forward, and I understand that we've done, maybe possibly shouldn't have done some things in the past, but going forward, it should be different.
And going forward, I also believe that if we're going to make adjustments to what the county gives us, the whole board should be the ones making those adjustments, not
That's
just,
right. Yeah,
not
that's why
just-
this was brought back.
just one member of our board.
Because this
Making that
conversation-
decision, I think we all should go.
Yeah.
Like Ron brought today, I'm going to remove Samuel's Road, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. It should be, I'm going to recommend, and we should be in on that decision,
Yeah.
not
that-
just one board
That
member.
could have been brought up on April 12th and wasn't.
well, I didn't. know
I don't
they
think
weren't-
we had the road list on April 12th, did we?
Well, it's the
Well,
same
we-
road list we get every year.
We made the amendments last year.
Yep.
And so the road
Yeah.
commission didn't.
Take 'em
didn't
off.
Save those.
Mm-mm.
And so, like Cheryl
Well, did
said,
you take, did you take the township portion of Park Road
No.
off it last year?
No.
Okay, so see, that's the reason it was brought back. Because Ron wanted to take the township portion of Parks Road off the list.
only because I know that it's a private road and the road commission is not doing anything on private roads. But to
Well, I
make a
did,
statement about
And
Bags
we need to
Road,
get it reclassified as a township road because it is.
state owns it. State owns the entire park. We're just there as a
no, we have deeds.
lease.
We have deeds in the name of Whitewater Township. There's 2 deeds for that park. Townships in the name of Whitewater Town, parks in the name of Whitewater Township, not the state.
So we did the Bags Road facility because our neighbors, our residents who lived around it were getting choked out. That's why we originally did that. And then it got paid. So that's good. Now, Mr. Avina has a separate contract with Beckman, who used to do the County Road Commission. And that's how he contributes to his special use permit. So Ardella, thinking that we should be good neighbors, why doesn't the township investigate a private contractor for Park Road, private portion? The township then pay for the public portion, additional brining. So everybody is covered. So we're gonna get 2 from the county for the
Large
entire
portion.
road, right? We're gonna split some funds out maybe, but then a 3rd brining or a 4th brining should be looked at from a private contractor, with the township paying for all of the public portion of Park Road and the township park paying for the private section. That way we're a good neighbor.
Well, we are just talking about the one section that is being called private. In reality, it's owned by the township. And then we're talking about another section that is already covered under the brine agreement we're going to sign, that the county takes care of, correct?
The county owns.
County owns and is taken care of. And today,
County
we're
does
going
not
to
own it.
decide to, let's not get caught up in that, please.
The property
Today,
owners
we
do.
are,
That's been well established since
Okay.
1934.
Then maybe the property owner should pay for it.
anyway,
That's
they do through
exactly
their,
what I'm saying.
They do through their taxes.
Yeah.
Ron? So today we're gonna decide if we're doing 2 applications or 3 applications. I'm thinking we're probably gonna sign up for 2. We always sign up for 3 and never use it.
We haven't budgeted.
But you're
enough to sign up
saying,
for
I
three.
want to make sure I get this right. You're saying that we're going to put possibly another 2 brines on Park Road. Well, what about Bunker Hill Road? What about Vinton down here? What
Yeah.
about all these other Broomhead, all these other people that get choked out with, I mean, I live on Bunker Hill. I can't go outside and enjoy my front yard. You know how long it's good. The longer we take to sign up for this is the longer we're gonna be at the end of the list again
That's why,
to get our brines.
that's why we brought it last month
I mean, people
to
can't,
approve, but somebody didn't like the fact that it was gonna cost the park.
no, we
$600
did
bucks.
approve it
And you
last
didn't-
month.
And you didn't bring that up. That's a change in the contract and you could have easily brought that up on 412 and have the board discussion, just like we're having today, but you didn't.
But
So,
we didn't.
It's a board
know-
decision.
But we didn't
It's a board
know
decision.
that the road commission didn't save our changes from last year. did
But
we?
that wasn't a change from last year. You
It
just
was.
said. To leave off Park Road, the township
No,
portion of Park Road.
You're right, that was not. The
That's
other
right.
changes were.
So that's a change this year that was not brought up on 412. And that's why it needed to come back to the board.
So Samuel's Road, they have it listed as a mile. But that center half mile, you need a 4-wheel drive to get through. I don't know why we're brining. I just don't. Same with Vinton Road.
Are there any houses on the part are there any driveways on the part that you
No.
are suggesting not be brined?
No. There are not. You can do a quick GPS search, and I'm sure we discussed this last year. Same with Vinton Road. So the south end beyond Roger Stites,
Mhm.
where the old dump was at, all the way over to Broomhead.
There's no homes, so there's no point in brining it.
It's a sand 2-track.
I was gonna say, I don't even know how you get back there with the brine truck.
So
So
I don't understand why we're doing that section of road. The boat launch course is,
I looked back on 412 packet and I didn't see the list that we have here today.
yeah, it wasn't there. But if you
That's
look
what I'm
back-
saying. Otherwise, we could have addressed
Yeah.
these roads then.
Yeah.
But if you
And I
look
think
at
we-
last year's packet, at any rate, so I'm saying that Samuels will be cut by a half. And according to Cheryl, we paid for it anyway. They never ended up deducting any of the road,
So they never did the brine.
never did the brine, but never deducted.
Well, I guess then we've got some credit coming to us, right?
I just found out about it last week. So I don't know. I do think that it goes by the number of gallons that they use. So they're supposed to be calibrated, as I understand, with this product, the 38% valve flake. They're supposed to be calibrated to about 950 gallons per lane mile.
Yeah, they said it uses less than the lower percentage of,
So that would be 1,900 gallons per road mile. Does everybody understand the difference there? The truck is going to make 2 passes, one in inbound lane, one in outbound lane, whatever the case might be. Together, they're going to use about 1,900 gallons per mile of road. But what happens if the guy misses a gear or she misses a gear and the truck kind of falters? We might use 2,000 gallons per road mile.
My note from the road commission meeting, that MTA meeting was 25, the old application was at 2,500 gallons per mile, and the new is at 1,900 gallons per mile. So, and it's got a higher contract, to your point, you're right, the 38% calcium chloride, which is what they consider the good salt, the to absorb more moisture out of the air. Now, that'll have to prove
Hy-
itself out.
Hydroscopic,
Yeah,
all salts are
Right,
hydroscopic,
right.
by the
So
way.
that'll have to bear itself out, so.
That's why you cured meat with them back in the 1800s.
Yeah.
Because they were hygroscopic. So I think that Samuels drops down to a half-mile, Vinton Road, south end to the seasonal portion. I think that gets dropped completely. That goes over to the intersection of Broomhead and Farrell. Right, so if everybody understands where that intersection is at. The boat launch is pretty self-explanatory. That doesn't even exist anymore.
And we need, what we need then is, I'm looking back, we got this was the signed agreement from the county from last year. And you have please remove on Vinton, South End, seasonal, and the Bags Road boat launch. And we need to insist that that is removed from the
Right.
document.
Yeah.
So we don't have this come up again. And then you have, your note is verified distance on Samuels Road. So I don't think that told them too much, but anyways, we need to insist that it actually be, for instance, what we sign, we white it out and send it back to them. So it is gone off the list.
Well, obviously that written communication didn't work last year, so. I
Well, no,
think
it
we-
wasn't crossed out. All you said was one little note, one word, remove, and it didn't happen. So I think if you just white it right out and bring it to their attention that we've removed those two roads, then we sign it with that understanding.
So the seasonal road on Vinton, the 0.5 miles you're saying we're taking off.
That's what I'm recommending.
And the boat launch at Bags. 0.06.
Right.
Yeah, that needs to go.
Yep. Samuels is spelled wrong.
Where are we? Are we good with that road list?
Yep.
Board consensus?
And Park Road is staying on there. Even the county road end, even the into the park, that is staying on the list so that it will be graded and brined. And the question is whether the park is gonna pay for it or it's gonna come out of the Metro Act fees in the road fund.
So I'll agree to that, but I can tell you, somebody at the road commission is gonna have a problem with us requesting work on a private road.
Well, I can already tell you that I've talked to Jason Gilman, who talked to Jay, who's the superintendent, and it's in my memo, that Jay said, as long as it's on the agreement, it will be graded and brined.
Will he send you an email to that effect confirming that will in fact be done?
Well, I can
You know,
ask
I
him
would-
to.
Yeah, I understand you'd have to ask him, but
Right.
I would suggest that we get that in writing, given the fact that none of the other changes were done. Be good to have a document. Doesn't have to be long and short, just, yes, we agree, we will be doing this portion of the road and do brinings to your, whatever the terms you just used.
Yeah, he said if it's on the agreement, it will be done.
Okay, but they didn't take the roads off the agreement. Okay.
Well,
Oh, I get it.
and if you flip back 2 pages, I guess. They have considered Park Road as non-county roads. And so we are paying the full brunt the township is paying the full brunt of the cost of brine. They're not contributing to the 50% allocation. Do you see that on packet page 62?
So they're saying we have 2.34 miles of non-county roads.
Yep, and we're gonna remove essentially a mile of that between Vinton and Samuels,
And the boat launch.
and then 0.066 of a mile in the boat ramp.
Where on this graph does it show non-county roads? Or is that what they just call the seasonal roads?
So you make a very good point. This contract agreement has been around for a very long time. Non-county doesn't show up
Right.
anywhere.
I mean, the number
Right.
2.34 is same as what they're saying, it's non-county. Isn't it?
I mean, the
Same
term-
dot, same 2.34, they're saying is total for seasonal roads.
It should say seasonal, yes.
Yeah.
Or it should say non-county down in the road list, but they can't because seasonal roads are county maintained.
Responsibility.
Yeah. I almost said county owned, which they're not. So are we ready to vote?
I am.
Can we figure out if the park's gonna pay some, or are we just paying it off?
That's what the motion's about.
Ardell, if you want a better thing on road, what's a road, what's a county road, use the snowmobile map, it works great. Sorry, I had to throw it up here.
Okay, thank you.
There's a little memo on the bottom. That's what I.
I think we could easily modify that motion to continue to include the township owned portion of Park Road on the county improvement agreement, and the cost of saying to be paid from the park fund.
What's your amendment to the motion?
Please flip to page 61.
Well, I'm just trying to help Lois get it down.
And
to the
I'm
minute.
just trying to help Lois get it down too. If we went to page 61, place the word road fund with park fund.
Are you gonna do another motion then to agree to these other roads removal?
We can do that if you wish, or that could be consensus. I don't remember how we handled it last year.
Well, however we handled it last year didn't get through to the county, so
Oh,
maybe.
it got through to the county, but they're gonna do what they want. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Would you like to handle it by motion, Ardella?
Yes,
Okay, so my motion then is to,
wait a minute. Cheryl had a motion. Yeah. I seconded it.
oh, I'm sorry.
It's being modified now?
Nope, nope, we're still on that one. Gotcha,
Yeah.
gotcha. So there was a motion made and seconded out there, which we should address before another motion gets made, right? So what is the active motion on the floor?
Motion by Goss to continue to include the township-owned portion of Park Road on the county road improvement agreement and the cost of same to be paid out of the road fund. Second by Bennett.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Goss,
Yes.
Vamos,
So you want, we're voting on the motion to continue to include the township road parcel of Park Road on the county road improvement agreement and cost same to be paid out of the road fund. Is that what I'm voting on?
That is what you're voting.
No.
one, Hawk,
No.
Bennett,
Yes.
As a secondary motion, may we keep all of the same words of that motion except replace road fund with park fund? Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Bennett,
No.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss,
No,
Thomas,
Yes.
I will make another motion regarding the Whitewater Township Gravel Road 2022 list. Specifically, the seasonal road section of that document. The correct spelling of Samuels Road should be entered. Its length should be reduced from 1 mile to 0.5 mile. And to be clear, that's a 1/4 mile on the north and a 1/4 mile on the south. It is the center section of Samuels Road that is a 2-track.
so is this a motion to amend the 2022 lists?
Yes.
The gravel roads list.
Removing, no, can you say that again?
From the beginning?
Yep.
Okay. Motion to amend Whitewater Township Gravel Roads 2022 document. Specifically seasonal road section. Spelling of Samuels Road, which is just to be clear, to remove the U. Is that correct, Cheryl?
yes, it's SAMELS.
Okay. Are you good with that, Lois?
Yeah.
Okay. And to amend its length from 1 mile to 0.5 mile. Vinton Road, south end to seasonal. So that says from south end to seasonal. So I guess I should verify that it appears that they are stopping the road brine at the seasonal road, which would be Stites' house. So the south end must go from like Odell Road south a 1/2 mile to the seasonal road. Section 4 and 9, no.
Isn't Odell Road before Roger Stites' house?
Yes. And
So
that's
they
why,
have to go past Odell Road.
and that's why I'm saying, are they saying Vinton Road, the south end? In other words, from Odell Road south to the seasonal section.
Because the pavement ends.
Why don't you just change it to after the last house to Farrell Road? Broomhead Farrell.
We don't want to brine that section, right?
We
Yeah,
do want
right.
to brine
That's the
past Rogers, up to
Yeah.
Rogers.
If Roger Stites' house is past Odell Road, it needs to go past Roger Stites' house. So they would stop brining somewhere after his house and not brine from there to Broomhead Farrell intersection.
What happens if we put Roger's address in there? So Vinton Road, South End 2. I guess we need clarification on that. Does
Yeah, because
anybody
if
have
we,
a
if we
problem
take out that,
leaving it in there?
well, if we take out that half mile, then Rogers not getting brined.
If that's what it means,
Mhm.
right? And that's why I'm saying, does anybody have a problem if we leave that one pivotal?
I don't have a problem with that.
I don't know how else you're gonna word it.
Well, if it is truly from Odell Road south to where Roger lives. But see, that's not a season, that's Odell Road or Vinton Road is not a seasonal road at that point. Because it services Roger.
But up in the other list of roads, Vinton Road's not on there. They only reference Vinton Road in seasonal.
Which is wrong too.
Mhm. There should be a listing of Vinton Road up here
Right.
and the mileage to the last resident there, which is Roger Stites. Right?
Okay, so it must turn to dirt at Odell Road.
Yeah. Matter of
Okay.
fact, it turns, the pavement ends at Melissa's place.
No, just up around there. Yeah.
So that's an interesting point. Vinton Road should actually move up to the top portion. Shouldn't it?
They must consider that seasonal.
They snowplow it. There's no,
Quite wide for a seasonal road.
yeah, there's no sign there that says it's seasonal road. So I'm gonna say we leave Vinton Road in there, but we move it to the top list. Agreed?
Mhm.
We're gonna remove the boat ramp, right? That's a long motion.
There's too much discussion between
Okay.
Benton Road from
Yeah,
South
right.
End to,
Okay, okay.
so I need to know which
So-
one in there.
Go ahead and read back what you have, please.
Motion by Pop to amend Whitewater Township 2022 document, specifically seasonal road section, spelling of Samuel's Road correction. And to amend its length from 1 mile to 0.5 mile. Vinton Road from South End to seasonal, remove boat ramp.
Okay, so Vinton Road, south end is seasonal. To the non-seasonal portion of the list. Clear as mud.
Looks good.
You need a
Could you
second?
could you read that back, please?
Yeah.
No take backs.
I'm not taking back. I just read it for clarity.
Was there a
Actually,
second
we
on
didn't
that
get a
already?
second on it yet.
And
Motion by
we need a
Pop
second.
to amend Whitewater Township 2022 document specifically. Comment in there.
Actually, that should read Whitewater Township gravel road document.
Oh, that's right.
Whitewater Township gravel road 2022 document.
Mhm.
Specifically seasonal road section. Spelling of Samuels Road correction and to amend its length from 1 mile to 0.5 mile. Vinton Road from south end to seasonal. Vinton to be moved to the non-seasonal portion of the list. Remove boat ramp. Do we want,
Boat launch. That's how it's listed here on the sheet.
Bags Road?
It's just listed as boat launch on.
Second by
Is there a second on that motion?
Yes, I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call.
Well, I don't think the past Roger Stites house over to Broomhead Farrell should be brined. No one lives on that road, and why should the taxpayers have the expense of that? That should be taken off the list.
Which one's that, Cheryl?
You're moving Vinton Road up, but I don't think you're moving Vinton Road up to the other list, but you're not taking off, as I understand it, you're not taking off the brining all the way over to Broomhead Farrell. Is that the way it is? That's what I understood the discussion to be.
Okay, so just to be clear, that was my original interpretation of that line item.
Right.
Vinton Road South, right? What's past Roger?
Nothing.
So now my interpretation is, and it's from this discussion, that South Vinton means after the blacktop.
Okay, but south, but that description could be changed. You're moving it up to the other part of the list. So while you're doing that, you might as well take off that they no brining from the last house, and I don't think you have to give the address. You just don't, they're gonna see the last house. From the last house to Broomhead Farrell intersection. Why should we pay for that? No
So
one lives on it.
we're not, right? So let's read the list that's on page 64. And let's go to Vinton Road.
Yeah, I see
In the
that.
from column,
Right.
it begins at the south end. So I'm gonna say, maybe we say pavement end. So from the pavement end to the seasonal portion, which is where Roger lives.
Well, didn't you say there's no sign? Or is there a sign? How do we know where the seasonal portion is?
There is no sign at Odell Road, south of Vinton, that says it's seasonal.
Where is the sign?
I don't know.
Okay, so we don't have a sign. So
I
how are
don't
they
know
going
that.
to interpret seasonal?
It's on their map.
Well, I'm just saying, what is your understanding by this motion of what is going to be brined of Vinton Road?
My interpretation from this discussion is Vinton Road, south of the pavement end to Roger Stites' house will be brined.
Okay, all right.
And I am going to drive out there this afternoon and see if there is a seasonal road sign at Roger's house.
Because that says it's 0.5 miles. So is it, so by your interpretation, then it's half a mile from the start of the dirt to Roger's house?
I think
Because
it's
by
more
this,
than
they're gonna do half a mile.
I think it's more than a
I
half a
think
mile.
it is too. It might be close to a mile. It might be close to a mile.
From Odell Road to Roger's house? Adele just to Roger's house? I don't know, I haven't been down there in a while.
I know.
Doesn't seem like it's that long, but, to me, but.
You saying that's half a mile?
The road commission is saying that's a half a mile. We'll measure it.
One of those wheelie things?
Just use GPS.
Your phone does wonders.
So there's a motion made and seconded, I believe. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Pop,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Glenn.
Yes. Unfinished business number 3 already. He says we're at the 3-hour mark.
Yes, we are. Point order. Vote or have another meeting.
So what is the board's pleasure? Shall we continue with our meeting today? Or shall we schedule another meeting? Make a motion that we continue with today's meeting.
For how long?
To get the agenda done, but man, I'm looking at that and I'm seeing holy moly.
I'll second the motion.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
How long we going till?
Wasn't to get agenda done part of the motion?
Actually, I said, looking at the rest of the agenda, you know, we're here till 4 o'clock.
Well, you said to get agenda done. I did write that down. So is that not part of the
Doesn't mean
motion? then?
that's the motion, Cheryl, just because
Okay,
you wrote it down.
all right, okay. Then motion to,
Golly.
so the motion was then, so I understand, to
Are you taking
continue with
minutes or-
today's.
I
or
was gonna say,
is
who's
Lois?
taking
No.
minutes here?
Well, because I'm gonna have to vote on this, I'd like to understand what the motion is.
The motion was to continue the meeting.
To continue with today's meeting. Okay, so I rescind my second of that motion.
Okay.
Because it doesn't have how long it will go.
I was liking the motion.
Don, what did you say? I'm sorry.
I'll second the motion. I just want to keep going. I'll second the motion as I want to keep going on this.
So there's a motion made and seconded. Is there further discussion?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
We got to get this done, and I'm not sitting here till 4 o'clock. It's not fair to the public. It's not fair to anybody else. But we do have to get some things taken care of here. So let's move, or I'm gonna start calling for a vote.
Any other comments?
That's all I got.
Roll call when ready.
Glenn,
Yes.
Hawk,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Palmer.
Yes.
Okay. Electronic meeting accommodation 0.
Are you,
Sorry, Joe.
We could move that up. We bring that back. When we get to it, why don't we just bring it back
Yeah, I
in
don't-
June?
That's a tree thing.
Maybe,
So
maybe
is
we
there a
can move
motion?
things forward with appointments and stuff in the agenda packet.
Without a motion.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Listening to your
Yeah, I was
conversation.
listening to
So,
her.
we have a
Sorry.
Motion for,
This would be unfinished business number 3. And I know,
motion to forward, what we're looking at on this is to forward this proposal over to legal for review.
yes,
That's what
And
we're
you need a
trying to
motion.
accomplish on this. Okay. All right, I'll make a motion to forward this proposed electronic meeting accommodation policy to legal for review.
And I'll second it.
motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
I just have a couple comments. We've already spent $1,600 to ask for our legal opinion on this. They provided us the documents. And now we've stripped it. And now we're gonna send it back to them so we can pay another $1,600 for another legal opinion on the same thing. This has been brought back 3 times. I'm not sure why we keep bringing stuff back. We voted the last time. We did. I don't know why we keep bringing items back that we've already voted on. If you don't like the results of it, just bring it back again. This is what happens to our meetings. And it's frustrating. I would like to see a list of townships that have decided not to follow the OMA, not to follow the ADA's complete set of rules. And if you can find one of those for me, or even 2, how about 2? I'd be all on board with it. Until then, I think you follow what the law says. And that is exactly what we got from our attorney in the legal opinion when we asked for it, and we spent $1,600 for it.
Allow me to respond. And
Oh, sure.
I totally appreciate your position and support it. What came back from the attorney's office made the township clerk responsible for way too many things. It made the township responsible for determining the disability. What this attempt is to make the medical professional the responsible party. So if a person has a doctor's note that says Jane Doe complies with ADA requirements, then so be it. Sections 1 through 3, 1 through 2, whatever. We don't even know why Jane Doe complies with those. We just hear it from a medical professional. And so the reason we brought it back, Ardella, is because there was a request for these services. And as the Nestle opinion states, we are bound to review our rules
And we did.
that don't accommodate.
We have accommodations for disabilities.
Okay,
We do have that, and we have already reviewed it, so we have technically covered ourselves on that one for the Dana Nessel ruling. I have a problem with the way this is written. How is the doctor supposed to know what the OMA and the ADA says? I mean, we're leaving it up to this physician to have to do his own research on this. And we've taken out anything that says in there exactly what the disability is. I don't need to know it, but he needs to know a guideline to say, yeah, okay, it follows the ADA's and the OMA's guideline. You stripped all of that out.
No,
So how is the doctor supposed to know what OMA section 3A2 is, or any other defined areas? How's he supposed to know that? Or are they just gonna go, yep, all done with that? And
How
now,
did
if
your
it gets
doctor-
challenged, anything that person that is now voting on, if that gets challenged, anything they vote on can be challenged.
Okay.
I'm just saying, if you want to do this, don't strip out all the important things the doctor is going to need in order to make a determination.
So the doctor must already know, because I assume this person also provides parking stickers.
I got a parking sticker. I got it when I was laid up for a year and couldn't walk for 8 months. And because of my heart condition, I keep it. Nobody reviews those things and anybody can get them. So that's not an argument for me to take seriously.
Okay.
Okay, Michigan must not review them in the state of Illinois. It's reviewed once a year, okay.
They don't in the state of Michigan.
Wow.
I don't know.
I do know.
Okay.
So I'm just saying, I have been in enough doctor appointments to know they don't ask these questions that is listed in the ADA. They don't.
No, they just give you a doctor's note. You're either in or you're out.
That's what I'm saying, Heidi. But
And-
that means that we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing. We got a doctor's note that says, well, Bella don't feel good today. Please excuse her. Can't do that. There are specific guidelines under ADA. I mean, they're listed.
There are, but then you go, they do list it as seriousness. It's either you got it all your life, or it's temporary, or it's 6 months.
Cheryl, what were your comments?
Well, I have several points. First of all, the Attorney General's opinion, I've read it a couple times now. The only standard that has to be met in order for a person to request an accommodation under ADA and not under OMA, like you have in a couple, for instance, on page 88, for the healthcare providers thing. Question number 3, in your medical opinion, the above named person has a qualifying disability under OMA. OMA doesn't have any qualifying disabilities. It's under ADA.
And if
That's
you-
the only place that it has. And this opinion, everywhere they mention that, talks about qualifying disabilities under ADA. So it's not under OMA, it's under ADA. And she even states in here that the OMA doesn't talk about disabilities. So the doctor, and I'm fine with the doctor providing a letter on, this is what I'm going to require before I vote yes on any policy. It's going to have to be that the doctor provides a letter, hard copy, not through email, not embedded in an email, not in a text message, a hard copy letter on the doctor's stationery, something that can be filed easily in a file without having to, whatever, print, screen and all that to get the information out of the email. that says, that certifies that this patient has, for purposes of attendance at public meetings, because that's the only purpose this is for, correct? This isn't to get disability insurance. This isn't to get, become disabled under the Social Security Act and start collecting disability and all this kind of stuff. It's only for purposes of participating remotely in public meetings, that I certify, as the doctor, I certify that this person has, quotes, not in quotes in the thing, but it must say a qualifying disability under the Americans with Disabilities Act, because that is the standard that is talked about in the Attorney General's opinion. And yes, it cites this USC thing too, but I think we all understand that it's under the Americans with Disability Act. So the doctor is taking all the burden on themselves, which is exactly where it needs to be. They're the medical professional, not anyone who works in this building. They are taking all of the burden on themselves and will certify that the person has a qualifying disability. And so then therefore that person can then request an accommodation, those accommodations, which I believe we already have in place. So we don't need no one needs to know what the disability is or anything like that, but the doctor has to state that they have a qualifying disability under the Americans with Disabilities Act for the purposes of participating in a public meeting.
And all I'm saying, Cheryl, is this section right here that tells you what a definition of a disability is needs to go along with the paperwork so the doctor can read it. That's all I'm saying.
That one page or whatever.
I was
it
gonna
is
say,
that
you
was
can
in
have a
there,
form letter.
That could go on there, but I don't know that that is gonna be the be all and end all document for doctors. That's their job to look up and to know what a qualifying
And I'm
disability
telling you,
is.
they're not gonna do it.
Cheryl, do you know what they
but-
give
but-
you?
But Della, we don't have to worry about that. All we have to worry about that there's a piece of paper that a medical professional has provided that says that this person has a qualifying disability, and I want to know the duration of it. And the duration, I believe it should be reviewed every 90 days. So
This document
patient,
says,
no,
this
no,
document
let me-
says
let me-
6 months
no,
or less is considered transitory and it's minor.
Mm-hmm.
that's true. That's true. I did read
Okay,
that in there.
Cheryl.
So excuse me, Heidi, I'll let you talk when I'm finished talking. I said I had several comments and I'm barely into what I'm going to comment on. So anyways, I'm just telling the board that I'm not going to vote for any policy unless the part of the policy where the patient has to prove, because it's on there, right? It's on the burden, it's on the patient to get something from the doctor. And I'm just telling you what I'm going to require, that it says for me to vote for any kind of policy. The next thing is that due to an extremely insulting email that Ron Pop sent to the township's attorney's office, slandering me, accusing me that I would leak confidential information. I'll be happy to produce it to anyone who wants to see it. I want township clerk removed out of all of this stuff. I'm not having anything to do with this. Township clerk, this isn't a statutory duty of mine and I'm not taking it on. So township clerk will need to be removed from everywhere that it appears in one of these documents. Somebody else is going to have to take this on.
It's going to have to be filed with you.
Well, you know what? It can be in an envelope. If it's sent directly to me, I'll stick it in the personnel file. But I'm not doing anything other than that, but putting something, a piece of paper in a personnel file. I'm not doing anything else. So let's make that clear. And so if there's any, I mean, if that is, if the doctor says that, what else is there for the board to do? There's nothing else for the board to do. So you throw it in the personnel file, and the person apparently can start attending meetings remotely. But as part of our policy, I think we need to have it in there that it's only for a certain period of time before it is reviewed. Also, the thing I think we need to have in there is that person is not eligible to chair a meeting, because that's just too weird. We had that going on for a bit back when COVID was going on, and it's, you know, people are here and then the person that's running the meeting isn't here. No, the person that's running the meeting needs to be in this building. So,
Isn't that discrimination?
I was just
by
gonna
itself?
say, that's discrimination
no, well,
by
you said
itself.
what policy
Point of
here, we're
order.
talking about a policy here, and I don't think that's discrimination. I think that's just a procedure and practice of the board, that anybody who is absent, is not physically present. You know, the people that are here are entitled to have the person who's running the meeting not be just some voice that's coming through a speaker. They need
We
to
can
be
fix
able
that, Cheryl.
to see them and all that. So, I mean, maybe we can put a screen up, but I think the person that's running the meeting needs to be in the building. Let me see, I had a bunch of other comments, but I'm not gonna
Well, why
make
don't
them
we do this?
specifically about the policy. I'm only telling you what is going to need to be in the policy in order for me to support it. That's it.
Why don't you share your list with,
I just did.
with the board? And then
I
we'll,
just did. You should have been taking notes.
so you're not going to, do we have to FOIA your review of the packet?
No, I just
Okay.
have a few comments in here, and I haven't even made all the comments.
So you're not,
I
I see. So we should be taking notes on stuff you haven't said. Got it.
No, the only thing I'm bringing forward is the things I've said.
And I will reiterate, my main objection is that the doctor doesn't know what it is that
That's not our
the
problem.
see, now that's a lackadaisical attitude, because I feel like if you provide this information, if it meets this criteria, sign the damn form. I'm not saying I want him to, I think that's the
Liz.
least. we
Ardella,
could
can I
do.
ask you a question?
Hang on a second. I think that's the least you can do to help guide, to do our share of the responsibility of, are we violating the Opens Meeting Act or not? Not talking about ADA. Here's the ADA form, person wants to participate. I don't care if they've got a legitimate reason, but I do not want it just to be like, so many things have happened where we don't do the follow through on it. And in this case, it'd be up front through the front side of it. We do that, then we are covered. We have done the right thing as a township board. We've provided the form. We've provided, this is what the Dana Nessel has said, and this is what the ADA says is the definition. And then when their doctor looks at it, decides, yep, this meets these criteria, I can feel confident signing this form, then it only expedites it also for the person actually asking for it. Because if a doctor has to sit down and think about it, it might end up 30 days from now.
So on packet page 88, isn't that what we're doing, is asking the health professional to certify? And you're just saying that the elements, and by the way, OMA section 3A2 came right out of Chris Patterson's opinion.
Yep,
of his
but
last-
it's this that
I
is
understand.
where we even start talking about the OMA. It's the Attorney General's opinion, which says it must be a qualifying disability under ADA.
Yep.
Right.
we-
So where you say qualifying
OMA says
disability
no.
under OMA, that's an incorrect statement.
But you didn't finish reading the statement as further defined by 42 United States Code 12 102-1 through 3.
Oh, I get it, but it should say
Well-
ADA because of the qualifying, because the doctor's even gonna be more confused about that. What the hell is the AMA? They have maybe dealt with the Americans with Disabilities Act with other patients. They haven't dealt with the OMA. They're gonna be totally confused about that.
Can I just ask a question here? Is a signed prescription by a doctor equal to a form letter that you guys are trying to create?
In my opinion,
I would
no.
have to say no.
I would have to say no.
Okay, so then you're gonna have to do a form. Because
There
here
is
in
one,
Michigan, the
And that's what's
doctors
on
don't,
page 88.
right, exactly. But you can't pick and choose who comes to the meeting or who doesn't. That would be very discriminatory. And this is not about who comes or who doesn't. It's a general blanket statement.
So again, I'm getting complaints that they can't hear you.
Sorry.
So I'd be more than happy to amend the form on page 88 to include all of Cheryl's comments.
Right, because she's not gonna read it anyway, so that's what she said.
Once it's completed, she won't read it.
Right.
I didn't say I wasn't gonna read something. Where are you hearing that?
Because you said all you're gonna do is put a piece of paper in the file. Your words, not ours.
Yeah, I didn't say I wasn't gonna read it. I said there's not anything else for the clerk to do. There's not anything else for the board to do even. All we have is we have to have this letter on file. There's nothing else for the board to do. We already have the remote meeting participation capabilities in place. So what else is there to do? Except have it on file.
This is a big thing here. It may sound simple, but it isn't, because we are talking about the Open Meetings Act. We are talking about the ADA. And like I said before, I'd like to know what other townships are trying to do this or already are doing this, because I talked to a lot of people at that convention and they all looked at me like I was insane.
Yeah. And see,
When
this
I
is-
started talking, and I actually went up to an
For this?
attorney, yeah. I went up to an attorney station and I started asking about just a quick question, at the expo portion of it. Just a quick question. I went over the Opens Meeting Act and somebody with a disability and Dana Nestle's opinion about being able to use ADA. And they're looking at me and I said, so could we continue to do video for board members to be able to participate? And they're absolutely not. Yeah, I talked to two, absolutely not. So see why I'm a little concerned? So that's why I want to know who else is doing this. And if we do this, let's do it by the letter of the law. Let's cover our bases to make sure that what we give that physician, he don't need to tell us details about anything, but doesn't meet this criteria, doesn't meet this criteria, according to what you provided in this packet. That's all I want, Ron. I just want to make sure we're doing it legally.
You're suggesting a supplemental appendix be put with this document that would be given to the attending physician to make sure that his or her awareness is in line to whatever degree, guys.
To what the law says.
Yeah,
And
because there's varying degrees of the disability depending on the duration.
Right.
And aren't you really saying that you want what's on page 100 and 101 included? The definition of disability?
I'm not saying we need to send Dana Nestle's document along with it. I'm just saying, I don't want to exclude people, but I want the doctor to know what it is that the ADA says is a disability, so that if it's a true disability, then we have a loophole for the OMA.
Well, and it's
Until
really-
they change it.
You took page 100.
100 and 101.
Oh, okay.
The board member, or any member of a public body who wants to be absent or wants to attend to meetings remotely really should be all on board with this because it's whether they're going to be violating the OMA, not whether the board is. The board members that are here aren't going to be violating the OMA, but the board members who aren't here and are participating remotely and are voting remotely, they need to have their ducks in a row so that it can't be claimed that they are violating the
But
OMA.
if the board knowingly allows something to be illegal, then we are comparable for it.
Okay, well, then.
And that is my only point
I
here.
agree with you there.
Yeah.
I agree. with
Okay,
you.
well, then I say we're on a very slippery slope here.
So then what we could do is something very similar to what we did last month, right? I brought this back because we had a legit request for this. So we could bring the current motion to a vote. If it goes up, it goes up. If it goes down, it goes down. And then we remain where we were at last month, which was, I believe the term I made motion to was abandon this process, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, if the board truly thinks that we don't have an ADA issue with our current process, then that's a board decision. And until somebody forces us to do something different, then I guess we don't do it.
I want to be very clear. I have always said that I believe there are circumstances where board members should be able to Zoom in and act as a voting member on township boards, city councils, governmental agencies. The law hasn't changed.
And I share your frustration with that. I am in
So
your
if-
position.
If
your
Dana
corner.
Nessel has given us an opportunity to exploit a loophole or whatever you want to call it, I just want to make sure we are doing it
That's right.
the right way legally. And I also believe we shouldn't have to take 6 months to get it done.
So
So
where
what was the
do you
last part
want
of
me to
that? I'm
go?
sorry. I didn't hear
I
the last
don't
part of
believe it
that.
should take us 6 months to get something like this done.
Where
where
would
do
you
we
like me
go?
to take this? Do you want to see what Clerk Goss's comments looked like in writing on the form that the doctor signs? Along with, I don't know if it would look better as an appendix, or if it would look better on the actual doctor's certifying statement.
And are you gonna have to send it back to the attorney and spend more money?
It's gonna have to go back to the attorney. It's
Yeah.
not acceptable the
So
way it
you're
is.
suggesting there's that page 88 form, but for the page 88 of this package with the pages 100 and 101, plus a potential fourth page to Cheryl's notes we're bringing up, which were very valid points. Those either get folded into revise the form on page 88, or that gets added as another in qualifier sheet or another instruction sheet to the doctor or guidelines to the doctor.
Guidelines is a good word.
Well-
In the ZBA, we have checklists. Does it meet this? Does it meet this? Does it meet this? All I'm saying is that that page that shows the definition of a qualifying disability can be considered a checklist for the doctor to actually look down and say, yes, this is true. Yes, this is true. Yes, this is true. And now I feel comfortable as a physician signing this form. I don't
And then-
need to
and
know
then-
everybody's medical stuff. I just need to know that we've covered our
And then
legal
if you had-
basis.
If you had that form, that checklist or that form, the signed document from the attorney, that then would give you more comfort as a board member that person has validated that.
I would feel comfortable and I could live with that it has checked the boxes for me legally.
Mhm.
That's all I'm saying.
Sure.
I'm just looking out. I
That's a
mean,
good
because
point.
it could
Good
very
point.
well be me 6 months from now needing ADA help.
That's a good point.
Any
There's
one of
actually,
us.
there's actually forms, now I know this is government, but out in commercial land, there's actually forms that your corporation will give you that your doctor fills out.
And I think Chris gave us those, but
Yep.
that's what I was saying, we kind of stripped everything he gave us, and that's okay. To make this a one-page general thing. As long as we provide the information to the physician, so he knows what he's signing off on. He knows what the ADA is saying.
Well, that would also make us as a board feel comfortable because we know what's on that checklist.
Right.
If they're signing off, then in essence, we're implicit that we meet these requirements, then you're validating it,
Right.
then, okay.
The forms that Heidi is referring to are really forms from the insurance service organization that allows independent medical review of another doctor's diagnosis, right? And so that's really what Chris provided us. And to Cheryl's point, we're not medical people here. We're
No.
not going to argue with a single person, a single doctor's diagnosis that somebody has a disability in accordance with the federal guidelines. I'm not going to argue it. All I want to do is prove that we've done due diligence. Now, with Chris's forms, we could argue the point if we were medically competent.
Looking at Chris's form for certified professionals, you see why I got real concerned when I saw all the red strike throughs. And then we ended up with a very small page. Sign your name here. And that's why if all these questions that are listed here are basically on the definition of,
No, they're not.
a lot of them are on there, Ron. They hit the key points. So instead of asking this doctor, how often does the patient receive treatment? I don't need to know that. You don't need to know that. Nobody on this board needs to know that.
That was on Chris's.
I understand that. I understand that there's things on here that we don't need to know. And again,
Is that on, I don't see that, page 88?
oh, no, that's up. That's like what,
Okay, I'm sorry.
70?
I was gonna say that's
79
stacked down.
or
That's okay.
88 when you said form. so-
70.
I'm looking at the Chris Patterson form compared to the one we ended up with. And I'm fine with the one we ended up with, as long as the doctor knows what he's signing. That's it. I don't
And
think,
as long as he's certifying that whatever the patient is dealing with is a qualifying disability under ADA.
yes. Then I feel like the board has done their due diligence in protecting the letter of the law.
So what do you want the form to look like?
I don't have a problem with the form you already have. I just said that. I just want the attachment that tells the doctor what it is he's supposed to
So-
use as a qualification before he signs his name. That's all.
You're referring to pages 100 and 101.
Where the definitions are.
So we use this form and then
Attached
and
pages.
say in accordance with USC 42 as attached or ADA, and then in parentheses, or is it the correct way to put legal brackets around the actual MCL, in this case USC number? Is that something that helps?
It does me.
And you're making this for all your board and commission members, correct?
I would think so, Heidi. It's
I would
it's a
too,
township
because
policy.
that, should be policy. It shouldn't be a, we'll think about it.
So here's the part that tells us exactly why we don't use OMA. The opinion says, in short, there is nothing in the OMA that requires a public body to accommodate a disabled member of that body or a disabled member of the general public who is unable to attend an in-person meeting of that body due to a medical condition, including an immunocompromised condition, and requests an accommodation. In fact, the OMA does not even address the issue of accommodation. So the doctor isn't doing anything with respect to OMA.
I'm not, I didn't say that, Cheryl.
ADA and
In
this,
section
US
2 of ADA, all decisions of a public body must be made at a meeting open to the public. Any member of the public body due to military duty, a medical condition, or statewide local emergency or state of declared disaster pursuant to law or charter or local ordinance by the governor or local official, governing body, or chief administrator officer that would risk personal health, safety of a member.
But
So-
that's the board's part. Not
But
the
what I'm
doctor's
saying
part.
is that's, so you need to address OMA because OMA says this.
You must meet in person.
Unless,
Unless,
except, okay,
with the except the military and the ADA.
it doesn't
Well,
say
they,
ADA.
right
it
now, it
says-
only says military.
Well, the one Chris referred to says medical condition. And so I fully understand where you're at, Cheryl. But when you go and pull these down from the website, you can get a pre-pandemic copy, or you can get a post-pandemic copy. Now, I don't know who changed what and when, but all I'm saying is you can go right to the internet today and it says medical condition.
Because they made COVID a disease.
And it is all based around COVID. You're right. It's not for, a foot issue, we'll say. I'm not trying to use it as an example, but
Hey,
I mean,
I
it
don't know
is
what's
all
gonna happen
about
for 12 weeks.
an immune or a virus is what
Right.
it's all about.
Right. Well, I'm thinking that somebody's going to address this in Lansing, but it is not going to be before midterms.
I'm not sure we'll get out of here before midterm. So is there something else you want me to do with this? Do we want to drop it? Do we want to keep this application that is on page 88? And do we just want to add 100 and 101 to it?
With that language, that a couple words in there referencing those two attachments. Can't remember your.
So question number 3 out of 3 on the certifying professional document indicates, in your medical opinion, the above named person has a qualifying disability under OMA section 3A2. That's where it says medical condition, as further defined by 42 United States Code 12-102, 1 through 3. But maybe we should say 1 through 4, all of USC 12-102.
And again,
Hereby attached.
right now, at this moment, medical condition is not a reason to, under OMA, is not a medical reason under OMA. The medical condition has to be under ADA and this 42 USC. I get it. It's the board that has to determine whether, after the doctor says it's a qualifying disability under ADA, then the board has a policy that says, yes, we will provide an accommodation to a person who has a qualifying disability under ADA.
So you'd be fine if we just removed OMA section 3A2.
I think we need to, because it's not accurate.
And I'm fine with that.
What was the
I'm-
number on that? Three?
it's
3A2.
Section 3A, paragraph 2.
Okay, thank you. I didn't get the two part.
And again, if you look up today's version.
Oh, I
of-
get it.
Of OMA, it says medical condition, but I also understand Cheryl's point is that, you know,
It's not currently-
pre-pandemic,
Right.
medical condition wasn't in there at all. Neither was ADA, by the way.
And I
It was
also
only
printed-
military service.
I also printed the Open Meetings Act, and I know exactly what you're talking about, that it still does say the medical condition. But per the MTA, that ended on December 31st of 2021. So,
I have no problem with removing OMA. But
and
we-
inserting ADA.
well, ADA is already there,
It's there.
but I would be happy to add ADA and then in brackets or parentheses, whichever is the legal right way to do it, put 42 USC 12-102, 1 through 4, the entire, I mean, it is truly one page.
And I think that it does, because the physician isn't gonna know what 42 USC is. But they're going to recognize ADA. They're going to recognize that acronym.
And I think to Don's point, we attach it as attached, or what did you say?
Hereby attached.
Hereby attached. Is that right?
I could live with that.
Sure.
I think about as close as we're gonna get.
Sense.
Are we gonna meet the 48-hour issue, or do we need to change that? Because now you're giving them a piece of paper to go get filled out. Just
I-
asking the
That's already done
question.
before.
I understand that, but it says 48 hours.
Where does it say 48 hours?
An accommodation request for this should be submitted for, oh, should be, okay, so I guess you could do it whenever.
Is that,
That's on the township, that's the Whitewater Township Accommodation Request Disability.
is that what Patterson wrote? Because it's nothing that I wrote.
It's
Yeah,
on
let's see.
packet page 78.
Yeah.
You look and see the difference over.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just asked, the question I'm asking is, okay, so plant commissioner finds out he cut his leg off, let's just go to the extreme. Now he can't come to a meeting. Cheryl's needs 48 hours of notice. Do we need to extend that or
I
not?
don't need 48 hours of notice.
No. So there
But
is
still, a
no,
lot of these papers say 48 hours notice.
none of that is in the final document. That's
Okay.
why it's redlined out. We're not making- We're merely a holder of the proof.
Yep, for policy, okay.
But we do have to have a very short policy that says upon presentation, I mean, we have to have something that says how we handle this medical proof,
Is
right?
that by a resolution then?
Well, I don't know. I would think that the attorney could drop something very short that says upon presentation of a, valid certification from a physician that, a member of a public body in Whitewater Township has a qualifying disability under the ADA, the township will provide
Accommodations.
an accommodation to include the ability for the person with the disability to attend
Remotely.
to participate in a public meeting remotely. I think that's what that's what the policy is all
Well,
about.
we do have to have something for future boards that come after us
That's
to be
right.
able to follow. You
Yeah,
gotta
that's
have
right. Yeah.
something written down.
Okay, so I'll make a proposed policy. And so thinking back last 2 months ago, 3 months ago, whenever we first brought this up, I almost think it was under section 1 that we included a note to this policy. Okay,
Easy enough to find out, right?
yeah, it
Should be in
is.
the
It
board
just,
packet.
yeah, we can just look back in an old board packet. I think that's where we make a notation of it or wherever it seems to fit. So we generate some policy and then we remove OMA, add ADA. And what is that? Whether brackets or parentheses? What is that, Cheryl? You're the transcriptionist.
I don't think it really matters, to tell you the truth.
OMA.
I would use brackets if it was me.
All right. Is that good? Don?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
So I'll bring that back next month. All before we send it to attorney. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Unfinished business number 4.
You have to rescind a motion.
Oh, yeah, we have a motion up there. Okay, there was a motion.
So,
Do we make a motion?
yes. I move to rescind my motion to forward the proposed electronic meeting accommodation policy to legal for review.
And did I second that?
Done.
Heidi, do you remove your second?
I do.
So now we can move on to number 4. Thanks, Lois. I will make a motion to authorize the clerk to work with Fleas and Vanderbrink to finalize project manual and thereafter to seek formal sealed bids for the boat launch entryway improvement project.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Is Rick Stout still with us?
Yes, we're here.
Thank you. I just didn't know if he was still there or not.
Sure. I just want to start this off because there's a couple immediate observations. Thank you for sending those packages out early. That was very helpful because they're 260
Yep,
pages plus.
I get it.
I'm asking, there was one page that I was particularly curious in, and that was a revised preliminary cost estimate. Because when the grant was done back in 2019 and it balanced out to a $400,000 project,
Yeah.
I think it would be naive to believe that
Oh, yes.
that 3 years later, that there isn't some increase, and I would venture to guess significant. I guess I look at this and say, are we going to expend time and energy at this moment in time going through this package when possibly that we should just be requesting F&B for just shorten it, to give us a new preliminary cost estimate based on what they're seeing in the market today. Depending on what that number comes in, I think it may be a
project that just can't get off the ground. But I don't know that because I'm only making assumptions based on what's going on with supply chain problems and labor and services. So it's not that I'm saying, I'm not proposing I'm against it for that. I would like to know where our starting point is, because we could waste hours and hours and hours and just not even be in a position that this is fundamentally or financially
I think-
able to do.
Well, I can answer that question briefly. The contract itself is set up to be a line item based general contractor bid. You are correct that we're probably seeing on average pricing probably about 25% normal, above what we would consider normal. The one advantage of having a line item based contract is, unfortunately, for better or for worse, you really won't probably have that answer until we have bids in hand and we can evaluate line item by line item and determine, does the project go forward? Does the project need to be scaled in certain areas? I think you'll have that flexibility and knowledge only if we at least go through the bidding portion of it. And then that evaluation on whether or not the project goes forward can be made much easier. Everything else up to that point is probably pure speculation on all of our part. But not only is the contract a line item by line item basis, but it's also what we call a measurement and payment basis, which means,
Rick,
again,
I missed that.
back to that scalability, you pay for the items that get installed per the quantities. So again, there's the ability to potentially look at the overall project costs that come in and scale the project to fit the $400,000 target. So all those are possibilities. It's just a question of, having the information to make those type of calls.
So, I'm sorry, his name again was?
Rick.
Rick, so here, a couple of things. So you had the original proposal had a contingency built into it.
Mhm.
Now you're talking that your expectation is the 400,000 is now 500,000. Your average, and I'm not pinning you to a number. I'm just saying, and everything's kind of within a high and a low, but you're seeing a 25% increase, or would expect to see. And so if the board is saying, okay, we're looking at now a $500,000 project, is that a fair statement? Plus, I guess 5%, $500,000 still plus contingencies, plus work change orders, plus any other uncoverables when the work is done. But we're at least a $500,000 project cost at this point.
But potentially, yes. I mean, like I said, it's right now in this bidding climate, it's difficult to say. And that's where, going back to, there might be some questions, we might get to that point if you get through the bidding of, instead of having trailer parking for, say, 50 additional trailers, does it need to be reduced to, say, 35? The boat launch ramp itself is set up to be a total of 4 launch bays and planks. Could it be scaled back to 3 launch bays and planks? Those are the type of things that, could be done, but I think until you get, the hard bidding type of numbers, it's speculation, but yes, 25% is fairly common in this economy right now.
So just a point of clarification, would you be our project manager on this, or are you a account representative for F&B?
No, I would be the project manager on this. I was involved in the original grant application and been involved through the project from the beginning.
And have you had any projects that along this line, or anything similar, or anything involving lake bed or waterfront property projects that you've done in the last 5 years?
Not in the last, well, smaller projects within the last 5 years. We did a couple of marine projects in the city of Saugatuck, but we have not done any launch ramp facilities in the last couple of years. So
Yeah, I'll stick a pin in that. I'll come back to that later. So I guess looking, to the board, I mean, we're at, again, I'd say it's a $500,000 project, most likely at this point. So the grant is 200,000, right? So, and that it's not a matching, that's capped. It's a 200 capped. So the township project turns in from a 200,000 to 300. And I will venture to guess plus, because I mean, if we were going through site plan reviews, I've got some other questions on how some of the costs were developed. But so I pose the question again, is the next step to consider that we're willing to spend another 100,000? Or is the next step that we should be looking at that line item bid with F&B in potentially a work session specifically designed around just going through this project manual, collectively looking at, back offs to bring it down to 400,000. If we feel the value of this project still there. I'm just going through this whole manual, sending it out for bids, knowing that it's likely, I shouldn't say knowing, too strong a word, I'm sorry, likely to come back at a number that is significantly higher than 400,000. Are we on the right path here? It doesn't feel like it to me, as this is the starting point to send bids out.
Well, so I would ask Rick, so we aren't going to know what the cost of the total project is in today's market until we actually put it out for bids. And so we already are quite sure that the project cost is going to come in above 400,000. And so knowing that the park is paying everything except the 200,000 matching grant from the DNR, what would happen? How would that actually work? You put the project out for bid as it currently has been planned. And then, so of course, the township has the right to reject any and all bids, right?
correct.
So you would reject the bids then if they were too high. And then you would scale the project and put it out for bid again, correct?
Yes, that would be typically the path that we would recommend. There is also a third possibility of, if you do bid the project and say you've got line item unit pricing, you could also address scaling back the project via a change order project reduction mode. But I think a lot of that, and that could come with a committee, or basically once we have those numbers, to make that evaluation, a very open, transparent process, which again could be brought back to the board once you have those numbers, and once you have potentially, being more accurate to see where those adjustments need to be made. Because really, up prior to that, getting those bidding numbers, it's speculation on what areas may be subject to the to that increase.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's the whole idea of an engineer's estimated or an engineer's opinion of cost. It's all speculation. And so the part that bothers me about line item reduction is that this grant, as I understand it, is reimbursable. And so therefore the township lays out the money first. Then if we meet with the elements of the grant, we may get a reimbursement. So for example, let's say that we reduced lanes from 4 to 3 as a cost-saving measure. But yet one of the key elements of the grant was the 4 lanes of boat ramp. We now have made ourselves ineligible for at least a portion of the 200,000 or all of it. The other thing that I would like to bring forward is that on several pages, I see where this would be the drawings now. So I do apologize. I'm kind of skipping gears from manual to drawing. At the board level, we've had zero discussion about the costs needed to relocate the ranger station or the shed that is clearly called out on the first couple of pages. So while the park might pay for much of this work, the park is only got a limited number of dollars. Lastly is the work schedule that is also laid out on the plans appears to be from April to November, unless I've read those incorrectly. So this boat ramp will be closed for an entire season. End of my comments.
Yeah, there's no plan to close the boat launch. Those dates in there would need to be adjusted. We are not planning to close the launch. I mean, we want to have the traffic through the summer season, right? That's when the launch, we get the launch fees and whatnot. So no, I've only told one fishing tournament person that it's possible the launch is going to close after Labor Day. So, but by the time we would get bids out, choose a bidder, and they line up, you know, materials or whatever, it's gonna be after this boating season before anything would take place. But, and the park has the money, has their 200,000, more than their 200,000, sitting in the park fund account. And so I think between, and I don't know, Rick, I would ask you to speak to the scaling of the project and whether that's going to make us ineligible for the grant.
Well, anytime you get into a project scaling, again, it's not a unilateral decision that anybody makes. That decision is also subject to review and going back and communicating with the Waterways Grant Program, because we'd want to make sure that, you know, any scalability does not impact the township's ability to get reimbursement. So anything like that would be subject to the grant agency review in order to make sure that the township would not be out anything as far as the reimbursement end. As far as the schedule, some of the milestoning, and I think the original thought process was that really the project would be divided into 2 parts. One being the parking area, trailer parking area, and the other being the launch area itself would be staggered, as like Cheryl mentioned. So the launch ramp itself would not be down during the prime revenue generation times for the township. And we talked, and there's, you know, this manual's been kind of through the waterways review. We've still got to tweak some of the dates. And Cheryl and I, we just talked generally that, you know, there's a possibility of the parking lot construction happening this fall, the launch ramp, or potentially summer, depending on how things go. And then the launch ramp would either happen, as Cheryl mentioned, after Labor Day, or could potentially even happen in the spring. And again, the whole premise is to try to minimize the impact to the revenue stream.
Rick had mentioned, we've talked here and there about this project and what can happen with the parking lot is that because it's on the west side of the road down to the boat launch, that they could actually, a temporary road could be cut through before the ranger station through that area. So they can actually be working on that parking lot down there while the park is open and people are using the launch. So that's something that gets underway and, you know, isn't held up by because we don't want to inconvenience. A lot of people boat out of Whitewater Township Park. And, you know, there was a comment earlier about it's going to double the traffic down there. The traffic has been doubled for a long time. People are parking all over the place, off on the sides of the road. We need the parking lot to get the people off the sides of the road and into a parking area where it's a better place for them to park. But so, and I think it can be scaled to meet, you know, the money that the park has and the money, you know, we know what we're going to get from the state. We also have gotten a $20,000 grant a couple cycles ago from the tribe, $20,000 for the boat wash. So we have that money as well. And I just think it's time to get this project put out for bid because we really can't even, we've got costs already that we've paid F&B. And we can't put those in to get reimbursed for any of those until we get this out for bid. So we need to get it out for bid. We need to find out, hey, how much is it gonna be? And then we take that next step of, okay, we got to scale this back or we got to scale this back. And yes, we don't have all the costs on the ranger station. There's some ways that we could go with that would be expensive. And there's some other ways that we could go that would be very inexpensive. So I think we need to find out what the costs are going to be, and then we can work from there. I have no doubt that it's going to need to be scaled to some extent. But I don't think there's any harm in getting it put out for bid. Like I say, it will say that we can reject any or all bids. And but at least then we have an idea of what we're looking at.
Well,
Go ahead.
I say, my opinion is that we need to put it out for bids. This contract is set up to be a line item bid contract, so you do have the option, if it comes in way 25% over budget, that you can adjust the plan by those line items. We won't know. I agree with Cheryl and Rick, right?
Yes.
With Rick, that the only way you're gonna know what the cost is if you get it out there for bid. And you go from there, and like Cheryl said, we've already gotten one other grant for the boat washing station. I say we start looking for more grants to cover the anticipated 25%.
Hear you. I hear your points in like the temporary road, but that will come as cost as well. It's fundamentally hard for me to send out a package that I know is flawed from the start. Because I would take that conversation further and say, okay, if you have to have scalability, then there's the question of whether the waterways grant agrees or disagrees. We don't know the answer to that until we know what the project looks like. Number two, if scalability means going from four boat ramps to 3 and cutting parking, does the project still become viable? And I would say it in terms of prioritization of projects. I think there's lots of good things in the park that could be I think you mentioned it earlier in the year, there was potentially, you know, the upgrade of electrical service from 30 amp to 50 amp, long-term sustainability for the campsites. There's still the pit toilet situation that has to be resolved. I think there's good projects. So the question, because limited dollars, putting several $100,000, not knowing what the end product is going to look like, we're spending a lot of time and effort and energy to get there. I'm not saying that the bid shouldn't go. I'm saying that we should send out a product that is somewhat representative of our budget. And if it means sitting down with F&B and saying, okay, let's talk about that scalability. What does that look like?
And I would respond with a couple things that Don, you don't know because, you just got on the board. And that is one of the things why we even started looking at this, F&B approached me and asked, as they used to come around every once in a while and ask, hey, does the township have any projects that, they need any help with, engineering, design, any buildings or this type of thing. And so I talked to them about the boat launch. The boat launch is in quite bad shape out there. I don't know if you use it or not, but it's been 20 some years since any money was put into the boat launch. We've got those concrete that's under the water there. I don't know exactly what you call those, but we've got on the south side of the launch, we've got the first one is sinking. And so we've got where there's a lip there and some smaller trailers have a problem. They get stuck on that lip, right? The dock is in terrible shape because it's been really beat up by just all of the traffic and everything. And so I started talking to them about, hey, we really, and of course I'm out there in the summer and I see all the boat traffic and that our parking lot is not adequate and that type of thing. And of course F&B initially came back with a real comprehensive plan of some floating docks and various things, dedicated parking for like the pavilion traffic and stuff like that. So what happened is they came back with a really big cost estimate for all of that stuff that it would be on the, the I want this list and isn't necessarily on the we need this list. And so this project already has been massively scaled back from that to address just the launch improvements, not anything to do with the pavilion or the pit toilets. We had one of the first plans was to have new parking over in like closer to the camping there in that big open space on your left as you go down. And no one wanted any parking closer to the camping. So we moved it to the west side of the road going down to the launch. We've already made a ton of changes in the original plan that came from F&B. And so then when we just decided to really keep it to the entryway, because the entryway is dangerous there, where we have 3 directions of traffic coming into one intersection there. And there's people that aren't paying attention sometimes. And there's been a couple things that have happened. And so we already have scaled what they originally brought to us back by 2/3 or something like that. I believe the original estimate was over $1 million or something like that. So we've already said, okay, we can't do all this at once. The park can't do all this at once. And so it was scaled back just to address the launch and the safety issue at the entrance of the park there. And so, the board actually already approved these plans. I'd have to go back and pull up the date of it, but the board has already approved the plans. Unfortunately, COVID got into the mix here. We couldn't work on it for a while. Then we kind of waited because material costs had gone way up. They've somewhat come back down a little bit. So we're kind of waiting also for contractors to get caught up from all the work they were behind on when they couldn't work, during COVID, during this lockdown period and all this kind of stuff. So we've already waited a long time. The project was supposed to be done in 3 years. At our last meeting, we extended the time by a resolution. So we've now got an extension of time. Then we need to get this project out for, we need to keep moving on this. Every month, we need to keep something moving on this so that we are not getting too far behind and we have that deadline come upon us. And I would also say, kind of my last comment is that waterways has been extremely easy to work with. They, of course, have projects going on all over the state. Many of the same things that are affecting this project are affecting every other project in the state. And so that's just the way it is. You know, we can't do too much about it, but we need to keep putting one foot in front of the other and making some progress on this. So for instance, we don't have a situation where we don't have a boat wash out there, you know, because we haven't gotten things done and we haven't moved forward with this. So I would really urge the board to get this project out for bid as it is. Then we deal with what does that look like? We don't have to accept any of those bids. We aren't making any commitment whatsoever. And then we can scale the project after that. I'm interested to know what in reality is the cost of this project as we have, as we planned it. I think that's something the board needs to know.
So I will make a motion. I realize we already have one out there, so I can call for a vote now. I am certainly not on board with doing something and then saying, oh, well, we knew it was gonna be 25% more and now we're gonna redesign it. That's dugout stuff. And I'm just, I'm not in tune with that at all. I would be very supportive of an updated engineer's estimated cost of construction. And I'd be very supportive of an estimated cost for the ranger station and the shed and any other oversights that, you know, really we haven't been made aware of at this point. And so while the actual boat project may be only $500,000, we could easily have another $100,000 into those unanticipated items. So, and I wonder, this is completely opposite of what I just said. But Rick, maybe your pulse on the fact that the reason we are hesitating or having this long discussion, I'll say, of moving forward is we're actually impacted by COVID. So are there infrastructure dollars out there that could be piggybacked with this if we wanted to expand the project rather than line item it out? What happens if we expand it? For example, add the road. Could we write an infrastructure grant that looks at covering our additional costs, our COVID costs, and blacktopping the road or a portion of it because we are affected by COVID? End of comment.
I mean, there's always the possibility, and again, the question of, you know, are there some other grant opportunities out there? Historically for Park and Recreation, those opportunities come around typically once a year in April. There has been some discussion of some of the COVID ARPA money being allocated towards Park and Recreation. But again, that process has been, you know, been bantered about for the better part of 18 months too. And every time we ask the state, we haven't gotten a clear direction. But then the question of is, was this project or really any of these projects outlined in the township's 5-year park and recreation plan in order to be eligible. So I mean, there's always those possibilities of looking at additional funds and looking at other project elements. Like Cheryl had mentioned, this process started out with the kind of the big picture master plan. Then it went to the grant application focused on the immediate needs of the launch and addressing some of those issues. And so now, you know, does the pendulum swing back the other way and look at, again, more of the big picture? I get that's a possibility. But I think, you know, what we have is, you know, trying to address within the framework of the grant application as it currently stands right now.
Yeah, it was just a thought, you know,
Yeah.
sometimes we get hyper focused on contracting. What would happen if we looked at expansion? That was kind of my thought.
Well, I just hope we don't dilly-dally around on this and lose this grant money, because I don't think, you know, other than acquiring property, which the township has gotten a lot of money for, there isn't another project in this township that has brought in $200,000 of matching funds that is matching non-taxpayer money. And it's a great opportunity to get this launch fixed up, get it more, get it where it's serving the public better. And I just hope we don't lose it, because it would be a shame. It would be a real shame if we lost this money from the state.
Call for a vote. We have a motion out there. And a
that?
second.
Motion by Pop to authorize the clerk to work with Fleiss and Vandenbrink to finalize the project manual and thereafter to seek formal sealed bids for the boat launch / entryway improvement project. Second by Bennett.
Alderman Rick?
Bennett,
Yes.
Falmouth,
No.
Pop,
No.
Glenn,
No.
Goss,
Yes.
I'll make an alternate motion. That we call on F&V for an updated engineer's estimated cost of construction and an estimated cost for the ranger station and shed removal or replacement, whatever that plan is going to be. And then we bring this back in front of the board.
After another 6 months. What do you think?
Let's make it a year.
all on F&B for an estimated cost of construction. You had another word in there. And updated.
And estimated cost for ranger station.
She's ahead of you, so I don't know who you want to listen to.
And the estimated cost of moving the shed and the
Can we
ranger
throw a
station.
second boat launch in there? Or I'm sorry, not a second boat launch, a boat wash in that too, or no? Only because if we knew the cost, we might be able to go get some more money for it.
Well, I did speak to Fife Lake, who got two boat wash stations. They're each just a little under 40,000, where we've allowed 25,000. But they got a grant for both of them.
No.
I would like to stay on Heidi's train of thought and explore the cost of moving that boat wash to the inbound side instead of the outbound. I think makes no common sense to leave it where it's at. I think that needs to be on the inbound side.
I'd like to know what the cost of that would be to do that. So if we're updating cost, I'd like to.
I'll amend my motion to include updated engineer's estimation of estimated cost of construction, relocation of boat wash station to inbound traffic, and estimated cost for ranger stations and shed removal and replacement.
Items to boat washes to be done.
So
Here's my thought. If you leave it on the inbound.
Yeah.
Okay, and we wash the boat when we put it in, what if somebody decides to pull their boat out that never got it washed before they put it in?
we should fine them.
Yes.
Good luck. I'm just saying that, do you, is it a wash in, wash out process you want? Or is it, in other words, if
Well-
you put it on both one side, is that gonna be okay if you're washing?
To answer that question, the recent change in the laws were, since 2009, it's always been a requirement that you clean your boat before it goes in. The recent change a few years ago was also to add that it is also a violation if you do not clean your boat when you take it out. So it's not an in only, it's actually an in and out process. Which is, in a lot of that, unfortunately, and it's not really up to the township to enforce. It's really the DNR and the conservation officers to ticket and enforce. The best that really any community can really do is just education. And that's the unfortunate part, that all the enforcement is really with local law enforcement and with DNR conservation officials.
Can you supply a copy of the law, Rick? I mean, I've
Sure.
searched and not really found what I was looking for.
Yeah, I can email that to the board members.
So that's an interesting twist.
Yep, we're responsible, but we can't ticket you.
I don't know that we're responsible, but maybe.
Yeah, actually, a lot of the language in the law, the boat owner is the primary responsible party. It's not really the community. But you know, that's, again, it's challenging because I think a lot of communities, I think there was some discussion that one community has had a 3-year educational and enforcement process that is still ongoing as a way to try to address the issue, because it is a serious issue. But that's just how some communities are trying to address it. And I think they also said that most boaters are very compliant. I mean, they recognize and want to work within the framework of the law. I think a lot of it goes back to that education, and as part of every seasonal launch pass or every purchase of a day use pass, that that needs to be reinforced.
So thinking along the lines of redesign, I received, I think, maybe 4 comments. All of them are about how difficult it was to get their boat on and off the trailer. And that kind of speaks to my questions about the water depth, Rick, that you had answered, and thank you very much for those responses. I myself try and float a 24-foot boat. I don't use the park because of the road going to it, not because of the ramp. I'd much rather go to either Skidmore or Elk Rapids. But thinking along the lines of scaling back already, what would happen if we dropped one of the docks already? Made a 2-lane entry and exit. Have a service dock. That was the other observation that I've heard so much about. So as I understand, a service dock would be merely used for Bob to bring the boat in and have somebody disembark from the boat to go get their trailer.
For the staging.
Could we have another meeting that we just do this at, because this seems to be it's such a in-depth important thing that we could then give Fleece and Vanderbrink some more direction to go in. I mean, if we're asking them to redo this whole process again before we put it out to bids, and you say you want to get it right, then I think we need a special meeting, bring all your ideas, lay the plans out, let's get it right. And instead of just sitting, wasting time, which we're now at 1:30 in the afternoon, and we have other things on our agenda, why don't we do that? Because all your suggestions here is not going to go into what he's going to do. We're going to have another meeting anyway. Are we not?
I'm good with that.
Could I still ask, could he still do a preliminary cost estimate based on?
That's the motion.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
Isn't it,
Yes,
Ron?
Yeah, you're right. Sorry, thanks.
So you want to read my alternate motion back, please?
Motion by Pop that we call on Fleiss and Vandenbrink for an updated cost of construction and updated estimate of cost of construction of relocation of boat wash station to inbound traffic and an estimated cost for ranger station and shed removal and replacement. Second by.
I'll second that.
Didn't Heidi say she wanted two
Two vote.
He didn't.
washes? Oh,
And now we're learning that the laws are clean in and clean out. So
As of 2019,
2019, you say?
that's what I find. Everything is 2019 I can find. I mean, it's been in
well,
the
he said it
fishing,
was 2009 for inbound.
right, and it's been in the fishing book since 2017 that this was coming. So they have been educating. If you read when you get your license.
Let's do this. Let's read the motion back again, please.
Motion by Pop that we call on Fleiss Vandenbrink for an updated estimated cost of construction and updated estimate of cost of construction of relocation of boat wash station to inbound traffic and an estimated cost for ranger station and shed removal and replacement.
So let's remove the word relocation and make it addition of boat wash station inbound.
The one key aspect to keep in mind too with the boat wash station is they are fairly flexible as far as determining a location because they are solar powered. They're off the grid. They're on a precast base. So really, could there be multiple stations? Sure. Could there be? That's definitely a possibility because they're not tied to having to be, connected to any type of utility framework. So they do have the ultimate flexibility of being either, at different locations or relocated if desired.
And that's an excellent point, Rick. Thank you for bringing that up. My thought is that if we're asking people to comply with the law, we ought to provide them the tools. So I don't know what Heidi's motivation was, but it makes sense to me.
I'm a fisherman. We've been doing it forever.
So can you, with that motion amendment, can you read that back?
Motion by Pop that we call on Fleiss Vandenbrink for an updated estimated cost of construction. And
Stop. Okay, now this next piece seems repetitive to me. And so I wondered if we
estimated cost. Skip the word updated.
no, updated estimation of cost, yep. And now estimated cost of relocation, is that what it will say?
Yeah, take out the, I get what you mean. Like to say estimated cost of construction. Updated estimated cost of construction and
additional
yeah.
or with additional, maybe?
Addition of a boat wash station and of inbound traffic.
I think that's excellent.
And estimated cost for ranger station and shed removal and replacement.
Is that your,
Sounds what, yeah,
Cheryl?
I'm good with that motion.
Sure,
Ardella?
sure.
Heidi? Motion made and seconded. I assume Don.
I did second it.
Okay, you'll second the amendment.
I second the amended motion.
Roll call when ready.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Balmos,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Glenn.
Yes.
I need a break. I have to use the restroom.
All right, we'll have a 10-minute break.
Was I saying that? Well, that's what I don't understand. They improved it tremendously. Well, because, right, because they're gonna do, right, they're gonna. My sandwich is in the fridge. No, in mine. He shops the day before. No, he's losing interest in the grocery store real fast because he went to Walmart. And he loves Walmart and he finally figured out that Walmart is not really good food anymore. So far, I can't see. I was just laughing. I'm like, "Get your Walmart, buddy." Hey, Don, is that blue book, is that ordinance book?
No, it's ordinance number 6.
It's just.
I was looking to see if it was all the ordinances.
Is there, Ryan, is there a book somewhere that has all the?
I'm sorry, I'm on break.
Oh,
Sorry.
no problem, I get it. You'll have to start over now, I interrupted you.
Make sure you clock back in.
Clock back in, another 10 minutes.
Well, I have a 2 o'clock appointment, so I'm desperately trying to.
Cancel it.
No, I ain't canceling shit for this place.
So basically, we're doing the tether, see, when I looked at this. 14.
So I will be leaving here in about 2 minutes. Nope.
You got an appointment?
Yep.
We still have a forum. We can continue the meeting.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, we are going to be bringing back. Where is that?
Number 5 under new business. You're talking about truck.
Yeah. Yep.
So 8 items under new business.
That is the only one in there?
It's the whole zoning ordinance.
But it's only zoning ordinance number 6, isn't it?
No, it has.
Zoning ordinance is general ordinance number
Number
6.
six.
So everything we need to know is in that blue book.
On the website too.
Guys, we're at another 5-hour meeting. Is there anything on here that we really gotta take care of? We should just call it a day and start Friday.
Yeah. We have fire department stuff. Ambulance millage. That's gotta be done.
By the end of the month or by Friday.
I have to have it to Bonnie's office before 4 o'clock today. For it to be on the August ballot.
I also have complaints that your mic is not working.
Closer.
You know,
Did a check earlier.
I moved mine like to a different location, so I didn't have to speak over everything.
Yeah.
I don't know if that helps or not.
should be fine.
Are we waiting for somebody?
Nope.
Want to come back want to reconvene
Looks like everybody's here.
at 1:50 PM. I pray park dugouts, capital expenditure.
I'll make a motion to approve the expenditure of 18,262 from the Recreation Fund to install 2 7-foot by 24-foot dugouts at High Parade Park. I don't know if these need to be separate, but
Is that as written, Della?
yes.
Yeah, it is two different motions.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Just for clarification, this 18,672. There, we have. So that does, so we have $3,000 in some costs into this at this point, right? So we removed the old structures and the 2 new benches, and that was $3,000 if I remember back from some conversations. So.
No, it was only $1,000, I think, to remove the old structures, if that.
Okay,
I'd go back
that's
and
what
look.
I'm asking for clarity, because I
Yeah.
know we've got some additional costs. And
Right.
I'm just
No, I'd have to
trying-
go. I wish I would have known you were gonna ask that question. I'd have been happy to look it up for you.
Close enough, it's,
But-
so.
Yeah, I'm sorry, the 18,672, my proposed motion had 18,262, but it should have been 18,672. So that's a correction there. So you did say it correctly. I just had it
So-
in the
I
Correction.
could have
to
easily said it
18,672.
incorrectly. So.
The amount should be 18,672.
So I guess my initial question and is that the money that was, I know the money was budgeted at one point. And, budgeting doesn't necessarily mean it has to be spent. But then the question becomes is prioritization of money in the township. I wish we had more money, but we have what we have. So we look at potentially repairing the current fire truck. We know that that still is lingering out there, and I think the last cost estimate and that was 50,000. Got fire department recruitment and retention needs and for volunteers. I have no idea when or ever we're going to discuss the replacement of the fire engine. Still waiting on Grand Traverse Road Commission potentially for some of their changes in how our road potholes are filled. A potential third brine in 2022. When I look at this comparatively, I ask myself and I ask the board members, priority of spending almost $19,000 when we have some other significant health, safety, welfare concerns. Is this a good use of the money? Not saying it isn't important to a lot of people, but I question whether we're being responsible stewards knowing that we have some very significant expenses coming to us that are not budgeted for. And we'll have to look and seek funds from where we can to handle maybe some immediate issues. So. that's
And
what
you
I-
think 18,672 is going to fix getting a new fire truck?
No, but it's a good start to.
Not
put some-
even a drop in the bucket, Don. And this project had been approved, what, 2 years ago? And they took those safety, I mean, those dugout things are for safety also because the balls come up over. Those kids are now sitting on benches with no safety. So that's a liability right there. We've got projects half done that are now being second and third thought of in the middle of it. It's a little frustrating on my end. And I'm sure for the parents whose kids play ball there, I'm sure they're wondering why the township isn't finishing a project also. And they pay taxes here too.
My only point is, well, no, no. I hear what you're saying. I hear your frustration.
So I understood that there was going to be only chain link on 3 sides of this building, Ardella. I assumed, obviously incorrectly, that the 3 sides would be, you know, the right and the left and the back. But you're proposing, because of the safety issue, that it would actually be the front and right and left.
There's always been a chain link fence that run in front of those
It's
dugouts.
still there.
And yeah, you come out to the side like this. So there's a chain link fence in front of the dugout,
Yeah,
but it's open on each end so the players can go out. You've been over there, you know what I'm talking about, right?
well, I was asking your safety concern that there was no protection.
Roof wise. Talking about the roof, those balls come over and they hit those roofs.
Pop-ups,
Yeah.
all balls.
Cross the road, because we all know how I feel about these dugouts.
And if I can just comment, so it's been a long range plan. Back when Chuck Decker was on the Parks and Rec Committee, he doesn't live here anymore. To have, you know, the batting cage, new dugouts, a couple other pitching machine, this is like the last thing on the list. And so, but the comments about the fire truck and those are all good concerns, and we do have those concerns, but those would not be paid for out of rec fund money. So township government functions on fund accounting. And so we wouldn't be pulling money out of the rec fund to give to the fire department or something like that.
You
or any
can't
of the-
transfer that money out of that fund to another fund.
We would not do that. That's
Okay,
not-
we
I know
would
you
not
wouldn't,
do
but
that.
could
Can
you-
we do it or
can
not?
you do that?
Oh, we can do it.
There's
as we
all, this
transferred it
money
in.
is already in the rec fund and has been in
Agreed.
there. It's a carryover from last year. And so it's for park. And it's actually money in the rec fund is for the 4 recreation parks, right? Tobico, Lassie Road, Battle Creek Natural Area. And no, I would not vote to take money away from the parks to give it to fire. Fire has their special assessment district millage that they have, which it was discussed at budget time that we might be considering an increase in that millage. And so I haven't seen anything brought back on that yet, but certainly the fire department has a stable funding source. And then we happen to have an excellent fire chief who has brought in, I don't know, he's got a list of dollars of grant money that he's brought in. I mean, there's just been, there would be no reason to take money away from parks to give to the fire department. We would do other things to bolster the fire department.
But Cheryl, it's not a law that we can't, correct?
I'll agree with that.
Okay, thank you. Let's vote.
I know Amber Voice was on earlier. Maybe she's still not on there. She probably,
I'm still here, Cheryl.
oh, so I don't know if
Are you about to cross a line into my lane?
no, I'm not. I
Okay.
wanted to know if she was still on there, and please don't assume that that's what I'm going to do.
Just checking.
But Amber is the head of the Elk Rapids Youth Baseball, and I think the board would benefit from her comments about the dugouts. And I would encourage the board to allow her to make comments.
Board, what would you like to do?
I would like to vote.
I'd like to hear from Amber Voice, because she has expertise in this area.
I say we vote.
I say we vote, and here's why. Because when this project started many, many moons ago, I begged the clerk to stop the order on the benches and relook at her project. And I pretty much got told to mind my own business, that the prank knew what they were doing. Here's my problem. I waited till the hottest day of the year, and I went down on those benches thinking, ooh, I'm gonna prove we don't, we either need this dugout or we don't. It was 96 degrees for over, I'm gonna say 4 to 5 hours. I took a heat gun and an egg with me. I lost because those are aluminum benches. They weren't even hot. So I'm done.
And I would just say that we had already approved the cost for the dugouts, I'm sorry, for the benches. And the Parks and Rec Committee wanted them to be ordered so that the players had a place to sit.
Otherwise, they don't have a place to sit. They could just stand there for the 3 hours, I guess.
Bring chairs. I'm
So
sorry.
let's make the children suffer.
No,
because
none of the children
you
should be
don't
suffering
believe-
because nobody
you
should have
don't
tore the dugouts
believe
down.
That Cheryl Goss did something correct. It's kind of transparent.
No, I wouldn't say it was incorrect or
Well, why
not
are we
correct.
letting the kids suffer? Why can't we finish a simple project?
Because
Is
we
it
don't do a
always going to be
directive, an
delay,
objective,
delay,
and a
delay?
goal.
Let's not finish anything we start. Let's not start anything new in Whitewater Township. Let's just stay stagnant.
No, let's,
just do that.
how about we be a little more
Let's vote.
responsible for our money?
Let's vote.
Let's vote. Yep, let's vote. Let's stop spending. Let's vote. Call for a vote, please.
Roll call when ready.
Ramos,
No.
Goss,
Yes.
Glenn,
No.
Bennett,
Yes.
Hot.
I am going to vote yes for the following reasons. Number one, I want this tragedy of a project off of our agenda. However, I will not authorize any additional park and recs expenditures until a complete plan is made. So my vote is yes on this project. I do believe that motion passes.
There's a second motion out there as well. No, there is not a second motion. You mentioned it.
No, there is.
Yeah.
And I'll be happy to make that motion. So motion to approve the independent contractor agreement between Whitewater Township and Lynn Bartosik, DBA Peterson Built Services.
I'll second. Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
None here.
Cheryl, this seemed to be a regurgitation of the basic independent contractor agreement provided by Chris Patterson.
Yeah, it's our form.
Is that
Yep.
correct assumption?
Yep.
Okay. Were there any other changes made to it other than, like contractor name,
Nope.
dates?
In fact, what you see in the packet, the bold is what I added. The rest is exactly as the form appears.
Okay.
Yep. And Mr. Bartosik has also provided his certificate of insurance liability, which is double the township limits, double the township's required minimum.
Any other questions? Oh, I do have one. This is gonna sound silly, but 24/7 dugout. How long are the benches?
21.
Okay. Because I've heard of a township buying a fire truck that was too long to fit in their
I
building.
checked that. That was the first thing I
All right.
checked, Fred.
Any other questions? Roll call when ready.
Goss,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Vamos.
Yes.
Are we finally in the new, no. Tree removal agreement. I trust the changes to this, Cheryl, are made in red.
Yeah, most of them.
Never
On
mind.
page 2, that's the only change in red. No changes on 3. Well, and when I say 2, I'm sorry, I was counting the invitation to bid as page 1, but on the agreement, page 1, tree inventory and nothing on page 2. Page 3, tree inventory and also the contact information for Matt Harrow was not included in your proposed document. And so that needs to be in there. That follows the prior agreement that we signed. And also there was not a signature line for partial tree service, and they are signatory to the agreement. And then, of course, the list of trees and the map. So I guess I'll make a motion to approve the hazardous tree removal and mitigation project bid packet.
Second.
Motion made and seconded for the discussion.
Cheryl, the bid process, being June 1st, is that adequate time, do you feel to?
Well, I think it's fairly adequate. I would suggest that since we aren't opening the bids until June 7th, and I think we should stick with that schedule, that we allow bids to come in until June 6th, which is the Monday before the 7th, and then that would give people an additional weekend.
Mhm.
So I think that should be modified. Good point.
30 days.
So.
Well, some of them
what
have already
page is
been
that
out
on?
there.
Page 2, section 5, bid process, A.
Okay. So it's gonna
Last-
change to
yeah.
June 6th.
Yeah, the June 1 to change to June 6, and then that doesn't affect any of our other dates.
You will need to change the motion.
Yeah, I guess, I would add to the motion, revising the time for bids until June 6th.
So you said people are already out bidding again before this.
No,
packet's
not
even
bidding
out?
again. Some of them that want to bid have already been out there. So they've already looked at it.
They're waiting for the package.
How?
It's public property. They go on it. I mean, we already had Tress and Shaw bid, remember? So they've already been out there, is what I'm saying.
They have not had this inventory with them.
No, I didn't suggest that they had. I'm just saying some of the people have already have a good idea of what the damage is out there. That's what I was saying. No, they haven't seen this. No, this hasn't gone out to anybody.
Is there a motion and second?
Get Cheryl to repeat the motion. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. It was a motion to approve the hazardous tree removal and mitigation project bid packet. With a change from June 1 to June 2nd for receipt of bids.
Did you say June 7th or June 2nd?
6th.
Sixth. Well, there's also an addition on page 1.
Well, you mean tree inventory? Yeah, this is approving this as it's written here. The only change, and it's not even in this document. Yes, it is. The only change from what's here, and I'm moving to approve this document. I don't think we need to list all the changes. Everybody's got those
Okay.
in the document already. So the only thing that wasn't in the document is to change June 1st to June 2nd.
Can't even touch it.
Doesn't it clip on?
It does, but if I move or breathe, sorry.
Clip it to your shoulder up here, one of the folds in your, it'll be just fine. Perfect. Is there a second to that motion? Second.
Done.
Don? Okay, roll call when ready.
Glenn,
Yes.
Hawk,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Bellmore,
Yes.
Bennett.
Yes.
Motion to adopt resolution 2214. Anyone care to make that?
Second.
Anyone care to make the motion?
I'll make the motion.
And Cheryl, are you going to second?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. Motion made and seconded. Is there further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Bennett,
Yes.
Bellmore,
Yes.
Hawk,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss.
Yes.
Will you be able to get it to Donnie's office?
If I get out of this meeting in any kind of by 3:30 or so, or might have to just take a break and go do it. It's got to be to Bonnie's by 4 o'clock.
Business number 2, certified zoning services agreement.
Motion to approve the updated service agreement between Whitewater Township and Certified Zoning Services with the monthly fee to be $1,507.75 and additional hours if needed, invoiced at a rate of $29.22 per hour as written.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Is there further discussion?
I have just a couple questions. So on services provided, paragraph 1C says monthly report summarizing activities with recommendations for continued enforcement and additional appropriate actions if applicable. Is that a different report than
He normally
what
sends out.
normally sends out? And if so,
Where
who-
are they?
Yeah, who received, or maybe there's one, because it goes to my secondary question is, I guess, who does Bob Hall technically report to on an organizational standpoint? Is
The
it just the
board.
board? So, I mean, if I ask him questions, I'm well within my ability to ask him and expect answers, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I guess I'd ask, then go back to 1C. Is there a report other than what he sends out on a monthly basis?
Not that I'm
Sometimes we
aware
get
of.
it, sometimes we don't.
Okay. And this is, please take this for what it's worth. It's not a dig at all. There are multiple times in this contract that he talks about termination, and there is not a termination section in this contract as referenced. So from in terms of a complete contract, there's no termination for convenience or termination for cause, anything like that. And I view this as an incomplete document because there should be a clause in there specifying what those. I'm not suggesting that's not there to be used. It's to lay the groundwork for, because it's referenced in other parts of the contract. And maybe that's by design, but I would throw that out there for if I think that needs to be in there. And then I would go into compensation 7B. Additional hours of service in excess of 16 hours weekly shall be approved in writing by an authorized Whitewater Township board member. I go back to my original question. So that would be, if he had that, he could approach any board member and ask or provide looking for written authorization to exceed 16 hours to kick in that $29 plus rate. Am I interpreting that correctly?
He just puts it on his bill and,
He has a timesheet he turns in.
Okay, so
well, it's an invoice he turns in, but he's never abused any of that.
yeah, I'm not suggesting that, you're all just
Right.
reading the letter of the contract and
So we've been approving additional costs without, I guess.
Checks and balances here. Okay.
Well, how do I know you haven't already approved him? I mean, he's,
To Don's point though, right?
right,
I
well,
mean-
what is the procedure for him to get that approved then?
well, according to compensation 7B, additional hours of service, and I'm reading verbatim, in excess of 16 hours weekly shall be approved in writing by an authorized Whitewater Township board member. I would extrapolate that and say, is that prior, is that pre or post him going over 16 hours? And
Quite
they're certainly-
honestly, it should just be removed. That particular section should just be removed.
I said,
Ron and Cheryl and myself have been here when we're trying to hire a zoning administrator, find one.
Yeah.
I mean, you find one and another township poaches it from you with a lot higher pay. You just can't compete. Our small townships can't. That's why we're down to 1 day a week. That's what we get. That's all he has time for. I don't want to do anything to upset the apple cart, Don.
not trying to, we're talking about a contract and.
Right,
that's the
I got
language you're
it.
guided
I
by.
do
So
understand.
You gotta respect my thoughts on
And,
that.
and let me just make, okay, and I heard what you said, but after I read it in writing, he's never turned in excess of 16 hours, never. So there was never any approval required.
But that would be the trigger point for the $29 if in fact there was something in the future that would cause.
Over 16 hours.
Okay, well, that's.
Well,
fine.
no, it
No.
says additional hours of service in A will be provided at the base hourly rate, blah, blah, which shall not exceed 4 additional hours per week. So he's got 4.
Yeah.
That he can do, and he doesn't need any board approval, and I
In other words,
have to
he's
look back
saying-
on the invoices. I don't think it's
Wow.
ever gone beyond that.
I think, sorry, I'll let you
I'm
finish.
done.
I think Don has a valid point here, and I think we just say, Cheryl, I'm sorry, supervisor or clerk, take out authorized township, Whitewater Township board member and replace it with supervisor or clerk.
Is this his contract? Do we have to?
It is, But I'd be happy to make recommendations to him. I don't think he has a problem with this. And I think that's good housekeeping.
I hope he doesn't, because it's not meant.
No.
I
you guys
appreciate
meet
the, I
once a
really
week?
appreciate the
Don't
work
you
he
meet
does. I
once
just
a
want to
week?
get it right.
Don't you and Bob meet once a week?
Not necessarily. No, matter of fact, it's been 2 or 3 weeks since I've seen him. We did meet last week, yes. And we'll probably meet Thursday. I don't think this is a major
It's not
I
gonna be.
know it is.
issue with Bob, but I think it's a great housekeeping catch. I really do.
You
Those
wanna
were all-
make it
those were all the
supervisor
comments I
or
had.
clerk, or just one or the other, or are you doing supervisor or clerk? You doing supervisor and a sign off? You doing, what are you doing here?
I only think it takes one board member to approve those. I mean, if he's
Yeah.
getting that many hours, he's working on something that is
Special.
special. We know
Unusual.
about it and it's not gonna be an issue. I don't really think Bob wants to incur that many additional hours here.
Right.
He's very busy with his other employment as well. And I would be surprised if he would take on anything that required that kind of hours.
Really, you took the chair of the marijuana subcommittee with no problem.
Well, he gets paid separately for that.
Exactly. So I'm trying to add all those hours up that he would work in a week, and I'm wondering, so are we talking about overtime after 12 here? Or is it just a straight 29, 22?
So he is an independent contractor by this agreement. And so his rates are his rates. No overtime that the township incurs.
Yeah, we
How
don't
he
need
handles
overtime.
his intercompany
Right.
business,
Okay,
I do not know.
so we've come to a conclusion that we're changing Whitewater Township board member to supervisor and clerk, or one or the
Supervisor
other?
or clerk.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
There's no need for two.
Right. What was your first?
My first one, but the reports, and the second one is the termination. Termination is I assume this is his writing, so it's referenced 7 points, but there isn't a termination section of the contract. And I would expect to see a termination for convenience or a termination for cause section if that's going to be referenced throughout there. I don't think it has to be extensive, it's just another guiding principle.
You don't think number 11 covers it enough? Probably not, huh?
No, it just says in the event it's terminated, but for
Right.
what reasons.
Okay, so I'll bring up those 2 recommendations.
But does he have to give a reason to terminate the contract? I mean.
No, I'm
to-
saying if
There is
those
no-
hours too. I mean, if
Right,
it's
yeah.
termination for cause or convenience, that would be. And I can't imagine this, I mean, you'd have to let your imagination go wild, but
And I don't.
he's not gonna do anything silly. I mean, so.
And I don't claim to know all of this, but I think maybe does the at-will apply to this? I mean, we wouldn't have to give a reason either, because he's
That would
right.
be an
Contractor,
employee.
Not
not
a
an
contractor
employee.
employee, you're right.
So, I mean, I would think if there was any kind of termination, it'd be mutual. but-
I'll come up with something for.
Maybe just something, since it's talked about it, maybe just a line at the end, part ways, blah, blah, blah. Bless you.
Bless you. Okay. So with the addition of a termination clause and change to supervisor or clerk for the additional time over the 4 hours
Section 7B.
in section 7B. If I make those changes and Bob's amicable to them, do I need to bring this back, or what is the board's?
No,
wish?
we can make the motion with
Okay.
changes as amended.
Thank you.
Roll call when ready.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Dalmus,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Glenn.
Yes.
New business item number 3.
I'll make the motion to allow Chief Flynn, this is gonna be as written laws. Motion to allow Chief Flynn to purchase 2 hose reels and accessories as listed to complete the DNR grant project in the amount of $6,740.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Is there further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Dalmus,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Pop.
Yes. Business number 4.
Motion, this will be also as written, motion to allow Chief Flynn to donate 10 existing Scott SCBA air packs and 20 SCBA air bottles to North Central Michigan College Regional Firefighter Training Center.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Additional discussion? Roll call when ready.
Goss,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Dalmus.
Yes.
New business number 5, proposed planning commission appointment. I guess we'll have to remove that. I don't know if Mr. Davis is interested in coming back or not. So
Might have just been that he didn't expect it to run as long as it did. You never know.
I told him 2 o'clock. But
You want to check on that and put it back on
we'll
the
check
schedule?
on that. Yeah. So for right now, we just remove that from this agenda. Yes.
Put it on the next one if possible.
So that makes new business number 6.
I'll make a motion as written to approve 2022 wages for Dan Bellinger, Margaret, Peggy Quas, Dean Crawford, Mary Crawford, Spencer Lance, and Nakai Halpin, as recommended by the clerk.
I will second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
I just have 1 or 2 questions real quick, short answers.
No.
So returning new, so the new employees, Dan and Peggy were obviously returning. The new employees, have they been on board? They've been onboarded already, or when do they start? Or what's
They're
the-
just beginning to get some training this last weekend.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, and then
So the answer to that is yes.
Yeah.
I'll save those questions.
All right, I have one. Does anybody punch the clock down there?
Well, we bought a time clock a long time ago. It never got installed. But no, they fill out timesheets.
Yeah, that's gonna have to change. Shirley, you're paying people serious cash here. You gotta get a time clock. If you want me to pay these people this kind of money, I want to see that they're on time for work. That's all. So could we somehow instigate that time clock again?
I'll look into it.
I need a better than I look into it because you want me to vote.
Point of order, that's not on the agenda. This
It's
is.
not on the
No
agenda.
problem. No problemo.
Any other questions? Roll call when ready.
Glenn,
Yes.
Hot,
No.
Goss,
Yes.
Vamos,
No.
Bennett,
Yes.
Just to be clear, I've voted no on that several times. And it's because we've not even seen an application for these people. And they represent the face of Whitewater Township. And we don't even get to meet them. Additional concerns, which will have to be addressed, is that these people are brought on before the board approves them. That's in no way acceptable in my.
Well, they haven't, they've got to fulfill all of their physical requirements and all that type of stuff, but
All should have been done before they received training, Cheryl, before they
Yeah.
step on township property.
okay.
And that's part of the process. At any rate. Public access, Zoom recording and agendas. Anybody care to make a motion?
I'm almost there. And I'll make them, you got two different motions here. I'll make. The way you wrote these motions, I would make a motion for discussion. But I think we should discuss which way you wanted to go. So which one you want, motion individual for discussion? Or
So
just
I
pick
will
the
make
one
a
I want to
motion.
discuss?
I will make a motion to authorize up to $1,200 as a one-time fee for Brickhouse Interactive to design and set up YouTube channel and Google Drive for public video and agenda viewing. Once that gets seconded, we can discuss
Okay, I'll give you a second.
for discussion purposes.
For discussion
Gotcha.
purposes.
What's your question?
Is it are the changes, do the changes happen that readily with this process? In other words, the Zoom, I don't know a lot about it, and the Google Drive stuff, that it would be more beneficial for us to pay an annual fee and make sure we're up to date than versus dropping a one-time fee?
So, good question. Pursuant to Jim Sundberg's page following this, the one-time fee is to set up a user interface that basically allows us to upload the video to YouTube.
Correct.
That has a link to a Google Drive that operates in the background
So you'd be
of the YouTube.
Right, okay.
So if you click on the YouTube meeting,
Mhm.
you get potentially access to both documents.
Okay.
Now, how does that look? Is it a split screen or is it a screen you select? I don't know the answer to that question.
So how'd you say it got to the YouTube channel?
We have to receive, like Lois right now, she will, after this meeting is over with, Lois will receive an email link to view the meeting. Someone has to still upload that link to the YouTube channel. Actually, they're going to upload the recording to the YouTube channel, not just the link. The page, the interface that Jim is creating links the agenda to the video.
The agenda needs to be uploaded as well.
But to a Google Drive.
Correct.
Not to.
Yes, and then you
Not to
then you
YouTube.
need to link the way I read it, you put a link in the agenda that will take you to the YouTube.
Actually, as Jim explained it to me, it's a link within the video that goes to the agenda.
Okay, and my research on it, I thought it went both ways. I thought it was a two-way street. So
I would think it would be.
Okay, that's fine.
That's what I thought, but
Yeah, I
then
mean, I'm good.
I'm not a I'm not tech savvy, so.
The concern was, we didn't want to have a lot of input here at the township, right? So during budget time, I got a lot of requests, I'm sure Lois did, for recordings of meetings and so on and so forth. This way they're up there, just let them be. And there's like 500 gigabytes of space. We just don't have to worry about taking them down until a year or whatever.
So,
After you take them down, can you log them somewhere else? Or no, you lose them?
So as I understand the procedure right now, Lois keeps them on a thumb drive. I don't know how long she keeps them. There is no policy.
The retention policy should be. You should look at the retention policy. It should be there. Maybe a standard 7 years.
Plus 1 day or something like that. Yeah.
well, audio recordings of meetings only have to be kept until the minutes are approved.
So does it fall under that category?
I don't know if it does or not, but I'm just saying plain audio doesn't have to be kept for any kind of length of time. We have kept them, but it's not required that they be kept.
So in that mission seminar we went to,
Told
did Catherine make cover this particular item about voice recordings?
I'd have to look at my notes. I don't remember right now.
So I put a note in here, what is the retention policy for Zoom recording?
And then
Oh,
I guess I'm unclear because I don't know about this YouTube technology and I don't use Google Drive either. Job, how did these things get uploaded to the YouTube channel?
I will do that. Somebody will physically have to do that. So Lois gets the link. I pretty much have a standing order with her after every meeting. I do email her, but that's kind of a pain. I'm sure she doesn't like forwarding me the link either. So if we can streamline that process, that'd be good. But I will take the time to upload them. It should take 10 minutes tops to upload it. This meeting will take probably 30 minutes. To upload.
And then you'll also take care of this PDF of the agenda or whatever.
Yeah. What I'll do is just take the packet that we use that's already on the website. I didn't understand why he wanted a separate drive for the agenda because it's on the website. And his comment was, we may not keep the agendas on the website very long. So that maybe falls in line with the discussion that maybe you've had with him, Cheryl, regarding ADA stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, but we aren't taking anything else off there, so they're gonna be on there, but. So anyways, you're gonna get the PDF to the Google Drive too.
Yep.
And the PDF is the packet,
Correct.
the PDF meeting packet to the Google Drive. Great.
Does that answer your questions, Heidi?
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else have questions?
And you want to take this, so it's just going to be a one-time fee of $1,200. And you want that taken out of 804 under Township Board?
It seems like it's a plausible.
I mean,
use
we
for
may have to do a
professional fees.
budget amendment. I don't know what was put in there. I'll check it out.
I was gonna check if you needed it. Do
Well,
you wanna
I'm
know
just
what it
saying,
is?
We probably had a reason we put whatever we put in there, and so,
So we could change that to contingencies if you wanted to, Cheryl. It's purely a recommendation.
okay, well, if we can take it out of that, or change to contingency if there's not enough money in there.
I mean, that's really not part of motion number one.
Right, I know, I'm just saying, when the expense comes in, I have to put it to something.
Additional questions or comments? Roll call when ready.
Bennett,
Yes.
Don Lewis,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss.
Yes.
So this will be a reoccurring expense of $200 annually. And as I understand it, this fee, most of us have posted things to YouTube. Maybe some of us have posted things to YouTube. What they're doing now is following up that video with another recommended video. So for example, let's say I post a video on how to clean a salmon fish, right? Then YouTube, through its algorithm, might post a follow-up video of somebody showing you how to clean a shark. You have no control over that follow-up video. With this $200 annual fee, you get exclusive rights
To the YouTube
to that
with
channel.
with no advertising,
I don't think, there could be advertising.
but none of the stuff that pops up in front of somebody's face.
But you won't get somebody else's video following yours.
Motion made.
Oh, I'm sorry. No.
No.
Authorize up to 200 annually to Brickhouse Interactive as hosting fees for the YouTube channel and Google Drive expanding public access to township information. I'll make the motion.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion. Roll call when ready.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yeah.
Don Lewis,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Glenn.
Yes.
Cheryl, will you issue a purchase order for that 1,200,
Sure.
up to 1,200?
And that's to Brickhouse Interactive,
Please.
or who's that to?
Yeah.
Well, it has to be for the other two. The recurring $200 annual fee.
Okay. Yep, I agree with that. Are we to our last business item already?
Yeah, it's only almost 3 o'clock.
Park plan grant throwable life rings. Anybody care to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 22-15 in support of Whitewater Township Participating Plan Risk Reduction Grant Program to supply and install 2 throwable life rings at Whitewater Township Camping Park.
I'll second the motion.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Well-
One question.
Okay.
Go ahead, Charlie, you first.
Well, I was just gonna say that about 4 years ago, on our inspection, the health department recommended we install a throwable life ring at the beach, and there's already one down there.
Oh, is there?
Yep.
Good, now we can put 2 more and I'll have 3 all the way across, which means numbers.
Well, you're talking
Maybe
about
you
a
could
50
put
foot
it at the
wide
boat
beach.
launch.
Where does that go at? Well, where, because I went down there to look.
It's at the top of the beach.
Yeah, I must have missed it. So I had gone down just to check the.
I mean, the ring may not be out there yet. We store that in the winter time.
Oh, sure.
But the post is there.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
okay.
right next to where it says no lifeguard on duty and no dogs
Yep, saw
on
that
beach.
sign. Didn't realize that
Yeah.
there was a.
There's an
Well,
apparatus
there's
there for-
maybe
okay.
a need for it at the boat launch too, you know.
Well, we can drop this. I mean.
No, there's plenty of, you got 3 places you could put those over there.
I
Don't
didn't
risk life.
realize.
It doesn't matter. Don't risk life. You have plenty
Well,
of
the problem
space.
is, I mean, over at the boat launch, these are the cabinet style. They're not the post style. That's what it looks like to me from the information, right?
It's 2 separate items. And so.
We don't need the cabinets. We don't have anything to attach those to. So the cabinets would be attached to a building like they are with fire extinguishers.
Or a post.
And also, I just would say, people don't swim amongst the boats.
No, but they could fall off.
They
You
they
fall off
could,
the boat
I
dock.
get it, they could fall off a boat, but I mean, if we only need one
Wouldn't
over on
common,
the boat launch side. Really, 2 would be,
wouldn't common sense tell you that if they're launching a boat, they should have some flotation devices right?
Yeah,
But
yeah, you
common
might
sense
think
would tell you
You
that.
might think that.
But- So,
Okay,
we definitely don't need 2. We could put 1 by the boat launch, but we definitely don't need 2 over there. So if you want to write the grant for 1.
expert. Cheryl, you must be an expert on life saving. I swear to God, you must be an expert because Ron and I had this discussion when we were talking about this grant. And are you telling me that whole area shoreline could not benefit from 3 life rings? The whole shoreline, even when you like stand at the edge and look over. Maybe you ought to put one down below in
In my
case somebody
opinion-
falls
In
down.
my opinion, 3 life rings are not necessary down there. That's my opinion.
Okay.
So what does the trail look like today at the base of like site 16? You know, there's a little stairway that goes down around 18.
The
or
trail doesn't go
17.
anywhere near site 16. The trail,
The stairway.
okay, the
so
stairway is
stairway,
between 13 and 14.
13 and 14. Okay.
Yep.
So that goes down to an area that is not a beach, but it is,
Not a
it
beach.
used to be just a vertical drop off of about 18 to 24 inches.
The last time I was down it, which has been a couple years ago, you stepped off the last step like normal onto wet sand.
So there is a beach there. Yeah.
There's a beach, you could swim. I'm not being
Suggesting
rude.
put one there.
My original thought was a noisemaker there, like a horn or something, so you could, if there was a problem down there, you could attract attention. That was my original impetus for this quote. Then when I went to the supervisor meeting last month, Long Lake, East Bay, Fife Lake is trying to determine whether or not they want throwable devices. And there's a debate on whether or not you should have them in cabinets. So one township likes the cabinets, other township doesn't like the cabinets. So I think it's personal preference, actually.
But
And
the cabinets aren't going to be locked, correct?
they would not be.
Oh, no.
No, they're just really meant for UV.
Almost just like
protection.
AED, it's just like an AED cabinet. You're just protecting from the elements.
We're so close, people.
So do we want to write for 1 or,
yeah, I'm saying to you that I'm not sure where we landed.
Right.
So.
yeah, or none?
Right.
Why don't we
If
just-
We got 1 and you think that's enough, Cheryl. I'm not gonna.
Does the one we
micromanage.
have need replacement?
I mean.
No, it's not that old.
I mean, the upside of this is the grant is covered 100% if we get the two correct. We could install those at the beach and move the other life ring that we currently have, Cheryl, that you said is in pretty good, and try to make some arrangement at the boat dock, to your point, that we just
Well-
redeploy that piece of equipment.
And I want everybody to know, the beach the waterfront is rocky
Mhm.
down there. So people don't go over the rocks into the water. They either wade in at the boat launch or they go down the beach. The beach is only 50 feet wide.
Yes.
So it's not even as long as the length of this room. So to me, it's overkill to have two throwable life rings at the beach.
Would you suggest we amend it to one and use the other one down by the boat docks?
That would be, yeah,
Perfect.
if you're gonna put one up at all, I think just one at the boat. And if it's gonna be in a cabinet, we'd probably throw it on the front of the pit toilet building or something. There's nothing to anchor it to down there.
We'd have to
Well,
put a post in
as
down by
you
the
see,
water.
there's.
So you can use a
for
post.
Post
Oh, okay.
and all
All
of
right.
that.
All right.
And my original intent was one at the swimming area, if it was even being used. I've heard people tell us that it can't be used and it's been taped off. I don't know if that's true or not.
It
And then-
gets used.
And then my other thought was just north of where the boats launch. Somebody said, well, you ought to have it on the end of the boat dock. That seemed like a no-brainer. I don't know.
You need to have
Well,
it
it's
where,
gonna cover up our sign on the end of the boat dock if we hung it on the very end where we have a sign there on the end, which is a dual purpose thing to remind people of the rules. And also so people don't jump off their boats onto the dock, because sometimes people like to do that when they're cutting in front of other people. And and then the posts that are down there are for boat tie-up, so we wouldn't want it hanging on a post.
Right.
So I wouldn't want to put it on the dock. No, it needs to be on shore.
Okay.
So still don't know where we.
Are we one or two?
Why don't we just do two?
well, do two and let's just let's revisit the entire park and make sure that we've got devices where we need them.
Then my motion stands as presented, so.
There you go.
Motion made and seconded for the discussion. And I guess that resolution 2215, Cheryl.
Yep, that would be it. 14's in the packet.
Roll call. when ready.
Almost.
Yes.
Doss.
No, only not because I don't believe in safety, but just because I spend a lot of time down there and I just don't think they're needed. It's fine.
Bennett.
Yes.
Yes.
Glenn.
Yes.
No. Okay, tabled items, none. Board comments or discussion? Unfortunately, I do have an item. Recently, you may or may not know that we had a professional planner kind of fire us as a planner. At that same meeting, we had a resident, Randy Melnick, step up and indicated that he had talents in this area. Day following the meeting, maybe 2 days following, I made personal contact with Randy. He agreed to meet with Bob Hall and Planning Commission Chair Kim Mangus to see if we could find a good fit. That meeting is not taken place yet. So it's kind of come to my attention that maybe Bob's too busy to set up an appointment convenient for him. So I'm wondering, is there a board member that would like to take Bob's spot? And this is just to interview see where Randy's at, see what his talents might be. Something we didn't do with Mr. Grobel. So I would like to have Kim involved just to make sure that, you know, everybody gets along, plays nicely in the same sandbox.
Let's
New
give
guy,
the new guy it.
I'm the new guy. I'd be happy to do that.
Let's give the new guy it, because then he has no opinions.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Well, and I'm just gonna say that I don't know that I would be able to support Mr. Milnick. I don't know anything about him. I'm sure he's a fine man. But I think he has a conflict of interest in serving in the role of a planner for Whitewater Township. I just don't think you hire a planner that lives in your own township.
We didn't say we were hiring him. We just said we were gonna talk to him.
Well, I mean,
It is with the intent of possibly hiring him, isn't it?
I don't know. What if he said he wanted to be a volunteer? That's a different, nobody's come forward and said, hey, I'll just volunteer to do it.
Well, okay, but Cheryl brings up an excellent point. You know, maybe I was off base at touching base, contacting him, you know, initial reach out. So if the board has conflict concerns, then maybe we just move on and we find somebody else.
So do you have that problem with that? Do you think that's a conflict?
Well, I can only tell you what I was told from an actual planner.
Yeah, I gotta.
what were you told?
I was told that you don't plan in the community you're living in.
I see your point. I see Cheryl's as well.
I
think that's a very valid point.
It kind of makes sense because,
They have skin in the game.
yeah.
So
Okay, so then I'll just let Mr. Melnick know that the township board is not interested because of conflict of interest concerns. Would that be an appropriate statement?
I would think so. I mean,
Okay.
don't know him, have nothing personal against him.
So then thinking about professional planners who would like to interview with the other one I got a quote from was Beckett and Rader. I forget the lady's name, but she's been representing, I think,
Beckett
Milton
and-
Township. She took Chris, no, what,
Warble, isn't it?
Weinzapple.
Weinzapple.
I think it is.
I'm mixing. two
Carl
names.
and
Carl.
Carl
Yeah,
and
it's a
Chris
Carl
and-
place.
Okay, gotcha.
He's gonna come after you now.
Where'd Weinzapple go?
He retired.
Didn't he?
Wasn't
So-
that in the March packet?
Would you like me to set a meeting up? Again, I'm still interested in a board member who can interview with the planning commission chair.
I think John is an excellent one to do it. Get his feet wet. That's
Okay.
good.
I am a willing participant.
And make sure you ask
Don't let the
that
minutes show otherwise.
Make sure you ask that conflict of interest question to someone that doesn't live here and see what you get.
So Glenn is, Don, I'm sorry,
It's
is
better.
volunteering to do what?
Interview Beckett and
Possible
Rader.
planners.
Yeah, Beckett and Rader is one we already
Okay.
got a quote from.
In conjunction with Kim Mangus. Correct?
That's who I'm recommending.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But if the board has another option, I mean, I'm very willing to listen.
And I guess, one thing I did notice about that Beckett and Rader quote is that that's to rewrite the master plan, and that's not the process that we're undergoing. We are updating the master plan. It's a 5-year review. It's not a complete rewrite of the master plan.
Okay,
And that's what I noticed about their price was very high because they were planning on doing a rewrite. And we just have some things that aren't in there that we need to put in there. So I don't know, I think, yeah, we need to get probably do interviews with a couple, 3 people.
And that's fine. I mean, as I've shared several times, I've seen John Iconelli, Icolangeli in form, I guess. And he is just a marvelous speaker to listen to, and he's a great front person with that organization. So I've attended several seminars from him, been impressed every time. So we won't limit it, but sure. Okay. Thank you, Don.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Sheriff Hardello, for volunteering.
You're welcome. My husband's name is Don. I'm used to volunteering Don's for things.
Oh, boy.
Do you want to, thinking about somebody different than Beckett and Rader, do you want to post it in the newspaper or something?
If you want to write the ad up, I'll post it. Sure.
Okay.
I can write the end if you want. I think I have a copy of one.
Volmuth to write ad.
Which paper would you like in? Because I know there's a preference.
Well, the Traverse City Record Eagle is out every day where Elk Rapids News isn't.
Okay, announcements.
Can I just put one more thing on there, please?
Sure.
Do you have a problem putting it in both, Cheryl? It's not that expensive. The other one is not that expensive.
Yeah, we can put it in both.
Especially request from the public. Okay, thank you.
Announcements will open the tree removal bids on 6/7/2022. I think that's at 9 a.m., isn't it? Or 9:30?
I think it's 9.
So I've got no time to get coffee.
Get that-
Get up earlier.
You get that at 7.
Keep your opinions to yourself. So time is unknown.
Hold on, I'm looking. Time.
Well, yeah, I think it does, doesn't it? Yeah, it
5
says at
o'clock,
9
it's
a.m.
due by 5 o'clock.
June 7th at 9 a.m.
Okay. And that come from the minutes?
Bid packet. And the minutes from the last meeting.
So they gotta be submitted by the 6th and they'll be open on the 7th at 9 a.m.
Next township board meeting is June 14th at 9 a.m. Public comment. We have no one left in the township hall, so we'll go right to Zoom land. Hello, Karen. Any public comment? Yes, Vern, I see your hand is up. Do you have some public comment?
Yeah, thanks, Ron. It's 4 hours and counting. So thank you very much for hanging in there on this marathon session. And I know these topics are very important and I appreciate you taking the time to discuss them openly. I would like to revisit a topic that was discussed earlier, not to belabor it, but to make a point. Transparency, from a transparency perspective, I'm a very conservative person. And as a township official, I expect you to be a very fiscally responsible organization also. And not to be a tax and spend type of a group. So again, not to belabor this, but there were some discussions earlier with regards to brining the township road leading into the Whitewater Township Park. The cost is not a lot, and that's not the topic, but it's more of a principle thing. It was said that the road is owned by the township. In other words, the people of Whitewater Township own it. The park is a business. It has employees. It generates revenue. So forgive me, and so I didn't realize that the township, again, the taxpayers of Whitewater Township supplement the operations. I did not realize that. So that road, also, anyone in the township, from the official perspective, can close that road at any time. Therefore, it is not a public road. And so if I'm paying to supplement the operations and then having to pay that same amount, the same amount as someone from Ohio, no offense there, Don. I either pay like any out-of-town person or not, but I shouldn't be paying both ways. The park needs to stand on its own. And we need to be more fiscally responsible and review all of our expenses. Arguably, I believe that we are on the brink of a recession. And if we don't get our finances in order now, we will be in a lot of trouble. I have worked as an engineering manager and as a global project manager on multi-million-dollar projects for over 30 years, and have never worked on a project where finances are not reviewed on a monthly basis. Why are we supplementing the park operations? That's a big question to me. It should be standing on its own. And so the other topic that came up too, there was about the boat launch. And just because the state is giving us 50% of that $400,000-ish number, it still costs us $200,000, and it needs to be controlled and managed. And if we can't do that, it may not be the right thing to do. And so just to say that the state's giving us money, so we should go ahead and spend it, that's just not right to me. And so there is a problem with transparency in the township here, and if you don't think so, I can assure you that there is. We can't even get, from a financial perspective, we can't even get a breakdown of the attorney's fees that were spent on the marijuana. So that's really disturbing to me. And the last topic, and this one was kind of a personal, and again, I don't really mean this to be a slam on anybody, but there was a comment made about the township park, and that there was a safety issue at the playground, but we weren't going to address that. But then there was a comment made about the baseball dugouts being a safety issue, but we want to do that. I've been involved in youth baseball and softball for over 20 years. My son played in college. My daughter played in college. My daughter actually played in the German Bundesliga. So I'm very well aware of baseball fields and so forth. And I will tell you that 95% of ball fields enclosures, they enclose the dugouts with fences. 95% of them do not have fully enclosed dugouts. And so I don't understand the comments that the baseball field is more important than what's happening in the park. If we're going to address safety, which is number one, it should always be number one. If we're going to do the dugouts, we should also be addressing the safety issues in the park. Thanks.
Thank you. Hi, Connie. I see your hand is up too.
Hi, Connie Highmore, Beggs Road. I've seen several benefits today of a full board. Nice change. I'd also like to state again, I'm not against development. It's happening everywhere. I am against a development that doesn't follow Whitewater Township's master plan and zoning ordinance. Cheryl made a comment today about a word change being made in an ordinance. There's a big difference between the words shall and may. They are key words in an ordinance. Article 25, paragraph O states, all land uses shall conform with the applicable goals, policies, and objectives in the township master plan. All land uses. It doesn't matter if it's site condos, PUDs, SUPs, XYZ, parkland, Disneyland, all land uses. And then shall conform, not may conform, not sometimes conform, shall conform. This is Whitewater's zoning ordinance. I'm so glad Article 25, paragraph O exists. Let's work together to enforce it. Now, I have just one quick question about Article 25 amendment that was in the public hearing at last week's PC meeting. Township resident, you spoke about him, Randy Melnick, made several valid and important comments concerning Article 25. Are any of his concerns being taken into consideration? Mr. Melnick has experience and knowledge in this field, and he's a resident, so he was making resident comments in the public hearing. I don't know the process of what happens in public meeting or in public hearing when someone makes a valid point for change. What good is public hearing in an amendment if an amendment goes straight to legal? How are public concerns considered? It seems a waste of legal fees to send an amendment to council if additional changes need to be made or considered after public hearing. So I'm not clear on what a public hearing is, the benefits of someone speaking and making valid points. Anyone, can someone answer?
Connie, it would be improper for us, unless the board approves, to comment on a public comment.
Okay.
The danger is that we could somehow engage in a topic that wasn't on the agenda. And therefore someone could actually say, you know, you left the agenda, it wasn't advertised, but I'd be more than happy to have maybe one or two board members respond to your email question.
Perfect.
Right, after this, and if you want to include me, that's fine. And I will ask the board for permission to respond to this, or what is the board's pleasure? Heidi?
Could answer a question.
Ardella?
I'm sorry,
Her question's on a zoning ordinance amendment?
shouldn't that go to the zoning administrator?
Actually, I understood the question to be public comment. How is it addressed? That's what I understood her question to be on.
Correct.
That, well.
Well,
How
then
was
you just-
public comment addressed?
In a public hearing, when public comment is made, how is that taken into account if it's something important in the change being made to the amendment?
And I think that can be answered by the zoning administrator as well, and should be.
I opinion it's a question, because I think it's a process question. I don't think it's more what happens. Not specific to,
I can't hear him, I'm sorry.
not specific to that article. I think it's a process question. I think she wants to know what happens, whether it's this particular event or any other one. What's the public's expectation if they're making comments? I think that's a very, very valid point. And I think you should answer a question. Okay.
It seems like it went from planning commission to the legal counsel, and none of our comments were taken into consideration whether they needed to be looked at for an amendment to the amendment.
So there again, you know, you're kind of borderline whether or not this is a planning commission question / zoning administrator or Whitewater Township Board. So I will answer it from a Whitewater Township Board perspective only.
Okay.
We're holding a public hearing on a general ordinance. I would have to think that the ordinance that we're reviewing and the public has commented on, the board has the authority to make changes to that ordinance after the public hearing and before it goes to legal. And so to answer your question specifically, if it was at the board talking about a general ordinance, if we were so moved by the number of public comment, we could make that change. to address those concerns.
So long and short of it is whatever board is being addressed.
Right. So why didn't the planning commission address those concerns? That would be a
Question for them.
a question for the planning commission. And I encourage you to put it in writing. And if nothing else, ask for a spot in report or presentations. Is there a presentation on the PC agenda? During presentation section of the agenda, you can have two-way conversation, but not during public comment. I think I made a mess of that.
Yeah, I'm kind of still confused.
You're going that direction. Honestly.
That's okay. I'll reach out in an email to the board and to the PC and try to get it clear. It didn't make any sense to have public comment by someone who had some knowledge and made some really valid, important statements about that. And then it went right to legal. So it seems a waste of money if there still needs to be changes made because something was missing.
Got it.
Okay, thanks. Good meeting, long meeting. Okay.
Let's see. I see Vicky Beam has her hand up.
Good afternoon. I echo the comments made by both Vern and Connie. As you all know, I've been attending these meetings since we heard about the Bags Road site condos. And I know that this is public comment. I will not get an answer, but there was no comment made about the status of the investigation of the Planning Commission. I was wondering what the status of that is. It is very obvious and evident that training is necessary. I'm in the corporate world. I have been for 30 some years. I cannot imagine showing up to a meeting not being prepared. And I can't believe, again, that it is a potential that there is not training for the PC. I am not blaming any of the volunteers. I greatly appreciate their time and effort, but we have a real mess here and we need to work together, and training is imperative. I also find it very crazy that Bob Hall, who attends the meetings via internet, did not have internet available for that meeting and was not present for that. Again, I am prepared for meetings. If I don't have internet working somewhere, then I get in my car and go somewhere else. Again, where is the importance there? I want to again agree with Connie. I felt that there was public that was better prepared than some of the members, again, of the Planning Commission. And my concern is that that meeting had been postponed several times. So I feel that they had some of that material available for a while. I know what the measurement of an acre is. I'm surprised that somebody on the Planning Commission would not. The other thing is campgrounds were brought up. And at the end, I stood up and said, basically, they came up with the putting through 10 campsites per acre, 40 acre minimum. And I stood up and said, so what you're telling me is that if I have 40 acres, I could have 400 campsites. And they acted surprised. Linda Slopesima took some time since that last meeting and went out and looked at campgrounds around here. None of them come close to 10 campsites per acre. Again, it's an example of the Planning Commission making decisions that are going to impact our township forever. And I've said this before, please don't let them mess this up. There is no correcting this once it is done. Today, there was a mention of a booklet. I'm sorry, I was in and out, not feeling well. It shouldn't even be a question if everyone should get a copy of that. I'm a firm believer, the more tools that we provide people, the better that they can be prepared and represent us. Again, you are fiduciaries. It is your obligation to be representing us. Please help us keep Whitewater rural. Thank you for your time.
Karen, I see your hand is up.
Yes, I'd like to agree with Kenny and Vicky. The Planning Commission meeting, he was prepared. He brought a lot of points out yet nothing was discussed after his comments were made.
Karen, we're having difficulty.
Is that better?
No.
All right, I will let's try a different way. What's the next person?
Maybe she can get her technical things figured out. Kim, I see your hand is up too.
Yes, I want to clarify a couple of things. You got a lot done in your last hour of your meeting. I'd like to see more of your meeting progress at that pace. But I sent a letter to the board saying that you need to do your homework before you make comments about what's going on in the PC. And I have to say that's still the case. The Planning Commission did not eliminate training from our bylaws. We eliminated the statement that it would be provided at every meeting. It's not provided at every meeting. So we changed it to it may be provided at meetings, but we did not eliminate the training requirement. I very much agree. Training is a necessity for Planning Commission members. We have a lot going on, and with the special use permit, there seems to be a misunderstanding that we sent everything off to legal. I'm sorry if that was not clear at the meeting. The reality is the Planning Commission does not have the authority to send anything to legal. And it was sent by the board a couple days before our meeting. We did not get the attorney's opinion back until the morning of the Planning Commission meeting. So the Planning Commission did not ignore Mr. Milnick's conversation and his recommendations. In fact, all the members requested a written copy and went home with a copy of his comments at the end of the meeting. And they all received a copy of our attorney's recommendations on the ordinance. And we postponed review of the public hearing comments and review of the ordinance until our June meeting. So nothing was ignored. When something comes before the Planning Commission at a public hearing, it is the Planning Commission's job first to take those comments into consideration, evaluate them, determine whether or not they are pertinent issues, and then address them if so. We can make minor changes to an amendment and go ahead and forward it to the board. If we make significant or major changes, it should go back through public hearing. So we did not ignore Mr. Milnick's recommendations, just the opposite. We took additional time so that we could review them thoroughly and bring it back at our next meeting. And that brings me to my last point. These questions would not be coming up in the board meeting if we had the seventh member that you have discussed in this meeting that, the Planning Commission made the recommendation in the bylaws that we appoint a seventh member of the public, simply because we really do need a seventh member. Now that you have a 5-member board, I would strongly encourage you to get an appointment made, because it is the board representative to the Planning Commission's job to be available to answer all these questions during your meeting as part of your discussion, and in essence, speak for the Planning Commission and clarify these points of interest when they come before the board. Because not having one is really causing a problem in a communication, and also communication with the public, because it's making it look like there's a lot of things we're not doing that is simply not the case. The board rep to the Planning Commission is also our second liaison to the attorney. So if you want things going to the attorney, either give us a board rep or allow the chair some means by which I can get things forwarded in a timely manner. Thank you.
I'm sorry, but this is Connie Highmore. I take great offense at being scolded by a person when I only had a simple question. That was rude. Kim Mangus, that was rude. I had a simple question. I don't need to be scolded by you.
Ms. Highmore, I wasn't scolding you honestly. I just meant that for the board.
Your
That
tone
the
of
board
voice,
should be doing better with this.
your tone of voice was scolding.
Gavel, come on, break this up, Gavel, this is stupid. Ladies, please.
Amber, I see you're still on. Would you like to have public comment?
I'm all good right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Doug. Would you like to have any public comment? And KG, would you like to have any public comment? I see none. So we will move for adjournment. Motion to adjourn?
Make the motion.
I'll second it.
Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Glenn,
Yes. Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Vamos.
Yes.
Okay. I'll be
So I know
careful.
I asked if you had time. But I have another appointment. And I got travel time to get there.
So official at 3:25.
Yes.
Sorry, I.
3:26 is what I called it. I'm sorry.
It was 3:25. Well, okay, 3:25, 3:26.
Are you going to infrastructure